drilled out. "Hey! Don't run!"
Suhan yelled, snapping out of his shock as the strange entity bolted away. Without wasting another moment, he gave chase. His body felt like a natural pathway for the entity as it darted through his muscles and organs with incredible speed. Suhan pursued it relentlessly, the two weaving through the complex inner workings of his body until it finally reached his dantian. Panting slightly, Suhan caught sight of the thing at last, a tiny droplet of golden liquid. Calling it a drop was an exaggeration. It was smaller than a hair, more akin to a minuscule bead of dew or even a speck of spit. The golden droplet showed no hesitation as it charged toward his pill core.
"Wait! No, don't touch that!"
Suhan shouted, panic flooding his voice. But his protest had no effect. The droplet sped up and smashed into the core, which was surrounded by a flickering flame. The flame managed to resist for a split second before the golden liquid merged with the core. Crack! A sound like popping beans echoed through Suhan's inner senses, and his consciousness was abruptly forced out of his body.
Aftermath. "Teacher.
Are you okay?" Vision's concerned voice pulled Suhan back to reality. Beads of sweat dotted Suhan's forehead as he forced a strained smile.
"I'm fine.
Let's keep moving." Despite his injuries, Vision stayed close, guarding Suhan as they made their way to the battleship. Once on board, Vision went to rest, leaving Suhan alone in his quarters. Outside the window, the massive corpses of 4 ancient behemoths drifted through the void, their colossal forms slowly fading into the endless expanse of space. Each of those corpses was a treasure trove of power and knowledge. Yet, Suhan knew he couldn't claim them.
Nor could anyone else.
They would float there, untouched, until the universe decided their fate. But Suhan had more pressing concerns. He sat cross-legged and gazed down at his abdomen. A faint golden glow flickered there, like the soft light of a firefly. Since the golden droplet had merged with his pill core, a subtle burning sensation lingered in his dantian. There was no pain, just a persistent, uneasy warmth.
Inner vision.
With questions gnawing at him, Suhan activated his inner vision, focusing on his dantian. The pill core, which was once the size of a thumb, had swollen dramatically. Now it was as large as an egg, its surface surrounded by golden flames. The sight filled Suhan with unease. The rate of growth was unnatural, even alarming. As he observed it, the core seemed to react to his scrutiny. It quivered and then suddenly shot out of his dantian, racing through his body like a mischievous spirit.
"Hey! Get back here!"
Suhan shouted internally, chasing after it in a surreal game of hide-and-seek. The core darted through his limbs and bones, leaving trails of warmth in its wake. As he chased it, Suhan felt an odd sensation, a faint itch spreading across his skin. Unexpected awakening. Abruptly, Suhan's consciousness snapped back to reality. He blinked in confusion, realizing he was lying on his bed, and he was completely naked. To his shock, Gamora was standing next to him, wiping his body with a towel. "Boss, you're awake," Gamora said with a grin. "What are you doing?" Suhan exclaimed, hastily grabbing a nearby blanket to cover himself. "Relax," she replied with a chuckle. "You had a fever and were drenched in sweat. I was just cleaning you up and cooling you down." Suhan's embarrassment simmered into mild annoyance. He glanced at the bed, noticing faint stains of black and yellow, evidence of impurities expelled from his body.
"Thank you.
I understand now," Suhan muttered. "But could you give me some privacy?" Gamora nodded and headed for the door. Just as she stepped out, she turned back with a mischievous smile. "By the way, boss, you're quite impressive." Before Suhan could respond, she was gone, leaving him red-faced and flustered.
Transformation.
As the door closed, Suhan exhaled deeply and glanced at his hands. Beneath his skin, faint golden light shimmered, tracing the contours of his bones. He clenched his fist and felt an undeniable surge of power. His body felt lighter, stronger, and more refined. Looking back at the stains on the bed, Suhan realized the truth. The golden droplet hadn't harmed him, it had purified him. "My body was already considered pure," Suhan murmured. "But this is on an entirely different level." The transformation had rid his body of hidden impurities, enhancing it in ways he couldn't fully comprehend. For now, the golden pill had returned to his dantian, its light dimmed to a steady glow. Though it posed no immediate threat, Suhan knew he couldn't let his guard down. He gazed out the window at the drifting corpses of the ancient behemoths, his resolve hardening. The encounter had been a mere chapter in his journey, but the changes within him were only beginning to unfold. With Vision's recovery underway and the battleship drifting toward its next destination, Suhan steeled himself for whatever challenges lay ahead. Star-Lord's journey. Star-Lord piloted the battleship through the vast expanse of space, his destination set, Kaida Star in the Nova Empire. This trip had a specific purpose: to secure interstellar ID cards for his group. Without them, space travel would become impossible. Passports were a necessity for venturing into the wider galaxy. With Star-Lord at the helm, the group entered the designated space channel leading to Kaida Star. Arrival at Kaida Star. 2 days later, they arrived at their destination. Kaida Star, a core planet of the Nova Empire, loomed before them. It was a colossal planet, nearly 10 times larger than Earth, its atmosphere teeming with activity and its surface brimming with technological marvels. Suhan stared out of the battleship window, a mix of awe and anticipation in his expression. "This is Kaida Star, the heart of the Nova Empire," Star-Lord explained. The Nova Empire is one of the most powerful factions in the Universe Alliance. The interstellar ID cards issued here are recognized across almost every galaxy. Suhan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the massive planet below. As the battleship descended into Kaida Star's atmosphere, Suhan finally understood what it meant to witness a truly advanced civilization. Skyscrapers stretched endlessly toward the sky, and sprawling cities hummed with energy. The technological sophistication of this world was evident in its efficient resource usage and meticulously organized infrastructure. The planet exuded prosperity and order. After receiving docking clearance, Star-Lord landed the battleship, and the group set foot on the surface of Kaida Star.
Exploring Kaida Star.
"Oh, so many aliens!" Peter exclaimed, his eyes darting between the diverse beings populating the streets.
Suhan chuckled.
"In their eyes, we're the aliens." Peter scratched his head, realizing the irony.
Fair point.
Star-Lord led them to a massive, white administrative building, its towering structure gleaming under Kaida Star's twin suns. "This is the administrative center," Star-Lord explained.
Follow me.
"We'll get your ID cards here." The building's interior was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of individuals at once. At the main hall, 10 long queues stretched endlessly, each line filled with beings from countless galaxies. "It seems we're not the only ones applying for ID cards," Peter remarked, glancing at the massive crowd.
Of course not, Star-Lord replied.
"The universe is teeming with life. Billions inhabit just one galaxy, and there are countless galaxies out there."
Peter's jaw dropped.
The thought of billions of people overwhelmed him. Compared to Earth's population, the scale of the universe was staggering.
Trouble at the counter.
After 2 hours of waiting in line, it was finally Suhan's turn. Star-Lord handed over their documents to the staff member at the counter. The staff glanced at the group's papers, his expression shifting as his eyes settled on Suhan, Peter, and Vision. "You three step aside," the staff member said coldly. "Let the others behind you proceed first." Suhan frowned, his annoyance barely concealed.
"What?"
Peter burst out, his voice rising. "We've been waiting for hours, and now you want us to move? Why?"
The staff's response was a smirk.
He looked at the trio with open disdain. "You three are Earthlings, aren't you?"
Peter puffed out his chest. "Yeah, we're from Earth."
"So what?" "That's precisely the issue," the staff replied, his tone dripping with derision. "Earthlings are classified as lower-class citizens in the Nova Empire. Step aside and let the others take priority. If there are any other Earthlings in the line, they should move to the back as well."
Discrimination.
Suhan's eyes turned cold.
He stepped forward, his voice sharp.
"Give me one good reason why Earthlings are treated this way." Star-Lord quickly intervened, attempting to diffuse the tension.
"Boss, calm down.
"Let me handle this." Suhan shot him a glance, silencing him with a single look. Star-Lord sighed, stepping back awkwardly. The staff member's smirk deepened. "Earth is a backwater planet. Your people haven't even left your own solar system. The Nova Empire considers Earth an inferior planet, and its inhabitants are inferior citizens. That's just the way things are." The words hit like a hammer. Suhan's hands clenched into fists, and Peter's face flushed with anger. "Inferior citizens?" Suhan said, his voice icy. "You're telling me that the worth of a person is determined by the technological advancement of their planet?" "Exactly," the staff member replied smugly. "Your Earth is nothing but a primitive rock. It would be better off destroyed." Suhan's fury. A cold laugh escaped Suhan's lips, his calm exterior barely masking the storm brewing inside him. He stepped back, his eyes narrowing.
"Destroy Earth, you say?" he muttered.
Star-Lord and the others froze, sensing the shift in Suhan's demeanor. "Boss," Star-Lord whispered, "don't do anything rash." But Suhan ignored him. Flames erupted around his body, blazing with an intensity that drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd as all eyes turned to Suhan. "You think Earthlings are weak?" Suhan said, his voice ringing out like a bell.
"Then watch closely."
I'll show you exactly what an inferior citizen can do. The flames around him roared higher, casting long shadows across the hall. The staff member's smug expression faltered, replaced by one of fear.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
When the staff member saw Suhan, he suddenly became angry and immediately, the alarm sounded. In an instant, the entire office hall was filled with harsh sounds. Soon, a team of guards rushed over, each holding a fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher sprayed on Suhan's body, but the flames exploded and jumped several meters. The entire hall was completely illuminated by the flames and turned blood red. Suhan, who was in the flames, sneered. He looked at the staff member and stepped forward. The metal wall that originally blocked him and Suhan melted instantly. Suhan reached out and grabbed him. The Earth is an inferior planet, and the people on Earth are inferior citizens. This is the decree issued by the top administrator of your Kaida planet. The staff member obviously realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately. Nodding is like pounding garlic. Okay, then just open your eyes wide and see how I, a low-class citizen of the Earth, reduced your Kaida planet to ashes. After Suhan finished speaking, he instantly turned into a flame that soared into the sky and rushed out of the office hall. Like a lit firework, it rushed to the top of the administrative building. People outside the administrative building only heard a blast, and then saw a fireball flying into the air. Yeah, there's someone there. Suhan carried the staff member to the high altitude. He lowered his head to the administrative building and curled his lips. The other hand snapped his fingers. In an instant, a ball of flame burst out from his body and fell straight towards the administration building. There was a boom and the entire administrative building exploded instantly, turning into pieces of burning debris. Hold the grass, the boss went berserk. Star-Lord, who had just ran out of the building, screamed. Susu is angry and this place is going to end. Peter also shouted. However, his cry was more like watching a good show. This ghost place actually lists the Earth as an inferior planet. It should be destroyed. Always love peace. The Vision is also very angry. After all, he is also an Earth citizen born on Earth. As the administrative building exploded, Kaidaxing's executives immediately got this. I saw a dozen fighter jets massing in the sky instantly. They surrounded Suhan, and the black barrels were pointed at Suhan. After Suhan looked at it, he smiled disdainfully. Tell me, what level is your Kaidaxing ranked by you? The staff member was already frightened out of his mind. Superior. He replied tremblingly. Very good. Suhan licked his lips. A superior star doesn't even have a superpower. After saying that, Suhan waved his hand. More than a dozen fighter jets exploded instantly, as if bombs had been installed on them in advance. The fighter jets formed a platoon and exploded into a platoon. Countless debris fell to the ground, frightening everyone below to scream in surprise. At this time, the administrative command center of Kaidaxing. A white-haired female executive saw this scene clearly through stereoscopic projection. She asked with an ugly face, what on earth is going on? She really didn't know what was going on. Sir, it's like this. This person is a citizen of Earth. When applying for an interstellar pass, he learned that his planet was classified as a lower-class planet and the people on Earth were classified as lower-class humans, so he ran away. When the female executive heard this, she frowned. This setting is not meant to be discriminatory, it is just to better manage the major galaxies. This person has a bit too much temper. The female executive looked in Suhan's direction, with a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. Find someone to have a good talk with him and try to persuade him to calm down. As long as he is willing to assume his due responsibilities, this matter can be easily discussed. Then what if I can't persuade you to stop? Someone asked. If you can't persuade him to come down, then beat him down? I still don't believe that one person's power can defy the heavens. Soon, Suhan met the people who came to negotiate. It was a tall man with a human body and a roughly human appearance, except that he had two horns on his head. He was sitting in the fighter jet, holding a communication device and shouting, Sir, my name is Sirius, and I'm here to talk to you. Suhan glanced at him sideways. Talk about being a bastard. Suhan flicked his fingers and a flame appeared. The man was instantly set on fire, and then the entire fighter jet exploded. Suhan seemed to have completely broken up and left, and words had no effect on him. Knock him down. In the communication device, a command was issued. Soon, hundreds of fighter jets came out and they opened fire on Suhan. Countless bullets came in dense bursts. However, these things have long been of no use to Suhan. Waste. Suhan roared loudly, and the sound waves spread out like a tidal wave. All fighter jets hit by the sound wave will explode. Kill with one move. Suhan's move finally made Kaidaxing's top management nervous. Such power is beyond their control. The female executive also had a stern look on her face, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Suhan had changed, becoming fearful. Sir, you still need to fight Maya, asked his officer. I'm going to fight you? How can I fight him? Find someone quickly. Find someone who can compete with him. Go quickly. Chapter 128 Anyone who insults our Earth will be punished no matter how far away. Chapter 129, Earthlings Cannot Be Offended. Chapter 129, Earthlings couldn't afford to offend Suhan and left Kaida Star. However, he left a profound impact on the remaining people of Kaida Star and the Nova Empire. When the people in the Nova Empire saw the words left by Suhan, everyone fell silent. At the same time, they also saw the video taken by the satellite. After watching it, they became even more silent. Earth, that remote and weak planet, has a powerful person like Suhan. No, this can no longer be considered a human being. No one knows whether he is a demon or a god. In short, they already knew how powerful Suhan was, and they began to wonder whether the people on Earth were all so powerful. They were not actually a weak planet. On the contrary, they are an extremely powerful planet, but they live in seclusion and are not discovered by the world. They do not study technology, they are studying the mysteries of the body, and they are learning powerful techniques such as void stepping. Suddenly, about the Earth gas, a lot came out all at once. There are also many conjectures about people on Earth. Many people want to go to the Earth in the solar system to see what kind of planet the Earth is. But they didn't dare, fearing that they would be destroyed as soon as it passed. After all, Suhan was so furious just because he heard that his home planet was an inferior planet. If he went to his home planet to investigate, it would not offend him? Earthlings cannot afford to offend. Offend I can't afford it? But this time, Suhan killed a total of 140 million people in the administrative center area of Kaidaxing and destroyed tens of thousands of kilometers of land area. The impact was very large. He was also listed as a super terrorist and dangerous person by the top brass of the Nova Empire. About his identity and photo, immediately he was sent to all major galaxies by the Nova Empire to remind everyone to pay close attention to his movements. Salted fish number. Teacher, are you still angry? Vision came and sat down next to Suhan, and handed him the wine. Suhan took it and took a sip. He sighed slightly. Angry, definitely angry. But there's nothing we can do about it. The Earth is weak, this is an indisputable fact. It is also true that the Earth has not even left its own galaxy. But the Earth is classified as an inferior planet and the people on Earth are classified as inferior citizens. He couldn't accept this. Teacher, don't be angry. Although the Earth is lagging behind, it will develop rapidly as long as you are here. I'm not flattering you, I'm serious. You have Ultron and Archie helping you get resources. As long as you give you a little time, you will definitely be able to develop the Earth into a powerful place. Vision said with confidence. Peter also came over. Susu, I believe you. When Suhan saw this, the seriousness on his face softened a little, and the corners of his lips raised slightly. Well, thank you for your trust, but right now, developing the Earth is not the most important thing. Becoming the master of the Earth is the most important thing. Suhan looked out the window at the universe, and his mind returned to the topic. This time he came out to find Egg. In other words, I hope that Ego will come to find Star-Lord. Yi is the key to Suhan becoming the Lord of the Earth. Therefore, he couldn't help but look at Star-Lord. Star-Lord, where are you going now? Oh, I plan to go find my adoptive father. His name is Yandu. He is an interstellar hunter. Well, although he is an interstellar hunter, he occasionally does some pirate things. Suhan smiled. Yandu. He had the impression that it was the blue man who could control flying arrows with his whistle. He's really a blue man, with blue skin that rivals Gamera's. No wonder Star-Lord likes Gamera, he is somewhat influenced by Yandu. After spending half my life with the blue-skinned Yandu, I naturally think that the blue-skinned Gamera is beautiful. Suhan couldn't appreciate it anyway. Bossu, I have sent a message to Yandu, and we will be reconciled soon. Suhan nodded. He is also looking forward to meeting Yandu. Especially that flying arrow, it's so attractive. This should be a thought weapon, a weapon controlled by thoughts. This kind of weapon has a fatal attraction for Suhan. I thought it was the same as what is described in Eastern fantasy, using thoughts to control objects. Suhan wanted such a weapon and wanted to learn how to control the weapon. So drive faster. Suhan urged. As you command, my lord Susu. Star-Lord laughed, and then increased the speed of the battleship to the maximum. The starry sky was like a long night, and everyone was waking up and sleeping. After about 3 days, they arrived at a planet. Bossu, we're here. This is a land of nothingness. It's a planet dedicated to trade. It's very fun. Before landing, Star-Lord greeted Suhan. Well, the land of nothingness. When Suhan heard about the land of nothingness, he became energetic. Isn't this the land of nothingness? Is this the residence of the space merchant? The space merchant, also known as collector, is named Tiffin. He is a very wealthy man who specializes in collecting all kinds of weird things in the universe, including infinity stones. Suhan chuckled and couldn't help but take out a one colorless crystal from his body. Finally, I have a chance to find out what this colorless crystal can do. Suhan was extremely excited. Let's go, let's land quickly. Suhan urged. Finally, the battleship landed. Star-Lord led the way, followed closely by Suhan. Well, it seems Yandu hasn't arrived yet. How about I take you for a walk first? Star-Lord likes this kind of place the most. A trading planet, in addition to a large number of trading places, of course also has many places for fireworks. He is a playboy who shows off wherever he goes. Even though he has an affair with Gamera, he still can't control his flirtatious heart. Star-Lord, take me to the space merchant. Suhan said. Space merchant, do you have anything to buy? Don't ask, you'll know when you get there. Star-Lord frowned, but still took Suhan to the residence of the space merchant. When a group of people arrived at the space merchant's store, Star-Lord winked directly at the salesperson and said, "Sister, you are so beautiful today." When Gamera saw this, she stepped on Star-Lord's foot so politely. Star-Lord immediately. He gasped, and then said to the salesperson with a painful expression, "Well, I want to see your boss. We have something here that he is interested in." Saying that, Star-Lord winked at Suhan. Suhan smiled slightly and immediately. He took out a clear colorless crystal from his pocket and handed it over. As soon as the girl saw this colorless crystal, her face was filled with surprise, and then she said, "Okay, please come with me." Chapter 130 Space Merchant. Chapter 130, The Space Merchant. Under the guidance of the girl, everyone came to a big house behind the store. After entering the house, a team of elite bodyguards appeared in front of them. These bodyguards are strong, about 2.5 meters tall. They are all wearing armor and are very powerful. When ordinary people see these strong men, they will be so frightened that their legs will tremble. However, Suhan and others did not take them seriously. Walking past them, they finally came to a huge circular room. There are many strange containers placed in the room. Some containers contained cute little animals, and some contained extremely ugly and disgusting ones. Suhan unexpectedly found a dog wearing a spacesuit in one of the containers. Aha, this dog's name is Doobie. He comes from the Earth. Well, this is not an ordinary dog. Oh, dog, he is the first dog on Earth to step out of his own galaxy. If he can go back, he should be able to tell the people on Earth that their planet is not the only one with life in the universe. A man with all white hair and smoky makeup walked out, introducing the origin of the dog to Suhan as he walked. He spoke with great enthusiasm, completely unaware of Suhan's slightly sinking expression. "Oh, are you the owners of pure colorless crystal? Come on, who is it on? Let me see." Collector Tiffin couldn't wait to stretch out his hand and wave it back and forth in front of everyone. Suhan took a deep breath and then handed over the colorless crystal. Collector Tiffany immediately. With quick eyesight and quick hands, he quickly took the colorless crystal from Suhan's hand, then took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and began to look at the colorless crystal carefully. Whoa, whoa. As he looked at it, he let out an "oh-ah" sound of admiration. "It's as if what I'm looking at is not a crystal, but a beautiful woman." Then, he looked at Suhan coldly. "Friend, how many crystals do you have, 5 or 10? Ti Fan's face was close to Suhan's nose. Suhan suddenly backed away and said in a cold voice, 10 pieces, what's wrong? So much hiss." Tiffin's expression was quite surprised. However, what was even more surprising was that Suhan was okay. "Even if 10 coins are too many, I still have 23,000 coins. Of course, he will definitely not tell it." At the same time, he also glanced at Vision. In fact, the only one who truly knows how many colorless crystals he has is Doctor Strange. However, Vision often follows Suhan, and he also knows that Suhan has more than 10 colorless crystals. So he gave Vision a look. Vision immediately nodded in response. "Make a price, I want them all." Suhan pursed his lips. He didn't know what this colorless crystal was or how much it was worth, but he heard from Archie that this colorless crystal can be exchanged for things, so I don't want money. "I want to change something," Suhan said. Tiffin immediately showed a surprised expression. "Okay, what do you want to change? What do you have here?" Suhan completely followed Ti Fan's words and did not reveal at all that he did not know how precious the colorless crystal was. Ti Fan thought for a moment and said, "Follow me." Immediately, he took the lead and walked in front. Everyone followed him and walked through a side door in the circular room. After exiting the circular room, everyone entered a long corridor. Walking through the corridor, Suhan immediately came to a whole new world. Rockery, flowing water, manor villas, desert oasis, forest and grassland, things that should not be together, all appeared in one space. A term suddenly appeared in Suhan's mind, space folding. This place is a place where countless areas are put together. Then there is only one thing that can explain it. Space folds. For Suhan, who is comprehending the laws of time and space, he does not yet possess this ability to fold space. He has only mastered space transfer now, and it is a small distance space transfer, commonly known as teleportation, short distance teleportation. "Excuse me, who designed this place for you?" Suhan couldn't help but ask. For a person who has such a deep understanding of the laws of space, if Suhan could pay a visit and get some pointers, it would be of great help to him. "Oh, here, His Highness Gao Tianzan designed this place for me, but it cost me a lot of money," Tiffin said in an extremely showy tone. Gao Tianzan. Suhan's eyes suddenly widened. Zero Gao Tianzan, a veteran figure in the Marvel Universe. Suhan took a slight breath of air. If it were him, it would be nothing. After all, he is a veteran figure who has existed for countless years. It is not surprising for someone to understand space folding. However, Suhan also gave up the idea of visiting him. "After all, we are not from the same group, and the level gap is too big. Here, all my treasures are here. You can exchange these 10 colorless crystals for anything here." Tiffin pointed at the things in this area and said. Suhan's eyes widened slightly. He asked uncertainly, "You can exchange for anything here?" The surprise in Suhan's heart was quite huge, because many things in this area are extremely precious, such as the extremely fast-flying aircraft carrier. For example, power crystal blocks, rechargeable energy stones, etc. Everything is priceless. A very fast-flying aircraft carrier can carry away 1% of a planet's resources. This is the most terrifying means of transportation. If Suhan had him, he could quickly transport the plundered resources back to Earth without having to waste time by traveling back and forth. As for the power crystal block, the electricity contained in it can provide the life of a planet for one day. Then think about it, it's scary how much electricity a planet uses in a day. Rechargeable energy stones are also extremely precious. In 0.1 a flight across the vast universe lasts for days, months, or even years. For a battleship, energy stones are the most important. If you can reduce the frequency of replenishment, you can sail in the universe longer and avoid more dangers. That is simply the best of the best. Suhan looked at these things and his mouth almost watered. He really wanted to exchange it for more colorless crystals, but he was not a fool either. Before he figured out what the colorless crystals could do, he would not easily reveal that he had a lot of colorless crystals on his body. Therefore, he turned his attention to Tiffin, who was admiring the colorless crystal, walked over and took the crystal back directly. Sorry, we won't change it. Suhan put the crystal in his pocket and left immediately. Chapter 131 Cosmic Lottery Machine. Chapter 131 Cosmic Lottery Machine. Suhan's move directly confused Ti Fan. They had a good conversation, so why not change it? Not only Ti Fan was confused, but Vision and the others were also confused. They can also see that everything in this place is very precious. If they can exchange for one or two, they will definitely make a lot of money. Teacher, you. Vision hurriedly caught up with Suhan. Suhan gave him a look. The vision was startling for a moment, then immediately. I understood it and said nothing. This made Tiffin anxious. He took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and quickly rushed in front of Suhan. Friend, if you have something to say, please talk to me and don't leave. Ti Fan is a businessman, a professional businessman. Under normal circumstances, if the other party does not trade, he will not bow his head easily, because he knows better than anyone else that once he bows his head, the one who bows his head will definitely suffer in terms of price. But this time it's different. The item this time is pure colorless crystal. This thing is a treasure for him, and even for everyone. Friend, which part are you dissatisfied with? Is the exchange quantity of 10? Tiffin bit her lip. Finally, he said cruelly, how about this? For 2 things, I allow you to exchange 10 pure colorless crystals for 2 things. Suhan raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect that this pure colorless crystal would be so precious in Ti Fan's eyes. Suhan was not a fool. He knew that exchanging 10 colorless crystals for 2 items was already a huge bargain. He knows how to accept it when it's good. Immediately took out 10 pure colorless crystals. Add another condition, that is, tell me the true function of this colorless crystal. Ti Fan originally thought that Suhan still wanted to open his mouth to the lion, but his face was already ugly. But when he heard Suhan's words, he immediately smiled. No problem. Immediately, the group returned to the folding space. Suhan finally chose a high-speed flying aircraft carrier and a black box. Ti Fan was surprised that Suhan would choose this black box, but since the other party did, he was even happier. Because, compared to other things, the contents of that box are nothing worth mentioning. The 2 of them delivered the goods with one hand and paid with the other. However, because the speedy flying aircraft carrier was bulky and difficult to carry, Suhan asked Ti Fan to send it to Earth. Door-to-door delivery is considered after-sales service. Of course Tiffin couldn't refuse. He is a famous businessman in the entire universe, so Suhan also believes in him. So, he actually only had that black box in his hand. When Ti Fan got 10 pure colorless crystals, he was all elated. He said to Suhan, this colorless crystal is an extremely rare material in the entire universe. I don't really know its specific function, but there is a big boss in this universe who likes to collect it. That's Gao Tianzun. Suhan was startled. Gao Tianzun liked to collect colorless crystals, which surprised him. What does he collect this for? Suhan asked almost subconsciously. Place immediately. Shake his head. I don't know about this, but I can honestly tell you one of the uses of this colorless crystal, and that is to draw a lottery. Lottery. Suhan was startled again. Yes, lottery. There is a cosmic lottery machine at Gao Tianzun's place. You can draw a lottery once for every 10 colorless crystals. The treasures inside are countless times more advanced than what I have here. Having said this, Ti Fan glanced at the box in Suhan's hand. To tell you the truth, I got this box from the cosmic lottery machine. Suhan's eyes lit up and he looked down at the box in his hand. This box. But what Suhan got by accident, the things inside were extremely attractive to him. It turns out it came from Gao Tianzun. No wonder. There was a hint of joy in Suhan's eyes. No wonder why. Tiffin asked. He also saw that Suhan had unique emotions towards this black box. This made Tiffin wonder if he had missed something good. It's nothing. Since the transaction has been completed, let's say goodbye, Suhan said, immediately. Leave with everyone. Friend, if you still have this kind of crystal in the future, just come to me, the price is very good. Ti Fan said when Suhan left. Suhan just smiled and nodded. Since Yandu was delayed on the road, they had a lot of time, and everyone proposed to visit the land of nothingness. Suhan agreed, but he did not go out, but stayed alone in the battleship. Inside the battleship, Suhan was sitting in the room, holding the black box in his hand. Suhan looked at it with extra caution. Suhan, what is in this box? I see you are nervous. Venom slowly appeared from Suhan's back. Suhan smiled and replied, let me show you. After speaking, Suhan opened the black box. Inside the box, he saw a black dagger only about 10 centimeters lying. The dagger is pure black and simple in style, with a pattern carved on the hilt. The pattern is circular, and if you look closely, it looks a bit like the sun. Apart from the fact that this dagger looks a bit like the one produced by the Eastern Huaxia Kingdom, is there anything special about it? Venom asked confused. After all, there is no special aura on this black dagger, and I don't even know what material it is made of. Suhan smiled. This dagger does look a bit like it was produced in ancient China, but I chose it not because of this, but because. After saying that, a layer of pale golden pill fire suddenly appeared on Suhan's hand. A strange scene occurred when Suhan directed the pill fire onto the dagger. I saw that the dagger trembled slightly, and made a very strange trembling sound. This. Venom was shocked. Suhan also looked at it with an expression of joy. Really? When I touched this box, the elixir fire in my danshan had an abnormal temperature, so I chose it. Now it seems that my choice was the right one. After Suhan finished speaking, he mobilized more elixir fire again. He gathered the elixir fire on the dagger and let the elixir fire burn it. Time passed by minute by second. Half an hour, 3 hours, until everyone came back. Suhan was still calcining the dagger. The dagger withstood Suhan's elixir fire for 3 hours without any reaction. Suhan, don't waste your time. This dagger is just an ordinary dagger. There will be no results if you burn it again. Venom said. However, Suhan smiled. Are you stupid? As you said, I burned it with elixir fire for 3 hours, but it didn't react at all. Doesn't this mean that it is not a mortal thing? When Venom heard this, he reacted. Yes, Suhan's elixir fire can transform everything, but this dagger can withstand its calcining for 3 hours without changing. This in itself shows that it is very awesome. Venom suddenly woke up and immediately, looking at it in surprise. At this moment, he saw the dagger suddenly shake, and then, a trace of black material fell from the dagger. The next second, a bright light burst out from the dagger, stabbing him so hard that he even opened his eyes. It won't open. Chapter 132 He can't be messed with. Chapter 132 He is untouchable? The black substance fell off, finally revealing the true face of the dagger. It turned out to be a red gold dagger, long and thin, smooth throughout, and the blade and hilt were like one piece. The pattern on the hilt of the sword is indeed in the shape of a sun. Moreover, as the black substance on the surface of the dagger fell off, its body also began to ignite golden fireworks. What a bright dagger! After everyone saw it, they all marveled. Suhan was also overjoyed. However, his eyes flashed and he put his finger on the blade of the sword. Suhan's fingers immediately moved. A bloodstain appeared. So sharp! Vision exclaimed. Nowadays, Suhan's body strength is extraordinary. Bullets hitting his skin may not be able to break it, but this dagger suddenly cut through Suhan's skin. What's even better is that Suhan's finger was scratched, and a wisp of cherry red blood remained on the dagger. I saw the dagger absorbing it quickly. Then, the originally red gold dagger turned into silvery white. The flames burning on it also suddenly converged, and the entire sword body became transparent. Finally, it disappeared into the crowd. In front of. Why is there no more? Everyone exclaimed. However, Suhan's eyes burst into ecstasy. The dagger disappeared in front of everyone. But in fact, it did not disappear, it was in Suhan's hands. Suhan probably understood the ability of this dagger. Red gold is yang, burning fire. Silver is yin, hiding the body shape. What an assassination weapon. The most important thing is that after this dagger absorbed Suhan's blood, Suhan vaguely established a strange connection with it. This connection allows him to sense its existence all the time. Fantastic. Don't tell me, this dagger is the kind of magic weapon in Eastern fantasy novels, Suhan thought secretly. But he was just thinking about it, because no one could give him an answer or explanation, so he could only explore it on his own. Suhan put away the dagger without realizing it, with a smile on his face. Star-Lord, isn't Yandu here yet? It's already several hours past the time they agreed. Let me contact him again. Star-Lord was about to open the contact, but a huge and old spaceship appeared on the horizon. As soon as Star-Lord saw the spaceship, he immediately smile. Here he comes? Yandu is here. With a smile on his face, Star-Lord ran quickly towards the stopping point not far away. Soon, the spaceship came to a stop, and dozens of men dressed in old-fashioned clothes stepped off. The leader was a man with a blue body and a mechanical slot on his head. Hey, Yandu. As soon as Star-Lord saw Yandu, he immediately rushed forward and wanted to hug Yandu. But wow, a crisp whistle sounded, and then a flying arrow with a faint red light shot out and accurately touched Star-Lord's throat. As long as Star-Lord dared to move, Star-Lord would die. Yandu, what are you going to do? Star-Lord was shocked. The others were also surprised. Only Suhan didn't react much, and instead stared at Yandu's flying arrow. You're such a young boy, how dare you play tricks on me? I asked you to snatch the cosmic spirit ball, but what happened to you? Only then did Star-Lord suddenly realize. Yes, he did follow Yandu's instructions to snatch the cosmic spirit ball. Later, while escaping, he encountered the army of Kaida and was captured back to Kaida. Then he met Suhan, and exchanged everyone's life safety with the Cosmic Spirit Ball, and then returned to the Earth. Well, in short, the Cosmic Spirit Ball is now on Suhan's body, not on him. Star-Lord looked at Suhan pitifully. Suhan chose to ignore him. Boss So, help me. Star-Lord sends out a distress signal. However, Suhan seemed to be disconnected and hung up in place, his eyes locked on Yandu's flying arrow. Call out. As a result, the flying arrow suddenly arrived in front of Suhan, less than 1 centimeter away from Suhan's eyes. Hiss. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Especially Star-Lord 1, Yandu, don't mess around, get rid of the flying arrows, hurry up, he can't be messed with. Yandu dared to aim his arrow at Suhan. This was obviously an act seeking death. However, Yandu does not know Suhan's origin and details. Therefore, Star-Lord is really scared to death now, fearing that Suhan will get angry and kill Yandu. Boss, don't be angry, and don't get along with him. He is just a fool. Star-Lord quickly comforted Suhan. Then he looked at Yandu. Did you hear that? Hurry up and get rid of the flying arrows, hurry up. Star-Lord yelled like crazy. Haha Star-Lord, you've only been out for a while, why have you become so courageous? You're just a human. I'm scaring you. Several crew members who came out with Yandu laughed and said. Star-Lord's expression changed several times. You idiots know nothing, Yandu, just listen to me and move the plane away quickly, or you will die. Star-Lord knew Suhan's temper. If someone dares to threaten him, that person will definitely die. Yandu glanced at Suhan doubtfully, and then suddenly realized something. Oh, it's you. Yandu let go of Star-Lord and turned to Suhan. Then he took out a device. After the Diddy device made a crisp sound, Suhan's photo appeared. Brothers, we are going to make a fortune. This is a wanted criminal in the Empire. The bounty is 100 million Empire Star Coins. Everyone was shocked. Then there was the sound of gasping. 100 million Empire Star Coins. Yandu's friends all gathered around Suhan and looked at him carefully. In the end, everyone exclaimed. Aha, it's really him. We are so lucky. When Star-Lord saw this, he really wanted to cry without tears. These people thought they had picked up a treasure after provoking the god of death. He pulled Yandu over and quickly backed away. At this moment, Suhan's eyes flashed with a green light. With a crash, all the starry sky hunters surrounding him fell to the ground, and all the life force in their bodies was drained out. When Yandu saw this scene, his whole body shivered in shock, and his flying arrow was still pointing at Suhan, and was shaking slightly, and might hit Suhan's eyes at any time. If you don't want to die, I advise you to keep this thing out of my sight, Solang said coldly. Only then did Yandu suddenly wake up. As soon as the whistle sounded, the arrow flew immediately. Phew, it came back to him and got into his pocket. Suhan's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward and came to Yandu. Show me your arrows. Chapter 133 Ideological Weapon. Chapter 134 War God. Chapter 134, War God. Since you have come to my planet, let me, my master, treat you well. Come this way. Egg walked ahead with confidence. Now that everyone is in his territory, he is certainly full of confidence. However, Suhan was not willing to make ink with him. He snorted coldly, and his aura began to increase. Even the venom took on a physical form. This was the first time that they cooperated instead of joining together. State to face the battle. This shows how much he attaches importance to this battle. Oh, are you so impatient? Yi turned back to look at Suhan. His eyes still had that kind of disdain. When the others saw this, they immediately stepped aside. When gods fight, if mortals like them intervene, they are seeking death. Sooner or later it will be a fight, so why bother? Suhan narrowed his eyes, his fighting spirit rising to the limit. Haha, a little mortal dares to challenge the authority of the gods. He really overestimates his capabilities. After saying that, I saw Yi's body shining with white light, and then, Suhan's feet immediately. 2 sandstone tentacles stretched out and grabbed Suhan's feet. Suhan instantly jumped into the air, and at the same time directly used his most commonly used ability, Devour, Swallow. A huge suction force exploded instantly. All the plants on the planet withered in an instant, even Egg's body was the same. Oh, the power of devouring. Not bad, not bad. Yi actually had a leisurely time chatting and laughing with Suhan. Then, I saw him stepping on the ground. His feet immediately jumped up. Assimilate with the ground. You suck, just suck, let's see whether you suck me to death or I burst you. When Suhan heard this, his expression changed. Yi's body is this planet. Suhan doesn't know how much vitality a planet has, but he knows that he will definitely not be able to absorb it, and will only be exploded alive in the end. He looked a little ugly, but he didn't stop devouring it. It's also good to smoke some first as a reserve of strength. At this time, Ego turned his head and looked at Star-Lord. My child, you have finally arrived. Come here and let your father teach you to awaken your divine power. Although Egg said so, he forcefully pushed Star-Lord over. Quill. Yandu called Star-Lord's nickname. However, Egg glanced at Yandu, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You'd better get away from me. You should have sent him here more than 10 years ago. For the sake of sending him here in the end, I'll spare your life and get out now, otherwise I'll let you stay here forever. Fertilizer is made here. I have to say that Egg is quite domineering. However, as a powerful celestial clan, this domineering power is consistent with his status. When Star-Lord heard Egg insulting Yandu, he exploded instantly. What qualifications do you have to say something about him? Tell me, is my mother's death related to you? Star-Lord asked. However, Egg smiled slightly. Oh, your mother, she is a good woman. Unfortunately, she has grown old. In order to prevent her from being sad because of my leaving, I left something in her head. Egg spoke very calmly, as if he was telling a child a bedtime story. Brute. Star-Lord was angry. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. This aura is exactly the same as that on Egg. Haha, divine power, you are worthy of being my son, that's great. As long as you and I cooperate, we can definitely rule the entire universe. Egg laughed, and his laughter was particularly hearty. Oh, rule the universe and make it your spring and autumn dream. Suhan's voice sounded coldly. I saw that his body had been bathed in a layer of golden flames. When Yi saw Suhan, his face was still full of disdain. I wanted to play with you more, but seeing how ignorant you are, I'd better let you become fertilizer as soon as possible. After saying that, Egg's eyes turned silvery white. Then, dozens of silver-white tentacles emerged from the ground of the sand, entangling Suhan like a big octopus. Roll. Suhan roared. The golden flames on the body surface shined brightly. As soon as those golden flames touched the tentacles ignited. Well, this flame. Egg finally realized the different reactions of the fire. It's interesting. Your flame can actually ignite my divine power. For the first time, there was a serious expression on Egg's face. But the next moment, Egg's expression changed again. I'm not just igniting your divine power, I'm also burning you. I saw Suhan burst into elixir fire with all his strength. The Danhuo looked at the ground and rushed directly towards Yi. Egg's expression changed drastically, and he jumped up, his feet disconnected from the ground. Suhan also took advantage of this opportunity and began to use a more powerful ability, extraction. I saw a big hand appear in the void, locking Yi. Then many silvery white streams began to appear on Egg's body. Suhan was going to directly extract the opponent's divine power. You actually have such a powerful power. Egg was so shocked. Devouring and extraction are both extremely powerful methods. In the millions of years he has been alive, he has only seen two powers appear in different people, but he has never seen anyone possessing both at the same time. You will be scared by this? Venom. As Suhan roared, the venom behind him instantly came to the sky above Suhan. Then he pounced on Egg. The huge pair of howls and the poisonous claws between the waist and abdomen grabbed Ego at the same time. Swallow? Extract? Venom? Suhan has almost exploded to half of his strength. Under these three attacks, Egg roared. The body began to gradually disintegrate, eventually turning into a piece of sand and falling down. Suhan took a long breath. However, at this moment, Mantis said to Suhan, it's useless. You can't kill him like this. He will recover soon. Suhan naturally knew this. He nodded slightly. Girl, can you take me to Egg's central brain? Suhan told the key point. How do you know where it is? Mantis asked in surprise. Suhan chuckled and did not explain the reason. Take me there before Egg can reply. Mantis hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Suhan was overjoyed and immediately did it. Follow her towards the depths of the planet. Deep inside the planet, there is space of its own. I saw what looked like an extremely huge brain hanging in a rock. The brain is like a heart, beating rapidly. Whatever you want to do, hurry up, he will recover soon. Mantis said. Chapter 135 Capturing the Will of the Planet Alive. Chapter 135, Capturing the Will of the Planet Alive. Time is extremely precious to Suhan. He finally managed to knock Egg away, causing him to fall into a short recovery period. Suhan wants to take advantage of this opportunity to seize his will? Yes, seize. Not kill? What Suhan has to do is to bring Yi's will to the earth to stimulate the earth's will and make it appear. Of course, the premise is that it is still there. Suhan glanced at that brain, and a flash of madness flashed in his eyes. Extract. Suhan exploded with all his strength. The big hand appeared above the brain again and began to extract the will of the planet from the brain. Suhan could see that as the air currents were drawn out, they appeared, and then condensed into the shadow of a man under the big hand. The man's shadow was neither noisy nor fussy, just standing quietly in the palm of his hand. Judging from the outline, he looked a bit confused. That's it. Isn't it a bit too simple? Vision looked at the man's phantom, feeling a little worried, with a look of disbelief on his face. In fact, Suhan also thought this way. After all, it was the will of a planet. How could it be so simple? Suhan felt that it was a bit too much. Because he couldn't even use his full strength for a second, Egg exploded again. Humble mortal, I have underestimated you. I saw the shadow under the palm suddenly condensed into the appearance of Yi. He no longer looked confused, but was filled with murderous intent. You are so brave, how dare you betray me? Egg's voice was like a god coming down from heaven, resounding throughout the underground cave. Mantis shivered in fear, and then hid behind the destroyer beside her. And the destroyer, a simple and honest man, immediately. He used his burly body to block Mantis woman's body. Don't scold her, she's so ugly. Everyone was speechless. What kind of reason is this? What's funny is that Mantis actually nodded in agreement. What a pair of treasures? Egg couldn't help but sneer. If you dare to attack me on my planet, you are simply seeking death. Here, I am invincible. After saying that, Egg's whole body shone brightly and white, as if thunder and lightning had poured out of it. At the same time, the same material appeared under everyone's feet, forming tentacles. Bang! The tentacle swung down, almost hitting Suhan. Suhan hid in time, but a deep ditch was created where he was standing just now. In an instant, the entire area was filled with such things, and it became like a prison, and no one could get out even if they wanted to. There is nothing we can do, let's all take action together. Mantis shouted. Everyone nodded and immediately united the front and took action together. The little raccoon drew his weapon and fired a burst of fire at the surrounding area. It penetrated the surrounding rocks and made many rocks fall down. Groot did nothing. Instead, he wore headphones and twisted his butt crazily. Obviously, this kid hasn't reacted to the situation yet. When Yandu saw this, he grabbed it and threw it on his shoulder. The whistle sounded and the arrow flew immediately. Dragging the bloody tail, it stabbed Egg's brain. Yandu, you ungrateful thing, have you forgotten who gave you this thing? I saw several tentacles immediately, sweeping towards Yandu. Let him go and come to me. When Star-Lord saw Egg attacking Yandu, he immediately, extremely irritable. Divine power flashed around his body, becoming the third strongest person here besides Suhan and Vision. After all, he is also the son of God. Even though he has just awakened his divine power, his strength is extraordinary. Teacher, let's contain it, come on. Vision also rushed out, trying his best to buy time for Suhan. Suhan nodded, the extraction was not interrupted, but continued. At this moment, he felt the strength of the team. If it was just him, he would have a difficult day, but with the help of his teammates, he became relatively relaxed. But puff puff, almost in an instant, everyone except Vision and Star-Lord vomited blood and were thrown away. Ignorance. Egg laughed. The place where you are standing is my body. Stand on my body and hit me. Don't you think this is ridiculous? As he said this, he saw sand and gravel crawling up their legs under everyone's feet, imprisoning them in an instant and turning them into stone sculptures. The change in this scene made Suhan's heart tremble slightly. The God group is always the God group, and it is really not that easy to deal with. Suhan thought. The black knife quietly appeared behind Suhan. Suhan's combat ability is actually very limited. In the past, the illusion of invincibility was created by overwhelming the opponent with great strength. But in fact, Suhan's attack methods are very lacking. Swallow, extract, decompose, these abilities are useful to ordinary people, but when dealing with a true god, they are a bit weak. As expected, I am still weak. After saying that, Suhan looked at the dagger. It's up to you now. I hope you can have miraculous effects. Go, Suhan thought, and the dagger immediately struck. It turned into an afterimage, whew. It stabbed into Egg's brain. Egg also discovered it. But he didn't care. He is extremely confident in himself. After all, he is the will of the planet that has existed for millions of years, and he is a god? And Suhan is just a mortal. But, poof, a crisp and strange sound sounded in this mixed environment, and it turned out to be particularly harsh. Suhan stared at the brain with wide eyes. I saw bright golden light starting to erupt in the ravines of my brain. At the same time, Egg's expression changed, and finally, he held his head in his hands and howled in pain. What kind of weapon is this? My head hurts so much and my will is breaking down. Listening to his crazy roar, Suhan was stunned. At this time, everyone who was originally trapped by the sand and gravel was freed again. Teacher, take advantage of the moment. The reminder of the vision made Suhan wake up from a dream. He looked stern and immediately. Grit your teeth. Extract. Suhan stretched out his hands together. Suddenly, the palm that appeared above Egg's central brain erupted with terrifying power. The shadow in the palm quickly condensed and turned into a complete EGE in an instant. Seeing this appearance, Suhan was overjoyed. He raised his hands. He saw a white figure the size of a finger quickly appear in his own palm. The white figure was still holding his head with both hands, looking very painful. It was a success. Suhan himself couldn't believe that he had succeeded. Congratulations, teacher. Vision looked at the will of the planet in Suhan's palm and was extremely happy. And Suhan made a move and immediately, he drew out the dagger. Looking at the dagger which had regained its calm appearance, Suhan's eyes were full of horror. What on earth is this weapon that can cause so much damage to even gods? Chapter 136 Show Up, My Will of the Earth. Chapter 136, Show Up, My Will of the Earth. Suhan is becoming more and more curious about this dagger. The origin is unknown and the material is unknown, but it's very powerful. It's extremely sharp, and it also has special attack effects. The attack on Yi just now was the key. Suhan also saw it. After Yi was attacked, his whole body was greatly traumatized, which allowed Suhan to successfully capture him. Suhan looked at Yi in the palm of his hand, his face full of joy. Although the process was bumpy, the ending was good. Now that Egg is in hand, the next step is the most important step. However, the others didn't know why Suhan wanted to capture Yi. Teacher, won't you kill him or devour him? Suhan smiled and shook his head. He's still of great use. Go check on the others. If nothing happens, we'll do it right away. I have big things to do when I return to Earth. Vision nodded. He had absolute trust in Suhan. Soon, Vision found everyone. Everyone is safe, it's just her. Vision looked at Mantis. Suhan smiled at her. Girl, are you willing to come with us 10? Mantis glanced at Suhan and then at the destroyer beside her. Nod gently. Suhan chuckled. He had already seen a spark of love between Mantis and the Destroyer. Okay, let's go home. It takes half a month to return to Earth from Egg's planet. This journey did not take much time, and Suhan's team has another Yandu and Mantis. As the number of members in the big family increases, the responsibilities on Suhan's shoulders become heavier and heavier. However, he is happy to take up this responsibility. Half a month passed in an instant. When Suhan and others returned to Earth, Suhan immediately. I saw the extremely fast-flying aircraft carrier staying in the outer space of the Earth. Tiffin did a great job. He did not drive the high-speed aircraft carrier directly into the Earth, but stopped here and waited for Suhan's signature. This gave Suhan an excellent impression of TI fan. After Suhan signed for it, Tiffin's deliveryman went back. Suhan looked at the extremely fast-flying aircraft carrier, grinned, and immediately activate the cosmic cube and send this extremely fast-flying aircraft carrier to the Kaida planet. Earth. Finally home. Suhan was floating in the atmosphere, overlooking the world below, filled with emotion. By his side, Vision and Doctor Strange were present. Suhan, do you really want to unleash the will of a planet? If you can't control it, perhaps the Earth will face catastrophe. Doctor Strange said with worry. Then you use the time stone to go to the future and see if I will fail. Doctor Strange heard this and nodded. I saw him activating a pendant on his chest, and it glowed with green light. And Doctor Strange's body immediately. It shakes slightly and there are many ghost images. When disappearing again, Doctor Strange immediately. He looked at Suhan with wide eyes. What's wrong? The ending is not good. Suhan asked eagerly. In fact, Suhan himself had no idea. After all, it is indeed a very bold approach to let ego force the will of the Earth to appear. Doctor Strange pursed his lower lip, and then a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his lip. Hey, what's wrong with you? Doctor Strange's situation shocked Suhan. I'm fine. It's just that I was beaten back by the will of the Earth. He didn't let me peek into the future. When Suhan heard this, he immediately said, Great joy, you said so after seeing the will of the Earth. Well, let it go. At least from the results I saw, you succeeded. The will of the Earth did appear, and you also stood with him. Suhan was overjoyed. Only, seeing him open his palms, Yi Ji's body immediately turned around. Manifest. Humble mortal, let me go now, or I will wipe your planet out of the universe. X scream sounded. Suhan smiled slightly. Go ahead and see if you can erase the Earth from the universe. Suhan waved his hand. Yi Ji immediately. Out of his grasp. As soon as Egg left his palm, he immediately. It swelled in the storm and instantly turned into a terrifying and huge creature. It looks like an octopus, a silver-white octopus with countless tentacles. He lies upon the dome of the Earth. Haha, stupid Earthling, you actually put me on your home planet. Do you want me to destroy your home planet? Okay, then I will do what you want. After Egg finished speaking, immediately showed off his power. I saw silver light erupting from his body. Those shining lights instantly submerged into the surface. Seen from space, immediately. It can be seen that the surface of the Earth seems to be lit up with a giant silver net. That giant network. It is the seed that Egg originally buried in the Earth. Now with divine power, the seeds will be released immediately. It exploded and formed a colloidal object. These colloidal objects expand rapidly, instantly, spreading towards human cities. In an instant, the entire Earth was in trouble. Suhan looked at this scene, his eyes narrowed, and his hands clenched unnaturally. Come out quickly. Suhan shouted in his heart. He is waiting for the will of the Earth to appear. However, several minutes passed and there was no response at all. Suhan saw that Egg had begun to invade human cities, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. He looked at Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange was also slightly anxious. It's coming. Suhan finally felt a little calmer. 10 minutes passed. Egg has crazily invaded human cities, and many buildings have been fused with that gelatinous substance and completely engulfed. Suhan could hardly bear it anymore. If 333 continues like this, human cities will be really in danger. 10 seconds 1. If you don't show up after 10 seconds 1, I will take action. Suhan said secretly in his heart and started counting down at the same time. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 1. Suhan moved. Damn it. Suhan cursed lowly and rushed towards Yi Ji instantly. As soon as he thought about it, the dagger on his body instantly moved. It flew out and stabbed into Egg's body. He will once again rely on the dagger to subdue Egg. However, just when Suhan's dagger was about to collide with Yi Ji, a transcendental aura suddenly erupted. A thick buzzing sound like the Tibetan people's humming appeared out of thin air. When Suhan heard this voice, his body trembled suddenly. Then there was a pop and he vomited blood. Not only him, but others too, even worse. Even Egg on the dome wasn't much better. The gelatinous object that was spreading rapidly stopped instantly and no longer expanded by half. And Yi Ji's body was instantly frozen in the void. Seeing this scene, Suhan was shocked and ecstatic at the same time. Fortunately, the will of the Earth has finally appeared. Surprisingly, the will of the Earth is far more powerful than he imagined. Chapter 137 The Will of the Earth, Violent Power, Invincible Power. Chapter 137 The Will of the Earth, Violent Power, Invincible Power. Great, it finally appeared. Suhan was extremely excited. An extremely deep voice slowly sounded from all over the world. As the sound sounded, there was a faint ripple in the surrounding space. Then, Suhan saw it. A shadow began to appear on the ground below. Yes, an extremely huge shadow. The shadow lurks beneath the surface. Suhan didn't notice it before, but now, he saw it. As the phantom gradually appeared, Suhan felt a strong sense of oppression rising, which made him feel uncomfortable. Teacher, I feel such a strong sense of oppression. After Huan Xing finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fainted, falling directly towards the ground like a kite with its string broken. Me too, Suhan. Dr. Strange also spoke. Suhan turned around and looked immediately. I saw Dr. Strange's 7 orifices begin to slowly bleed, and then he closed his eyes and passed out like vision, falling directly downwards. This is the difference in strength. Suhan only felt the oppression, but Dr. Strange and Vision couldn't bear it and passed out. Suhan saw this and immediately, he flew down and caught the 2 of them. He wanted to send the 2 of them back to the manor, time, and space, transfer. He used the law of time and space to teleport. However, he was shocked to find that it was ineffective. Yes, the law of time and space that had never failed had no effect at this time. Suhan looked at the ripples in the sky. It was that ripple that restricted his laws of time and space. Suhan was so horrified that he took out the cosmic Rubik's Cube with his backhand. Wormhole, open. The result is the same, invalid. Suhan's eyes were full of horror. He looked at the shadow below. The shadow has gradually solidified, and it is a shadow that looks like a long dragon. Are you the will of the earth? Suhan's thoughts were directed towards the phantom. Soon, the will returned. The will of the earth, yes, it should be. I have been sleeping for so long that I almost forgot who I am. An extremely old voice echoed in Suhan's mind. Suhan was surprised and happy again. It wakes you up. Suhan said. Humph, you put an alien will into the earth. This is a great insult to me. After saying that, Suhan felt his brain roar. Then, blood spurted out from his mouth and nose again. Suhan tried to explain, but he couldn't open his mouth. The power of the Earth's will has far surpassed Suhan Sr. I didn't mean to kill you, I just. Suhan's thoughts were transmitted intermittently. It wasn't because he was too seriously injured, but because the opponent's will was so strong that it collapsed as soon as Suhan's consciousness got close to him. Just like a snowflake encountering fire. When the fire is still a bright candle, the snowflakes can still come close. But when the fire is magma, it will have melted even though it is thousands of meters away. Suhan at this time is the piece of snow. The will of the earth is the magma and earth fire. The two are not at the same level, so Suhan has trouble communicating with the other party. Moreover, it seems that the will of the earth does not intend to communicate with Suhan. After he knocked Suhan to the ground and spurted blood continuously, he directly changed the target. A tiny million-level planet. The will dares to enter my domain and seek death. The voice of the earth's will is extremely domineering. After feeling the power of the earth's will, Egg on the dome was already scared to death. Senior, I didn't mean to offend, but this ignorant human captured me, and I was forced to do so. Egg has deeply felt the gap between himself and the will of the earth. He immediately began to shift the blame and put all the blame on Suhan. Humph, this human being is certainly ignorant, but you are even more hateful. You dare to take advantage of my sleep to do something to my body and seek death. After the will of the earth finished speaking, an extremely vast and powerful aura appeared out of thin air and pressed directly towards Yi. No. Egg howled in horror. However, everything is invalid. When the aura pressed against Yi, who was climbing on the dome, exploded instantly. It exploded into fireworks and disappeared into the world. When Suhan saw this scene, he was completely stunned and speechless. Although Egg is not invincible, but it is still the will of the planet for millions of years. But such a powerful existence couldn't even withstand the breath of the earth's will, and it was directly reduced to slag. Suhan's heart was full of horror, but also full of joy. With such a strong will for the earth, we no longer have to worry about threats to the earth. Senior, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to hurt you. Suhan couldn't communicate with the will of the earth with his own consciousness. As a last resort, he merged with the will of the great darkness and was able to communicate with the will of the earth. What is the difference between intentional and unintentional? The voice of the earth's will is still old and plain, with untouchable majesty. The shadow of the earth's will has also floated out from under the surface and condensed in front of Suhan. It turned out to be an old grandfather with white beard and hair. Senior. Suhan bowed and saluted. The will of the earth looked at Suhan, and the expression in his eyes changed, making Suhan's spine shiver. I don't know why, but he doesn't feel very good about the will of the earth. Well, not bad. My body has been tempered very well and has met the basic requirements. Suhan frowned. Senior, what do you mean? Suhan's tone was very respectful. After all, it is the will of the earth, and Suhan feels that as a junior, he should be like this. However, the other party's words frightened Suhan. It's not interesting, I just want to take your body. Suhan only felt a numbness on his scalp and all the hairs on his body were exploding. Suhan is not stupid, of course he can understand what it means. Seize the body. The will of the earth has taken a fancy to his body and wants to seize it. But, why at this moment? Suhan is full of grievances. He wanted to awaken the will of the earth, but ended up in the current situation. The other party didn't even bother to cover it up, and just said openly that he wanted to take away his body. It shows how much the other party looks down on me. At this moment, Suhan felt unprecedented humiliation. He clenched his fist fiercely, his eyes radiating a beast-like light. Oh, do you feel aggrieved? It's ridiculous. There's nothing to be aggrieved about. It was I who gave birth to you, and you ate, drank, and slept in my arms. Without my presence, you wouldn't be there. I commandeer your body because I value you, don't I? Chapter 138. Even if you are God, I still won't accept it. Chapter 139. The golden elixir transforms into an infant and fights to the death. Chapter 139. The golden pill turns into an infant and fights to the death. Suhan's body is currently being transformed by the power of that pill. The skin, flesh, muscles, bones, veins, and acupuncture points are all penetrated by the red power. Of course, the biggest change is Suhan's inner elixir. I saw that after the pill was wrapped in red energy, it began to soften and then squirmed. The golden elixir has turned into a soft ball and is changing towards a specific shape. In less than half an hour, a rough embryo had taken shape. It looks like a little doll. He has a head and a face, and his face has unclear facial features. The arms and legs are complete, chubby, and very cute. The golden elixir transformed into a baby, and Suhan's condition immediately improved. It stabilized. I saw that his body was flashing with red light, just like an emergency vehicle light. He slowly opened his eyes, and a red light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then slowly faded away. As soon as Suhan opened his eyes, he looked at his body in shock. He has already felt the difference in his body. Powerful? Infinite power? Humph, you feel the benefits of the advanced pill, right? The will of heaven and earth asked with great pride. But the next second, his expression turned cold. Now that you have reached the nascent soul level, I can take over your body. After saying that, he crossed directly over the gold and silver cage and stood face to face with Suhan. I saw him snap his fingers. Suhan's hands and feet immediately moved. He was tightly closed and stood with his arms and legs spread out, as if he was about to be raped. Earthwill glanced at Suhan, then smiled, turned around, and made the same gesture as Suhan. Then, he began to slowly approach Suhan. The strange thing is that when the will of the earth came into contact with Suhan's body, the two bodies began to overlap. Little by little, they gradually reopened. Go away, you old pervert, you disgust me, Suhan shouted. However, the will of the earth began to slowly fit into Suhan's body with concentration, and eventually, the old man transformed by the will of the earth disappeared. And the look in Suhan's eyes also changed in an instant, different. Tada! The restrictions on Suhan's hands and feet disappeared. He snapped his fingers, and the gold and silver cage disappeared. Yeah, it's a little weak, but it's barely usable. However, we still need to completely destroy this kid's mental will. This kid's brain is a wonderful place. He actually has such a high-level barrier. Fortunately, someone has already opened the gap. The most important thing in seizing a person's body is not to seize a person's body, but to destroy the consciousness of the owner of the body. Under normal circumstances, after taking away the body, the owner's consciousness will be hidden in the brain. It will be relatively safer there. The person who seizes the body wants to enter the brain and destroy the opponent's spiritual consciousness. Only by accomplishing this step can the seizing of the body be considered complete. Therefore, the will of heaven and earth is planning to take action now. As soon as he closed his eyes, the spiritual reality came to his mind. He didn't think anything and entered directly through the barrier. As soon as he entered, I looked at the situation inside. I saw a wide open space in Suhan's mind. In the open space, there is a puddle of water, which is pitiful. Tisk, what a weak spiritual consciousness. This is the shallowest spiritual consciousness I have ever seen. After seeing the depression, Earthwill said disdainfully. Then, he looked up and immediately, I saw the palace suspended in midair. Hey, that's it. The will of the earth sees that. After the palace, I couldn't help but take a breath of air. Obviously, he was also surprised that Suhan had such a thing in his mind. At this time, Suhan's will was at the door of the palace. Beside him, there was a handsome man and a group of black mist. It is Venom and the will of the great dark sky. Suhan, he's here. Venom said. Suhan opened his eyes and looked at the will of the earth below, his eyes full of anger. Haha, humble reptile, why don't you give up your fearless resistance and let me use your body to fight, and seek more benefits for the rest of the people on the earth? How are you doing? Suhan was furious. She took his body, forced him here, and now wants to kill his will. This is simply killing them all. The great dark will. Suhan let out a low roar. The black mist came behind Suhan in an instant, and finally merged into Suhan's will. This place is my territory. I can give full play to my greatest advantage here and at the same time suppress him appropriately. This is also my last chance. If I can't defeat him here, then Suhan's eyes were filled with final determination. Success or failure depends on this. The will of great darkness was added to his body, and Suhan was filled with black energy, transforming into a demon-like existence. He looked at the will of the earth with cold eyes, and endless coercion swept towards the opponent. Oh, not bad, it finally looks good, but it's a pity. Still a noob, Earthwill mocked. Then, an even more powerful majesty counterattacked towards Suhan. In an instant, Suhan was suppressed and unable to move. Suhan's eyes were full of despair. He was no match even in the mental realm, and yet he was crushed so miserably. This made him despair. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and trembled all over. His unwillingness to be so strong made him almost crazy. Death is imminent. How can Suhan not go crazy? If you want me to die, then I won't make it easy for you. After saying that, his whole brain began to shake violently, like an earthquake. Rumble, rumble, the space in the brain began to crack, rocks began to collapse, and cracks appeared in the void. You want to explode into the sea of knowledge. Earthwill's expression also changed suddenly. I can't beat you, but this is my body after all. If I can't beat you, I can always blow myself up, right? Suhan smiled ferociously, his eyes full of madness. As the sea of consciousness rioted, his body gradually showed signs of collapse. Suhan, have we really reached this point? Venom stood beside Suhan, with strong despair in his eyes. Suhan took a deep breath. There's nothing I can do. At least, I don't see any hope of winning against him. He's too strong. Suhan had to admit that the Earthswell was very strong, so strong that he felt despair. He felt no hope of a comeback. If there was even the slightest chance, he would not be so self-destructive and choose to blow himself up. Venom sighed slightly when he heard this. That's fine, at least, these days have been very fulfilling and exciting. And he didn't die in the cold void of the universe, and he still had his brothers by his side. Venom put a hand on Suhan's shoulder. Suhan smiled and put his hand on the other person's shoulder. Burst. Suhan roared angrily. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel from Love Reading Bar and remember to collect and save Chapter M. Chapter 140, The Spiritual Spring of the Sea of Knowledge. Chapter 140, the first place where the spiritual spring of the Sea of Consciousness explodes is the depression in the Sea of Spiritual Consciousness. As that depression exploded, the entire brain began to vibrate as if it had collapsed. However, what shocked Suhan was that as the depression exploded, a hollow appeared below the depression. Well, Suhan noticed it, and the consciousness of the earth also noticed it. Both of them were attracted by this strange sight. They jumped over almost at the same time, trying to see what was in the hole. However, before the two of them arrived there, something was in the hole and ran out first. Bobo is like the sound of bubbles made when opening a Sprite. Suhan was stunned. The will of the earth is also at a loss. Then, there was the sound of Gilyalo. The Gilyalo was like a boiling sound like water boiling. This time, Suhan was even more confused. However, the will of the earth seemed to have thought of something, and his whole face changed drastically. Then, there was ecstasy again. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of madness and greed. Ling Quan, it's actually a spiritual spring. You kid, you actually have the spiritual spring in your body. The voice of the Earthswell is full of trembling. Your body is such a treasure? Haha, I'm so lucky. The will of the earth laughed as if it were crazy. Just as he was laughing wildly, a stream of water actually poured out of the hole. This water flow is not very fast, but it is very stable, neither urgent nor slow, and slowly flows out of the cave. Suhan didn't know what the spiritual spring mentioned by the will of the earth was, but it could be seen from his expression that it must not be an ordinary thing, otherwise he would not be so crazy. Suhan, there seems to be something terrible hidden in your head. Venom said. Well, I don't know. If I had known that this spiritual spring would appear if I blew up this depression, I would have blown it up. Suhan felt a little sore. Now he doesn't know whether to be happy or sad. Fortunately, his brain seems to have unearthed an incredible ability that even the will of the earth desires. Sadly, his body is about to be taken over by this bitch. He seems to be saying now, you can possess my body, but you can't possess my heart. However, he really couldn't muster the interest in joking now. His expression was still cold. So what if you have great abilities? If the body is not your own, having this ability is considered an advantage to others. Damn it, don't even think about getting my body. I will definitely destroy myself and it. Suhan went crazy and even killed himself. Earthwill's expression changed. He looked at Suhan in confusion, sometimes showing murderous intent, sometimes revealing a little hesitation. Finally, he seemed to have made a decision when he opened his mouth and said, Suhan, don't commit suicide. I won't kill your will. How about we share this body? But Suhan immediately. He yelled, I'll share your mother, and I'll bring your wife to share with you. Are you willing to fuck you? Suhan has gone berserk. Don't even think about sharing. The will of the earth instantly collapsed, and the murderous intention can no longer be hidden. Okay, since you don't have to drink the fine wine for the toast, then I will fulfill your wish. I am still confident that I can kill you before you destroy this place. After saying that, Earthwill's body began to tremble. Then, it actually split into four. It turned into 4 ferocious beasts. Dragon, sparrow, tiger, and turtle. When Suhan saw these 4 ferocious beasts, his eyes immediately turned. Shrink. 4 holy heavens of chaos, 1 holy, suppression. Just listen to the earth. Ji's voice echoed throughout his mind. Then, the 4 ferocious beasts immediately appeared. It boiled in 4 directions. They occupy the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northwest respectively. With the will of the earth suppression, the 4 ferocious beasts immediately, like a bronze statue, it stands in all directions. Suddenly, the brain that was originally shaky stopped shaking. Suhan was stunned. He mobilized his mental power again, trying to shake this brain space. But he was shocked to find that this space was as stable as an iron prison. Oh, do you think you can die if you want to? This is a humiliation, a shameless humiliation? You can't even die. Did I mess with you? Suhan gritted his teeth, sat down, and began to shake this place with all his strength. However, everything is in vain. The difference in strength between him and the will of the earth is so great that he has no ability to resist at all. Suhan glanced at the clear spring on the ground, his eyes filled with sighs. Because he already knows what it is. That is the source of spirit. It can automatically increase the growth of mental power. The more spring water there is, the more Suhan's mental power will be. When this spring gradually fills up the place, an ocean will appear here. That is the real sea of spiritual consciousness. That is the source of Suhan's true spiritual power. In other words, as long as Suhan is given enough time, his mental power will be very strong even if he does not practice seriously. It is precisely because of this that the will of the earth became so crazy after seeing this spring. Alas, Suhan sighed. Unfortunately, these will soon become someone else's. If only he had discovered the secret earlier. Now I am no longer so passive. Suhan clenched his fists, feeling a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. However, the mocking voice of the earth's will sounded again. Why can't I just die like this and let this body become my tool to ascend to the stage of the main universe? Don't be sad. At least after I get your body, I will use your face to kill enemies and shock everyone, haha. The triumphant laughter of the will of the earth echoed throughout the space. The next second, each of the 4 ferocious beasts exhaled a breath, and the 4 essences gathered together and reappeared as the will of the earth. With a mean smile on his face, he walked step by step towards Suhan outside the palace. Give up, you have no chance, this body is already mine, this brain is mine, as well as this spiritual spring, and the palace behind you, they are all mine. Oh, by the way, your relatives and friends are also mine. Haha, the will of the earth laughed triumphantly. He came to Suhan and picked up Suhan. His eyes were full of cruelty. Die, little bastard. The will of the earth was about to take action. Suddenly, a deep sigh sounded. Well, this sigh seemed to come from outside the sky, and also seemed to come from Juyu. With this sigh sounded, the 4 ferocious beasts that were originally guarding the 4 directions exploded instantly and turned into nothingness. When Earthwill saw this scene, his hands shook in shock and he let go of Suhan. And he was not the only one who was shocked, but also Suhan himself. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling that today's experience was really like riding a roller coaster. Chapter 141 Never appeared, but already invincible. Chapter 141 He has never appeared, but he is already invincible. Just a sigh caused the 4 beasts that Suhan had no choice but to explode. Suhan didn't dare to think about what kind of strength this was. He looked around blankly, feeling for the first time that he was a fool. It's obviously my own brain, but in the end I don't understand it at all. There is obviously an extremely powerful spiritual spring of sea of consciousness, but it has never been discovered. There is obviously an extremely powerful master here, but we have never discovered it. I'm a pig. Suhan wished he could slap himself twice. However, that voice sounded faintly. You are not a pig. If you are a pig, then what does it matter to me who chose you as my heir? That voice was very peaceful and warm, like that of a family elder, which made Suhan feel warm in his heart. Senior, who are you? Suhan asked. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is who you are and do you know who you are? Suhan was stunned. Who I am? Yes, who am I? Suhan pursed his lips and his thoughts began to wander. His real name is Suhan, and he comes from Earth. No, it's from another Earth. He is a time traveler who came here from another time and space. By chance, he took possession of this body and during the fusion process, he accidentally fused with a parasite. Suhan began to recall his life. Eventually, he discovered that his name was Suhan, just Suhan. Not the savior of mankind, nor the so-called lord of the earth. I am Suhan. Suhan said somewhat dejectedly. Anything else? The voice asked gently. Suhan pursed his lips, then shook his head. Think again. The voice began to guide. Suhan's eyes flashed and he began to try to remember. He clearly remembers everything he came to this world. But he only has a little memory of what happened before the time travel. I seem to remember that I was in class at school, and then there was an earthquake in the school, and then... Suhan held his forehead and seemed to be struggling. It's very close, think again. That voice was still very gentle, guiding him little by little. Suhan bit his lip until the ground turned blue. A lot of people died in the earthquake, teacher. All my classmates died. Suhan started to tremble as he spoke. After all, this was a horrific thing that he had experienced before time travel, and now that he recalled it, it was as if he had experienced it all over again. That feeling of powerlessness and weakness makes me afraid. I ran out, I saw the exit. But, I saw someone, it was the cleaning man. He was injured, and I went to save him, but we were all hit by the collapsed building pillars. It hurts so much, it hurts all over my body. You tell me that I am a good person. You want to give me a chance to live again. You want me to become the most powerful man in the world. In an instant, Suhan's eyes widened, filled with shock. You are? That old man. Suhan remembered this voice. Yes, this voice belonged to the old man. At this moment, Suhan completely remembered everything before the time travel, especially what the old man said at the end. Son, in fact, whether you save me or not, I will disappear. However, your appearance gave me a long-lost touch, and I am willing to give you a chance to live again. I can make you the most powerful man in the world and the master of the earth. Suhan only felt a little confused. Become the most powerful man in the world, become the master of the earth, are you? Suhan exclaimed. And that voice also gave out a hearty smile. It seems that you already know. Yes, I am the will of the earth. The earth universe of the main universe. Suhan widened his eyes and looked at the person opposite, the will of the earth. 2 earth wills and 1 earth will in a parallel world? 1 earth will in the main universe? Wow, Suhan was almost scared out of his wits. This is too exciting. However, his shock was far less intense than the will of the earth in the parallel universe. After he heard that the voice came from the earth's will from the main universe, he actually started to tremble. You are the earth's will of the main universe. How is this possible? There is no way that I will not discover your arrival. This is impossible. This must be false. The earth and universe in the parallel world have been scared to death. Obviously, there are senior differences among them. Just like the official position of chief and deputy. The deputy is always the deputy, it's just a little bit different. However, the next moment, he turned his head and looked at the barrier at the entrance to his brain. He suddenly realized, the barrier was there, and that barrier was used to isolate the earth's will from the main universe. No, that barrier alone is not enough to cover up the aura of the will of the main universe. Unless suddenly, the will of the earth looked at the palace behind Suhan. Relief gradually appeared in his eyes. Yes, you used this palace to seal yourself and lock your breath, so I didn't sense you. Earth will said. Then, madness appeared in his eyes. Since the great will of the main universe has left home, as the will of the earth in the parallel world, to a certain extent, I am you and you are me, I can go to the main universe and take your place. Become the leader of the main universe supreme being. The will of the earth gets crazier and louder the more it talks. But the next second, his dream was shattered. You're probably dreaming. Then, the palace behind Suhan trembled slightly. Then, the palace door creaked, revealing a small gap. Then, a golden light came out from inside and hit the will of the earth with great precision. It was like the sound of a finger pricking paper. The will of the earth looked at his body in horror. No, it's impossible. How can you be so strong? Earthwill looked at his chest. On his chest, a gap was gradually enlarging. Suhan looked at Earthwill in shock, because he discovered that the unparalleled will of the earth was dissipating little by little. Yes, it is dissipating. The earth's will, which was so strong that it pushed him to the ground and rubbed him, was knocked to the ground and dissipated just by a ray of golden light. How strong must be the will of the main universe and earth in the palace? Suhan swallowed a sip of saliva. I don't dare to think about it. I really don't dare to think about it. This was already stronger than he knew. He is so strong that he has never shown up, but he is already invincible. I am not willing to give in. I don't want to die. Me. The will of the earth in the parallel world howled, and then dissipated little by little in front of Suhan, leaving no dust behind. As soon as the will of the earth dispersed, Suhan felt a trace of depression inexplicably. After this incident, he finally understood what it means that there is a world outside the sky and there are people outside the world. Now he is a rookie, the ace fighter among the rookies. Just when he was feeling discouraged, that voice sounded again. My child, don't be discouraged. Are you ready to accept the inheritance? Chapter 142 Derivative World. Chapter 142 Derivative World Accepting Inheritance. Suhan was stunned. Yes, accept my inheritance, then take my place, return to the main universe, and protect it. Gudong Suhan swallowed again. Go back, I can go back. Suhan never thought that he would be able to go back one day. Of course. Once you have accepted all my inheritance, you will become the next will of the earth and you can go back. Become the earth's will to dominate the universe. Suhan couldn't believe his ears. Haha, yes, I sent you here just to give you a relatively weak environment so that you can grow up more conveniently. If you were in the main universe, once someone knew that you would accept the inheritance of my will, they would probably destroy you in a matter of minutes. Suhan's eyes widened. This Marvel universe is still a relatively weak environment. Oh my god, Suhan's 3 views are shattered. However, thinking of the golden light just now, Suhan did not dare to say anything more. Before anyone could take action, just a ray of golden light shattered the will of an extremely powerful planet. It's really unreasonably strong. Maybe for him, the Marvel world is like the kind of slide in kindergarten. For people like them who enjoy cliff bungee jumping, sliding on a slide is really just child's play. But why do I feel even more useless? Suhan has the urge to vomit blood. Suhan, you are still very weak now and cannot obtain all my inheritance. You can only gain it bit by bit. Are you ready? That voice sounded. Suhan looked confused. Prepare for what? Well, it should be ready. As soon as he finished speaking, the palace door opened with a bang. In an instant, a golden light illuminated the entire brain, making Suhan unable to open his eyes. When he closed his eyes, he found that he was very sleepy and fell asleep. Wow! Suhan woke up suddenly. As soon as he woke up, he jumped up. Teacher. Vision's voice sounded. Suhan took a closer look and found that he was in the manor. In addition to Vision, there are also Phoenix girls and so on. What's wrong with me? Teacher must have exhausted his energy due to fighting with Egg, so he fell asleep. Vision said with a smile. Suhan frowned. Fighting against ego is considered a hammer. His thoughts have become clear. Everything that happens in the brain is also in the eye. Okay, I'm fine. You all can go down. I have something I need to think about alone. After everyone heard this, they left one after another. Suhan was the only one in the room. Suhan immediately sat down, closed his eyes, and began to look inside. My body hasn't changed much, it's still the same. There has been no change in the Danshan. The golden elixir has turned into a baby and turned into the appearance of a baby. It is really a little baby, but it is just in a sleeping state. Seeing that his body was fine, Suhan began to turn to his brain. However, when he came outside the brain domain, he was shocked to find that the barrier outside the brain domain had been repaired. That gap is gone. Suhan approached cautiously. While worrying about whether he could get in, he poked at the barrier with his hand. With this poke, his finger went in without any hindrance. Hey, Suhan smiled happily and then got in. However, when Suhan saw the scene in his mind, he was completely confused. Oh my god, this is mine. Does the spirit know the sea? At this moment, what appeared in front of Suhan was a boundless sea. It is truly a boundless sea. At least, Suhan couldn't see the edge at a glance. There are also some scattered small islands in the sea area. And on one of the small islands, there is a luxurious villa. Hey, Suhan, come quickly. Venom comes from the island. Suhan jumped up and came directly to the island. The villas in front of you are luxurious, elegant, swimming pools, gardens, and golf courses. Why is it that the thief has a face? Venom showed a mean look. You did it. Suhan raised his eyebrows. Okay. Venom nodded. Well done. Suhan moved his mouth to give a thumbs up. I like it very much, not bad. Suhan immediately. I visited the villa inside and out. Everything is very satisfying. This will be your home from now on. Suhan patted Venom on the shoulder. Venom is nominally one with Suhan, but most of the time, the Venom just lives in the body. Suhan felt that he was indebted for this. In the past, Suhan would still rely on his strength. But as Suhan's own strength grew, the need to use Venom will become less and less, so he basically has no chance to go out. It is necessary to give him a good living environment. Suhan finished visiting the villa and looked around the entire brain. He found that the entire brain area was at least 3 times larger. Hey, I just took a nap, the changes in my brain are a bit exaggerated. It's no exaggeration. A brain of this level is just the beginning. The old man's voice sounded faintly. Puff. Suhan almost vomited blood. If this level is still in its infancy, then what are others? Suhan can conclude that Doctor Strange's brain is definitely not half as big as his. Suhan, it's time to educate you about the main universe and Earth. When Suhan heard this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then showed an expression of attentiveness. The main universe, Earth, is our original world. The surface world is a world dominated by technological civilization. Suhan knew this. But in fact, on top of technological civilization, there are many other civilizations on Earth. For example, Eastern Cultivation Civilization and Western Magic Civilization. Suhan pursed his lips. He had read about these things in novels, but never thought they actually existed. It is not difficult for Suhan to digest these, and he does not even need to understand anything. He just needs to believe that the original Earth world actually had cultivators and magicians. It's a very simple question. Then the key question comes. The old man's voice suddenly became solemn. The parallel universe is a derivative world of the main universe. It is based on the main universe and has a worldview that is roughly similar to the main universe, but has clear differences. The most important difference is that the power in the derivative world, that is, the parallel world, is only 1/10 or 10% of the main universe, or 100%, or 1/10,000%, or even greater. These words were like a bombshell dropped in Suhan's heart. Chapter 143 Your goal is invincibility. Chapter 144 Refining, Heart of the Earth. Number 144 Refining. The heart of the earth is not only a stone that looks like a heart, but what is even weirder is that inside this stone, there is also a bang bang, bang bang sound. A slight beating sound. Although it is different from the human heartbeat frequency, it is still a real heartbeat sound. Heart of stone, this is the heart of the earth. Suhan looked at the heart of stone with a smile on his face. As his strength increased, he gradually discovered that many incredible things actually existed in this world. Just like this heart of stone. In the past, who would have thought that a stone could have a heartbeat? After finding the heart of stone, all that's left is to refine it. Suhan found a place to sit down, sat down cross-legged, and began to make preparations before refining. Refining the stone heart is still a bit troublesome. After all, this is the core of the earth, the essence of its lifeblood. Once something goes wrong, a country may disappear, or the world may be destroyed. Suhan sat down and began to adjust his condition, and told the vision outside to guard and protect the law, because once he started refining the stone heart, something would definitely interfere. 10 minutes later, Suhan's condition was adjusted to its best. His eyes flashed, and the nascent soul in his danshan slowly flew out of his danshan, and finally floated out from the Tianling cap. As soon as the nascent soul comes out, the entire space immediately rises. Trembling. The magma lake in front of Suhan was also rolling violently, and the magma kept bursting with bubbles, as if some monster was about to emerge from underneath. Faced with this situation, Suhan remained calm and grabbed the magma lake with one hand. Rise. As the words fell, the heart of stone in the magma lake slowly emerged from the magma and floated into the air. Plop, plop, plop. As soon as the heart of stone left the magma lake, its beating frequency suddenly accelerated, truly like a human heart, even beating faster than a human heart. Gradually, Heart of Stone and Nascent Soul reached the same height. Hey! Suhan let out a low shout, and then, a trace of blood slowly floated out from above the Nascent Soul. This trace of blood began to extend towards the Heart of Stone, and finally connected with the Heart of Stone. As soon as the two connected, Suhan's body immediately. A tremor. At this moment, various voices began to appear in Suhan's mind. The river is roaring, the waves are rushing, the mountains are quiet, the birds are chirping, the bustling city, people are coming and going, the dark underground, vicious beasts are lurking. Suhan's senses are suddenly flying everywhere. Rivers, mountains, forests, cities, and the underground seemed to appear in those places in person. I feel the various expressions of the earth and the vitality of the world. This is the earth. Rivers are his blood. The mountains and forests are his bones and muscles. Humanity is his soul. All beasts are his pets. Feeling this, Suhan's lips curved into a smile. He knew that he had already begun to feel in his heart. After he is completely refined, he can easily perceive what is happening in every corner of the world. As the blood energy in Yuanying's body and the Heart of Stone are connected for a longer period of time, Suhan understands more about the world. I feel like I have learned all the geography knowledge that I didn't learn well before. It is clear which country has how much area, how many people, and what resources it has. Of course, those countries have hidden military power, and Suhan knows it very well. Feeling this, Suhan chuckled. Refining is still continuing, but crises have finally begun to appear. When Suhan started refining the heart of the earth, deep under the Atlantic Ocean, oh no, all the beasts on the entire planet began to roar. And in the endless abyss under the sea, some ancient ferocious beasts that had been dormant for millions or even tens of millions of years were awakening one by one. Roar? As one of the oldest members of this planet, they can naturally feel Suhan's actions easily. They roared and raged. A small human being actually tries to control the Heart of Stone. Old guys, why don't you just tear him apart? One by one, terrifying mental fluctuations spread towards the entire world. In an instant, all the beasts moved. Things in the mountains, in the water, and under the ground are all moving. Even Gumpy and Seongda, who were thousands of miles away, sensed it. Oops, something is going to happen to the boss. Seongdae was instantly panicked. Because they also received those old guys who have been sleeping for millions of years. A fatwa was issued. Let's go and support the boss. Grumpy yelled. Humph. Immediately, she let out a clear cry, then spread her wings and flew directly towards the Atlantic Ocean, and Seongda was actually riding on Grumpy's body. Although Suhan, who was riding on the horse, had sensed that the sleeping ancient beast had awakened and was approaching him, this could not stop him from refining the world. Teacher, I sense something scary. Come closer. Well, be careful, Suhan warned. In the end, he was still a little worried. If you feel there is any danger, just leave first. I'll be fine. Well, teacher, just do your thing. I will take care of it. Vision has just advanced and just wants to test his strength. However, he still acted as a backup plan. Dr. Strange, the boss is in trouble here. Go and bring help. He sent a request for support to Dr. Strange. Time passes little by little. Suhan's refining of the Heart of Stone has also deepened. A smile gradually appeared on his face. Once you master the Heart of Stone, you can indeed master everything on Earth. Having determined this is enough. However, at this moment, a vicissitudes of time and ancient voice sounded. Boy, you are so brave, you actually try to control the earth and make us your slaves. Suhan frowned and moved his head slightly. About 200 miles away from his side, a prehistoric crocodile was rushing towards him at an alarming speed. Even a little human dares to touch the Heart of Stone. I'm afraid he doesn't know how to write the word death. Another voice sounded. This one is 500 miles away from Suhan. It was a big fish monster. The will of the planet can be changed, but the Heart of Stone cannot be stained. This is an iron law that has remained unchanged for millions of years. You, a young boy, just broke the iron law and really ate the heart of a bear. Leopard's courage. There was another voice. And this person is 1,000 miles directly in front of Suhan. It was an ancient black dragon. Suhan felt the arrival of these three ferocious beasts, and his expression changed slightly. Judging from the life fluctuations, these three guys are all big guys and not easy to mess with. However, Suhan, Heart of Stone, is determined to win. No matter how domineering these ferocious beasts are, they cannot stop them today. Even if it means a big fight, I won't hesitate. Reading reminds you, 3 things to do in reading to collect and recommend. Remember to collect and save Chapter M. Chapter 145 Punch an Old Monster. Chapter 145 Punch an Old Monster. Suhan was not very panicked when he sensed the existence of 3 old monsters. But Vision panicked. Teacher, the opponent is too strong, should we avoid it? Vision has just advanced, and he originally wanted to compete with him. However, when the opponent comes, there are 3 old prehistoric monsters. Vision instantly withered. Suhan chuckled. Get out of the way of the hammer and hit whoever comes. Don't talk about it until you can't beat it. Vision is speechless. Okay one. Soon, the 3 monsters all appeared in the area where Suhan was. However, what stood in front of them was Vision. The 3 major prehistoric monsters are the prehistoric giant crocodile, the prehistoric mad shark, and the prehistoric black dragon. Each one has existed for countless years, and its size is on the same level as Godzilla. Although he doesn't change his human form like the legendary monster, he can still speak human words. You little bastard, get out of here, or I'll tear you apart. The big crocodile roared. Vision licked his lower lip. His opponent was too strong and he felt panicked, but the teacher said, "Don't get lost. If you want to see my teacher, you have to get through me first." Vision could not tremble before saying such arrogant words. "Okay, let me tear you apart, you humble insect." Immediately, the giant crocodile flicked its tail and rushed towards Vision. When Vision saw this, the Mind Stone above his head instantly burst into bright yellow light, and then emitted a terrifying wave of light. It was a big move right away. However, when these light waves hit the prehistoric giant crocodile, they just rubbed his hard shell and flew out to the side. No defense? Vision's eyelids jumped in shock. After all, I have just advanced to the second level of life. As a result, his ultimate move failed to break through the opponent's defense, which hurt his self-esteem too much. Teacher, no, I can't even break through other people's defenses. After Vision's words fell, a muffled hum followed. Apparently, Vision was beaten by a giant prehistoric crocodile. Suhan's eyes turned cold and he said nothing. Outside, Vision's body was like a bolt of lightning, constantly traveling under the sea floor, and the prehistoric giant crocodile was chasing after him. The remaining prehistoric mad sharks and prehistoric black dragons looked at each other and said, "Let's go and kill that kid." The boy they were talking about turned out to be Suhan. However, at this moment, a spark appeared, and then, the spark turned into a portal. Dr. Strange appeared with all the thugs in the manor. "Hanko, good sharks, and loaches, you can eat fish head with chopped pepper and braised loach in the evening." As soon as Star-Lord appears, immediately, laughed loudly. These idiots never pay attention to the occasion when joking. Fish head loach. The prehistoric mad shark and the prehistoric black dragon looked at each other and shouted, "If you dare to call me a loach, I will destroy you all." The prehistoric black dragon roared angrily and spit out a huge bolt of lightning. The accumulation of time has also given them a certain degree of control over the power of nature. Dr. Strange looked stern and immediately, "Open a door." The huge thunder light instantly hit the portal and disappeared. "Wow, great job." Star-Lord was still in high spirits. The little raccoon also shouted at this time, "They are so big, but there are many of us, so we can still take care of them. I am Groot 1. The little tree man agreed. However, just after he finished speaking, the prehistoric mad shark chuckled. "There are more people than us. There are many people." After saying that, I saw a lot of bubbles suddenly appearing in the sea water around me. When the bubbles dissipated, everyone was stunned. Fish? Lots of fish. Sharks, whales, silver carp, grass carp, squid, braised fish, densely packed. Not only fish, but other underwater creatures also appeared one after another. There is no space left around Star-Lord and the others, and everything is crowded with sea creatures. Well, forget it. The little raccoon ducked behind Star-Lord. "What to do?" Gamera asked. "Let's fight and buy time for Suhan." Dr. Strange said. "Kill." Immediately, everyone rushed forward and started fighting. At this time, Suhan has also reached a critical moment. The entire heart of stone was filled with Suhan's aura, and Suhan's heartbeat began to gradually move closer to the beating of the heart of stone. Plop plop plop. When the two heartbeats sounded exactly the same, the entire heart of stone suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, and then restrained itself again. "It's done." Suhan was overjoyed. He opened his palms, and in his palms, a miniature earth appeared there. But Suhan can now appear anywhere on the earth with just a thought. At the same time, he can control all the movements of the earth. For example, right now, 3 prehistoric ferocious beasts were fighting Dr. Strange and others, and he knew it clearly. I saw him turning around the miniature earth with a smile on his face. Immediately, a projection appeared, and then the battle outside appeared clearly in front of Suhan. Just listen to Star-Lord say, "Josiao, I can't hold it anymore. When will Bosu come out? Is he constipated?" "Pfft, constipation, so we worked hard to get him to pull out Xiang. And these monsters are shouting and killing to prevent him from flying away." The destroyer asked seriously. Everyone was speechless for a moment. This guy doesn't know what it means to be a joke. "Stop talking, you disgust me to death." Star-Lord looked at him with disgust. The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy are all living treasures. Suhan couldn't help but smile bitterly while listening to their conversation. He left the magma lake in an instant and appeared on the battlefield. "Boss, you figured it out." "Hey, I'm Groot." Groot has been addicted to online games recently and has learned a mantra. Now he no longer just says "I am Groot," but also adds in front. That is to say, if he dares to scream, if someone else dares to scream, he will be beaten to death immediately. Destroyer is the best example. At the beginning, he also imitated Groot and yelled for 2 days, but in the end, he was hung up by the Phoenix Girl and beaten. After a good beating, he became obedient. When everyone saw Suhan, their appearance immediately changed, and everyone was in high spirits. Suhan looked at these guys and chuckled. "You losers, you have to work hard for a long time just like this. Shouldn't you be able to punch each one at a time? Come on, I'll teach you a lesson." After saying that, Suhan instantly appeared in front of the prehistoric giant crocodile. Suhan clenched his fist and then punched the giant crocodile in the head. Clang! The prehistoric giant crocodile was completely turned over, with a hole in its forehead and blood flowing out. Chapter 146 Become a villain from today. Chapter 146 Everyone is confused about becoming a villain from today on. They also fought against the prehistoric giant crocodile just now, and it was very strong. Why did it become like this in Suhan's hands? Not only Star-Lord and the others were confused, but the prehistoric giant crocodile was also confused. Why is this human kid so strong? After all, he has lived for 1,000,000 years, and the inner elixir in his body is also condensed from Hunyuan, which is extremely powerful. But despite this boy's reluctance, he was so vulnerable. He felt that his self-esteem had been trampled on. He refused to admit defeat. I don't believe it. I don't believe that I have lived for so long and I am not as good as a young boy like you. As soon as the prehistoric giant crocodile regained its shape, it immediately pounced towards Suhan. When Suhan saw this, he didn't take it to heart at all. He clenched his fist, punched the prehistoric giant crocodile in the belly from bottom to top. This punch did not penetrate the belly of the prehistoric crocodile, but the prehistoric crocodile did not move. After he received a punch from Suhan, he immediately floating in the sea, motionless, dead. Look, this kind of trash fish should be beaten like this, Suhan said with great ease. Everyone looked at Suhan with an expression like looking at a monster. The prehistoric mad shark and the prehistoric black dragon came forward to check, immediately. Panic. Dead? The big crocodile is dead. All its internal organs were shattered by the shock, and its brain was also shattered. Two huge monsters, you look at me, I look at you, completely confused by the situation in front of you. After all, they had been sleeping at the bottom of the sea for too long and had no idea who Suhan was and how powerful he was. If they had known, they probably wouldn't have been so reckless. Of course, those who know the current affairs are heroes, and it is not too late to know now. Sir, what a strength. I admire you. The attitudes of the two ferocious beasts took a 180-degree turn. Hehe. Suhan smiled. He glanced at the schools of fish, swarms, shrimps and crabs around him, and his eyes gradually narrowed. How many years have you guys been sleeping in this abyss? The prehistoric shark thought for a while. I can't remember. The last time I woke up was probably thousands of years ago. No, it's been tens of thousands of years. The prehistoric black dragon said. Suhan rolled his eyes and said angrily, sleep, sleep like crazy, get up and get high. If you have nothing to do, you can go and cause harm to mankind. Ah, these two prehistoric monsters are confused. Vision is also confused. Are you serious about harming mankind? Stop joking. How dare I? I don't dare. The two prehistoric ferocious beasts thought Suhan was entertaining them, and were horrified. However, Suhan was not just having fun, he was telling the truth. Why don't you dare? Those idiots on the ground only fight among themselves when they have nothing to do. They are not motivated at all. They don't know that there is vast space outside the Earth and countless planets waiting for them to explore. So, if you don't want to die, just let me harm mankind and let them grow and progress rapidly under the threat of death. The two big monsters were stunned. Can you still play? Can you do it like this? Suhan asked in a low voice. Yes, it must be possible. The two monsters immediately appeared. Nod. Yes, but you also need to know the appropriateness. Start with the weak ones first and let them adapt slowly. Understood, we understand. Suhan nodded. Get out. When the two ferocious beasts heard this, they immediately attacked. If he was granted amnesty, he ran away in despair. When he came he was very aggressive, but when he left he looked like a lost dog, which is ridiculous. Boss, you are so awesome. Peter boasted without any hesitation. Suhan rolled his eyes at him. He took a deep breath and already had a plan in mind. Go back first, and I will discuss something with you when I get back. Just as he was about to leave, Seongdaehee's grumpy voice suddenly sounded in Suhan's mind. Master, Master, we are here to rescue you. Then, Suhan immediately. Not far away, he saw Seongdaehee and Grumpy heading towards him. Hey, where are those old monsters who want to deal with the Master? Seeing the two guys rushing to save people, Suhan smiled fondly. They've been beaten away. Okay, let's go home. I have something to say. Immediately, Suhan waved his hand, and everyone felt that the surrounding environment had changed. They actually appeared directly in the manor. Hiss. Everyone was surprised again. At this time, even Dr. Strange looked at Suhan in shock. Have you understood the laws of time and space at such a profound level that you brought all of us back so easily? No, it's this. Suhan immediately showed the miniature of the Earth. Now, I am the true Lord of the Earth. The Earth will be our base camp. In order to make the Earth develop better, I plan to perform a devilish action for you. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Devil action is going to exploit them? Oh, you have been following me for so long. Currently, the only ones who have reached the second life form are Doctor Strange, Sheen, Vision, Grumpy and Big Bear. As for you, you are still here. In the first stage of life, it is no different from a salted fish. Everyone bowed their heads and remained silent. Indeed, after seeing Suhan's strength, they became more aware of their own weakness. Susu, tell me, what do you want us to do? Peter was the first to stand up. Suhan smiled cruelly and said, from today on, you are going to be villains and go to the human world to stir up trouble for me. Ah, everyone was stunned. Only the little raccoon smiled. Being a villain is so cool. I like it. I've wanted to be a villain for a long time. The little raccoon resisted his own weapon and made a sweeping motion towards everyone with great arrogance. Suhan immediately. He smiled and said, okay, you are ambitious. Teacher, is this really okay? Our strength is weak compared to yours, but compared to ordinary humans, we are still very strong. If we are not careful, we may blow up the earth. When Suhan heard this, he smiled mysteriously. You are so confident that you can blow up the earth. After Suhan finished speaking, he came to Vision. Well, since you are so confident, you can try it now. In the center of New York, unleash your most powerful power and see what impact you can have. Vision looked at Suhan in shock, thinking he was joking. Teacher, are you kidding? If I explode my power in the center of New York, the whole of New York will be reduced to nothingness. Suhan chuckled. Go, no need to think too much, release your strongest power. Upon hearing this, Huan Vision pursed his lips, a little hesitant. Finally, he agreed. Okay, then I'll go now. After saying that, Vision quickly took off and reached the sky above the center of New York City. His appearance also made everyone in New York aware of it. Chapter 147 Hulk Evolution. Chapter 147 Hulk evolves Stark Industries building. Everyone in the Revenge team was full of surprise when they saw the sudden appearance of Vision. What is he going to do? Tony Stark asked confused. Captain America and Black Widow beside them were also curious. Not sure. He has been hanging out with Suhan these days. Maybe Suhan asked him to do this. Captain America said. Since Suhan took control of the system, their SHIELD, I received the order to disband. These days, they can't even go out and move around. I can only stay here with Tony, drink, play ball, and brag. However, since Suhan took control of the leadership, the world has become much more peaceful. Except for some small robberies and the like, it is rare to see mutants breaking out into major incidents. This is good news for both ordinary humans and mutants. Therefore, they are also happy to be safe. But now the sudden appearance of hallucinations gave them a not-so-good feeling. Vision flew high into the sky, and the Mind Stone on his head began to burst into brilliant light. Teacher, I'm going to start. Vision has not yet sent a reminder to Suhan. Suhan nodded lightly and replied, You're welcome, it's very exciting. Upon hearing this, Vision took a deep breath, and then his whole body turned golden, and bright golden light began to erupt from his whole body. Burst. That terrifying golden light instantly erupted with him as the center, and any object that came into contact with the golden light was turned into powder. When Vision woke up, it was already too late. Teacher, he exclaimed. Because he himself can't control the situation. Once it breaks out, he can only watch. Watching the surrounding buildings disappear, watching the people in the city turn to dust in fear. However, Suhan just looked at all this with a smile, indifferent. Teacher, Vision called again. Think of a solution quickly, otherwise, this place will be destroyed. But this time, Suhan spoke. Don't panic. Vision froze for a moment. Don't panic. How could it be possible that nearly half of New York has been destroyed? Countless people have died in his hands. However, Suhan didn't react at all and allowed all this to happen. Until roar? In the distance, a beast-like roar sounded. Then, Suhan and others saw a giant appear. Then, a shield flew out, and a squeaking electric current shone on the shield. Haha, finally evolved. Seeing this scene, Suhan was overjoyed. Only now did he create a miniature of the earth. Then he saw powerful life force flashing across his hands. After the life force was injected into the miniature of the earth, the city of New York, which had just been destroyed, was being reshaped bit by bit. Those who died at the hands of Vision were also reborn one by one. Vision was completely shocked when he saw this scene. He quickly came to Suhan and looked at him with great admiration. Teacher, how did you do it? Suhan chuckled. Have you forgotten that I understand the law of life and the law of destruction, and I am also the Lord of the Earth? I can resurrect the people you kill, and restore the buildings you destroy. On Earth, I am already an omnipotent existence. Vision swallowed hard. Powerful one is so powerful. No wonder he has the confidence to destroy New York by himself. No wonder he lets everyone become villains. It turns out that he already has the ability to restore everything. But why did he do this? Suhan obviously knew his doubts. He immediately pointed at the Hulk in front of him and said, Look, the Hulk successfully evolved under your threat, as well as Captain America. This is all due to you. Vision's purpose was to force them to evolve? He suddenly realized. Yes, human beings will only explode their potential and evolve rapidly when facing death. Vision has understood Suhan's painstaking efforts. Teacher, you are such a great person. Suhan pursed his lips and smiled. Greatness is not considered great, but idle panic is real. In the following days, everyone received Suhan's order to collectively become villains. Peter? The venom tissue in Peter's body has gradually grown, and initially has the ability to turn the little spider into a black spider. After Peter transformed into the black spider, his strength and speed increased dramatically. And he got instructions from Suhan to be a villain without any scruples. He has always been very obedient and naturally cooperated fully. In an instant, the black spider became active in New York City. And Suhan also issued an order to the boss of the United States, asking them to remove SHIELD. The disbandment order was issued, and the mutant peace law was promulgated. Even, in order to give mutants a better space for growth, Suhan founded a super alliance at his own expense, of course, secretly. The Super League is based on the Avengers and expands this organization. Let Captain America and the others unite many mutants and begin to resist evil forces such as Black Spider, Dark Phoenix, Rampaging Raccoon, and Savage Destroyer. At the same time, horrific beast crazes began to break out all over the world, especially near the waters in Asia. The most profound impact is on island countries such as South Korea and Japan. Countless powerful monsters landed on the coast, causing merciless slaughter in their cities. Almost overnight, these island nations were completely destroyed. However, the next day, these island countries will be back to their original state. And those monsters will land on the coast again and carry out a new round of massacre on them. Again and again, again and again. The infinite and terrifying reincarnation makes the residents on the island feel that God is punishing them. However, the advantage of doing this is that it makes the residents of these island countries less afraid of death. If they are unhappy, they will commit suicide in a matter of minutes. Suhan was in the manor, unable to leave even an inch, but he knew everything that was happening on the entire Earth. Seeing that everything was going according to his plan, he nodded secretly. The affairs on Earth are almost settled, and it's time to explore the gods' domain. Venom, isn't it time for you to meet your wife? After hearing this, Venom slowly emerged from behind Suhan. Well, if I had a choice, I would choose not to see you. Suhan chuckled. There is no choice, you have to see me even if you don't see me. Let's go to Archie's place first. After Suhan finished speaking, he found the magic of the universe. The wormhole opened, Suhan stepped into it alone, and arrived at Kaida planet in an instant. Welcome my king. As always, Arca led a group of guards to kneel down to greet Suhan. Master, you are here. Ultron also bowed and saluted. The Ultron of today is no longer the Ultron of the past. His body was made of many precious metals collected by Archie. Chapter 148 Swallowing Stars. Chapter 149 Changes in the Divine Realm. Chapter 149 Changes in God's Realm. Ultron watched Suhan destroy a planet effortlessly, feeling very horrified. He has never seen such terrifying power. Master, you are so strong. When Suhan heard this, he just smiled bitterly. He has a higher pursuit in his heart. If one day in the future, you can destroy a planet so easily in the main universe, then you will be considered truly powerful. Now he is still far from being strong. Ao Kwang, remember, there is no so-called absolute strong in this world. The strong have their own strong ones. You must maintain a heart that pursues the limit. Only when you reach the true peak can you be strong and be conquered. Called the strong. Ultron's electronic eyes flashed again. He didn't follow Suhan before, so he didn't know Suhan very well, but now, after a brief contact, he has admired Suhan extremely. Powerful and low-key, these are the qualities a strong person should have. As long as I follow my master, I believe that one day I will be as powerful as my master. Suhan smiled slightly. This flattering look is so comfortable. Ahead, the planet has completely withered, and turned into desert. It was quickly scattering, but 3 fruits slowly condensed on the vine. It's green and very beautiful. Suhan made a casual move, and the 3 fruits were immediately in Suhan's hand. Let's go back. Ultron looked at the fruit and was very curious. It's useless for you to look at it. You are a mechanical life. If you eat this fruit, it will be a waste. Suhan said, picked up one and stuffed it into his mouth, then nibbled it with great enjoyment. These 3 fruits are the condensation of all the life force of the entire planet. It is an absolute treasure. If a mortal takes a bite, he is guaranteed to ascend in the daytime and live forever. If the patient takes 1 bite, it will definitely cure all diseases. As Suhan ate, he couldn't help but think of the ginseng fruit in Journey to the West. Perhaps that ginseng fruit is real, just like this one. Suhan thought while eating. Finally, they rested on the planet for 3 days. And Suhan also named the planet Pandora. After 3 days of rest, Pandora gained an additional military base. Suhan used the laws of time and space to establish a time and space channel here, making it easier for those left behind on Kaida planet to send supplies, and also for them to send back the resources they plundered. In the next 7 days, Suhan will arrive at God's realm and start his first battle to attack God's realm. Holy area. As the world of God, this place itself is not an ordinary place. The temple, the immortal palace, the rainbow bridge, and the 9 rivers are all eye-catching existences. Inside the temple, an old man with white beard and hair sat on the throne. Next to him is a similar old woman. The first person below him is Thor, the god of thunder. After Thor, there is the evil god Loki. After that, there are Thor's powerful comrades and some ministers. In the center of the temple, there is an unusually tall man with curly black hair, a resolute face, and eyes like amber, very good looking. It was Heimdall, the guard of the Rainbow Bridge. Your Majesty, I have sensed that a very powerful opponent is approaching. Should we be ready for war? After hearing this, Odin, the god on the throne, looked unconcerned. There is no need to worry about an invader from an unknown planet. Father, let me lead the troops and intercept them halfway. Father, let me lead the troops and intercept them halfway. Loki and Thor said at the same time. The two looked at each other, but looked away at the same time. Haha, I'm very happy to see you brothers working together. Let's do this. You 2 brothers go together, each with 30,000 divine soldiers, and see which of you can kill more enemies. As you command. Loki and Thor retired together and headed to the military camp to select soldiers. Inside Sol's military tent, Thor, I really don't understand why your majesty wants to keep Loki. After all, he is not the prince of our divine domain. One of Thor's warriors said. When the god of thunder heard this, he immediately glared at him. Because he is my brother. Even if he is not related by blood, he is still the brother who grew up with me, just like the relationship you have with me. The god of thunder was angry. Several of his friends and subordinates immediately flat mouth. You're the only one who values feelings, but now that the throne is gone, let's see what you do. No, father knows it well. There are many, hee. The only one he has in mind is your sister. Ever since your sister's seal was loosened, his thoughts have been on her. The god of thunder looked at the person who spoke, his eyes extremely cold and determined. Don't look at me like that. I heard from others that his majesty plans to parasitize the symbiote queen into your sister. Hearing this, everyone gasped. The king of symbiotes is so terrifying, and coupled with Hela, the goddess of death, if these two come together, the world will be turned upside down. After hearing this, the god of thunder frowned slightly. He only recently found out that he has a sister. And I also know that this sister is very scary and is someone that even my father and the king are afraid of. However, his father planned to parasitize such a terrifying symbiote queen on his sister, and the god of thunder suddenly became worried. Since the entire divine realm was occupied by the symbiote, my father has also been parasitized by the symbiote. After being parasitized, my father's temperament changed a lot. However, fortunately, there was no major chaos in the god's domain, and everything was going on as usual. But this incident made Lei Shan feel uneasy, because he felt that the day his sister broke the seal would be the moment when the fate of the universe was rewritten. Let's go, don't think blindly, go select your soldiers first, otherwise all the good soldiers will be chosen by Loki later. Several people took Saul and walked towards the barracks. Asgard? Asgard is the place where the gods store their treasures. Odin came here after the meeting. The deepest part of the Immortal Palace is a huge palace. Since the symbiote incident broke out, Odin has banned anyone from entering Asgard. But at this moment, he himself was walking quickly towards the palace in the deepest part of the Immortal Palace. I saw him pushing open the palace door and walking in. Inside the palace, there are only some tall sculptures. Nothing else. However, when Odin entered the palace, he suddenly knelt down on one knee. Her Majesty the Queen. I saw a symbiote slowly condensing behind Odin. As his voice fell, two bright lights suddenly lit up in the palace. A ray of gold. A ray of silver. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel. Remember to collect and save Chapter M. Chapter 150 Thor, you are itchy again. Chapter 150 Thor, you are itchy again. Odin turned around and looked at the two gold and silver balls of light, his eyes full of respect and admiration. Odin, is there anything worth disturbing my integration with the will of God? A very majestic female voice sounded. If Suhan were here, he would definitely be shocked. The king of symbiotes is actually merging with the will of the planet in God's domain. Your Majesty the Queen, Hela's seal has gradually loosened. I want to see when you can complete the fusion. The fusion is coming to an end. It can take as long as 1 month or as short as half a month. It will take at least 3 months for Hela's seal to be broken. It's too late. Is there anything else? When Odin heard this, he was very calm. However, the next moment, the symbiote behind Odin slowly opened its mouth. Mother, I feel my father's breath. Well, I also sensed it. It seems that he still missed our old friendship and came to see us. The woman's voice had a hint of emotion. No, Queen Mother, I don't think my father came to see us because of his old friendship. The woman's voice fell silent. After a while, it sounded, no matter what. Is he looking for us because of his old feelings? As long as he appears in front of me, I will never let him go again, and I will keep him in God's realm forever. The vast void. A space fleet is rapidly approaching the location of God's domain. Along the way, they passed countless planets. Some were desolate, some were prosperous, and some were on the verge of exhaustion. The vast universe is just like human beings. Every day new stars are born and old stars perish. Whenever Suhan encounters someone like this, he will happily plant vines on that planet and harvest all the life force on the planet. Some planets can bear 1 fruit, and some planets can bear 4 or 5, 45. Suhan happily collected these trophies every time. Occasionally they will encounter some alien space beasts. However, Suhan at this time is no longer the Suhan before. After advancing to the 4th level of life, his parasitism ability has allowed him to harvest their lives without much effort. Before those space beasts got close, Suhan's vines had already bloomed on them. The lives of the alien beasts will end under the vines, and eventually turn into a fruit with an ugly color, becoming Suhan's supplies. Ultron followed Suhan all the way and was always amazed by Suhan's ability. It's so powerful that it can destroy a planet with just a single move of its hands. It's so powerful. Time passes little by little. A few days later, Suhan and Kaida's army finally felt the scope of the god's domain. Looking at the colorful planet in front of him, which was at least 10 times larger than the Earth, Suhan's eyes were full of excitement. It is indeed the kingdom of God, with such huge life breath and huge spiritual fluctuations. Suhan stood in the battleship and already felt the extraordinary power of God's domain. This is also his first time coming to God's realm. Looking at this planet, Suhan is infinite. Venom. As Suhan's voice sounded, his head appeared. Why are you so scared to see your wife? When Venom heard this, he let out a heavy sigh. Suhan, I think you'd better be careful, because I feel that she is getting stronger day by day. Oh, Suhan was surprised. How strong she is. I can't compare how strong she is, but when we were on the symbiote planet, we plundered countless planets together, and she also swallowed up many planets' wills. At that time, she was already. It has been able to sweep across most planets. When the symbiote planet exploded, she single-handedly protected millions of symbiotes, and she absorbed her power to survive as they drifted in the void for countless years. Suhan was really shocked after hearing this. So, Venom's wife seems to be really powerful. This was just her before, but now, I have sensed her existence. She is merging with another very powerful thing. If my guess is correct, it should be the will of the planet in the divine realm. If she can really integrate the will of the planet in the divine realm, then she will be at least one level stronger than you. Suhan was surprised when she merged with the will of the planet from the divine realm. This was something he hadn't thought about. No wonder Redthorn said, I can't imagine how powerful her mother is now. It turns out that she is integrating the will of the planet in the divine realm. Suhan's eyes were solemn. However, before he could think about more questions, Ultron spoke. Master, if we see enemies ahead, be careful. Suhan raised his eyes and looked into the void in front of the battleship. Sure enough, at the far end, a group of battleships slowly approached. Finally, the two parties stopped thousands of meters apart. One side of the divine realm, Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki, the evil god, stood side by side at the front of the battleship, with countless generals behind them. Kaida star side. Ultron and Archie stood side by side, looking at the divine army from a distance. The masters are Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki, the evil god. When Suhan heard this, he smiled slightly. Of course he saw it too. It's these two guys, I haven't dealt with them for a while. As soon as Suhan finished speaking, the god of thunder spoke. Ignorant offenders dare to approach the kingdom of God. Do they want to die? The god of thunder wears a suit of armor and is extremely brave and domineering. Suhan's lips curled up. He slowly walked out from behind Ultron. Whether I am seeking death or not is not up to you, but whether you are itchy or not is up to me. Thor, Loki, you both must be itchy. When Suhan showed up, Thor and Loki were startled, and then their expressions changed drastically. Josiao, why is this the god of plague? If I had known it was him, I wouldn't have come. Loki almost cried. Although he met Suhan very few times, he was frightened just once. This man cannot be messed with. Sol's expression wasn't much better. He and Suhan had collided countless times, but never once did he take advantage. Every time, he took care of me and gave me everything I wanted. Josiao, what a bad luck it is, it's him. Sol's face was sullen and serious. But the tiger generals behind him didn't know how powerful Suhan was. Fuck, a little human being is so arrogant and dares to speak rudely to our prince. Let me deal with him. Someone immediately jumped out and wanted to deal with Suhan. However, Thor looked at him like he was an idiot. If you really want to go, I won't stop you. Not only will I not stop you, I will also choose a good place for you to use as your tomb. As soon as these words came out, the tiger generals behind Sol were stunned. Sol, who is that man of yours that makes you so afraid? This is not like you. Thor smiled bitterly. You will soon know how powerful he is. If I meet him again, he will definitely not make me feel comfortable. Chapter 151 Bloom, the Flower of Death. Chapter 151 Blooms, the Flower of Death. In fact, Thor was wrong. Suhan not only makes him comfortable, but also very comfortable. Suhan smiled evilly and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside the god of thunder. Thor and Loki were both shocked. They both reacted almost at the same time, that is, to run away. However, how could their reactions be as fast as Suhan's? Suhan stretched out his hands and picked up one in each hand, just like carrying chicken cubs. It's so rude to want to run away when you see me. Suhan chuckled, and then, there were two crisp sounds, and both of them were thrown to the ground by Suhan. Everyone looked at this scene and couldn't close their mouths as if they were stuffed with salted duck eggs. Loki, you saw Daddy, why don't you scream twice? Last time, Loki called Suhan's father. Well, even though it is called Venom, it is no different from calling him. Well, the whip is no longer on me. Loki said pitifully. Oh, this statement surprised Suhan. Who said the whip must be on you before you can call me Daddy? Could it be that when the whip is gone, you can't call me Daddy? Loki glanced at Thor. Thor turned his face directly and ignored him, with an expression that said it was up to you. Loki flattened his mouth and then shouted, Dad, Daddy. Hey, good son. Dad is here. Suhan picked him up and even patted the dust on his body affectionately. To be my son, you must be handsome, not so dirty. Loki didn't dare to talk back and could only nod. Little Gigi, does your brother often bully you when Dad is away? Suhan asked. Loki's eyes lit up. Immediately nod. Does he often tease you about the fact that you are not Odin's biological child? Does he often compete with you for Odin's favor? Does he often grab things from you? Okay, my little Gigi, my big Gigi, since he bullies you like this, you must hate him very much. Let me give you a chance to take revenge. Beat him, hard. Loki grinned after hearing this. This call to Daddy is so worth it. He is now authorized to torture me. He came to Thor's side, narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. Loki, are you crazy? If you accept a thief as your father, pay me back. The god of thunder scolded. However, Loki remained unmoved and showed no shame at all. It's said that a thief is his father. Isn't that inconsistent? Odin killed my people, but I called him father for hundreds of years. Isn't this my nature? As he spoke, Loki's eyes welled up with sadness. The god of thunder froze. He also didn't expect that his casual words would sting the greatest pain in Loki's heart. Brother, I apologize, I shouldn't have said that to you. You are my brother, we grew up together. Thor tried to save something. However, at this time, Suhan patted Loki on the shoulder. Son, don't be afraid. From now on, Dad will pamper you and beat him. Loki was reminded again and finally stopped talking nonsense. He raised his fist and punched him. Thor didn't even resist. Because he knows that resistance is useless. As soon as he resisted, Suhan might take action. If Suhan takes action, the consequences will be even worse. It's better to just let Loki beat him up. They fight often anyway. Either you beat me or I beat you, there is nothing to be ashamed of. But he didn't feel embarrassed, but several of his generals felt extremely embarrassed. It was incredible for them to see Loki and Thor not daring to move just because of Suhan's few words. Is this boy really that strong? Even if I beat him to death, they wouldn't believe it. So bastard, let's see if I don't kill you. Several tiger generals will immediately. He rushed out and pounced directly on Suhan. When Thor saw this, he shouted, no, but it's too late. As several tiger generals pounced on him, Suhan's eyes flashed with cold light, and with a flick of his fingers, a few seeds were released immediately. It shot out instantly and hit them. As soon as they took a few steps, they fell to the ground before they reached Suhan. I saw green vines starting to grow on their bodies. These vines tied them into rice dumplings and tied them tighter and tighter, causing them to scream in pain. At this moment, they finally understood Suhan's terror. They finally understood why Loki and Thor were so afraid of him. He is really strong and scary. He didn't even do anything to let them end up like this. When Thor saw this, he begged, Suhan, let them go, please. However, Suhan smiled evilly. With a hook of the finger, the vines immediately appeared. Barbs grew out, pierced into their flesh, and then began to absorb their life force. No. When Thor saw this, his face turned ashen, wailing and begging for mercy. However, Suhan was not moved at all. Loki was on the side, his eyelids twitching as he watched. This method was something he had never seen before. In less than a minute, several tiger generals had been completely absorbed by the vines and turned into several withered corpses. A fruit actually grew on the vine, which was an unexpected surprise. The Protoss is indeed a Protoss. The combined vitality of several people is almost as strong as that of a smaller planet. Suhan picked up the fruit, put it in his mouth and bit it, feeling extremely relaxed and content. While eating, his eyes began to drift away from the tens of thousands of magic soldiers on the battleship. Soul's expression changed. His mouth immediately shouted, don't. However, while he was speaking, Suhan had already taken action. With a flick of his fingers, several seeds flew out and landed firmly on the soldiers at the front. Hurrah! As soon as the seeds touch your body, you will immediately. They grew like exploding beans, growing between saplings. The outstretched vines sucked the soldiers clean and turned them into withered corpses in almost a second. And the vines that received the nutrients of flesh and blood immediately grow faster and at an astonishing speed. Like a big net, the vines quickly spread among the tens of thousands of divine soldiers brought by Loki and Thor. The screams continued, and the sounds of corpses falling continued. However, when they fell, gorgeous red flowers slowly bloomed, bright and vivid. No, Thor watched his warriors collapse, his eyes full of despair. At this moment, he actually saw the future of God's domain. If Suhan enters the divine realm, I am afraid, Suhan, please, let go of the divine realm. Thor begged. God's domain is his home, and he doesn't want to see God's domain destroyed in Suhan's hands. However, Suhan smiled slightly. It's useless to beg me. Not only the divine domain, but the entire universe is taken care of by me. Chapter 152 Meeting with Her Majesty the Goddess. Chapter 152 Meeting with the Goddess of the Goddess. Suhan's current ambition is indeed more than just a divine realm. His goal is to be invincible. A divine realm simply cannot satisfy him. Thanos home planet. The five gods, the cord of life, the heart of the universe, even. Suhan will conquer them one by one. This is a request given to him by the will of the earth, and it is also his wish to fulfill it. Suhan used his parasitism ability to devour the magic weapons brought by Thor and Loki in the blink of an eye. These tens of thousands of magical weapons actually condensed hundreds of fruits. This made Suhan very excited. These are all important materials for him to advance to the 5th level of life, and they are priceless treasures. Archie, let some people take these battleships back to Pandora or your home planet, and we will continue to move forward. As you command, my king. Now they are very close to the divine realm. Suhan is still looking forward to seeing what God's domain is like. Lock them both up and let's continue on our way. God's domain, your majesty, both your highnesses were captured by the intruders. Heimdall stood in the main hall of God's domain, reporting what he saw and heard. Odin raised his eyebrows. Well, I understand. Heimdall couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw Odin's lackluster reaction. Your majesty, don't you do something? Do you need me to do anything? Odin asked back. Heimdall stiffened. Finally, he sighed in disappointment and said nothing more. He knew it in his heart. Today's divine realm is no longer what it was back then. Ever since those parasites parasitized their great father god, the situation in the entire god's domain has been strange. Although it seems plain and normal on the surface, secretly, there are always mysterious disappearances of residents of the god's domain. And the temperament of their father god Odin also changed drastically. The safety of God's domain is for them. It doesn't matter, even if the future master of God's domain is caught, he will be indifferent. God's domain? It's over? Heimdall left the temple hall with an extremely heavy heart. He returned to his bridgehead. The guards around him saw his depressed look and immediately asked, "What's the matter, sir?" Heimdall glanced at him and sighed heavily. "Our God's domain may be facing annihilation. If I were you, I would find an opportunity to leave here as soon as possible." When the little guard heard this, he immediately, eyes wide open, inside. "Sir, to tell you the truth, I have discovered that the situation in God's domain is very bad, so I have already sent my family out. I only stay here because you are here." Heimdall was stunned, looked at Wei, and felt warm in his heart. "You can leave too and don't worry about me. Sir, actually, we are not in such a desperate place yet, we can still seek help." Heimdall was stunned. "Help now, who can help them in God's domain?" "My lord, Hela, the goddess of death." As soon as this name came out, Heimdall trembled all over. Although most people have forgotten her existence, but he did not forget the goddess of death, Hela. The goddess who once made the entire divine realm in turmoil. A goddess who even Odin feared. Yes, only she can save the current god's domain. He glanced at the Nine Realms river under the Rainbow Bridge. Others didn't know where the seal of the goddess of death was, but he knew it. He couldn't help but look. He glanced at the sword of victory that he had packed up. "Please help me stay here for the time being. I need to leave for a while." The little guard immediately. He nodded understandingly. Heimdall immediately came to the edge of the Rainbow Bridge, held the sword of victory in his hand, and then jumped off. With a bang, Heimdall instantly fell into the sea water. Rumor has it that the water in the Nine Realms River can flow to the Nine Worlds, which is why the Nine Realms River got its name. In fact, this rumor is true. However, in addition to this legend, the Nine Realms River also has another unknown secret. That is, the goddess of death is sealed at the bottom of the river. Heimdall carried the sword of victory and kept going downstream. When everything around you falls into darkness, the sword of victory bursts into gleaming light. And in the boundless darkness, a pitch-black portal appeared in front of us. Heimdall looked at the dusty stone gate, his eyes filled with emotion. Back then, the Father God collaborated with the Valkyrie clan to fight against the goddess of death. The entire Valkyrie clan almost died in the battle before the death goddess was defeated. But it was only a defeat. In the end, he had no choice but to seal the goddess of death Hela in the forbidden demon prison at the bottom of the Nine Realms River. Heimdall retracted his thoughts, and then struck the gap in the stone door with his sword. "Kaka?" Heimdall burst out with divine power and pride opened the stone door bit by bit. It wasn't until a hole was pried open that he could enter that he could get in there for the rest of his life. As soon as he entered the stone door, what appeared in front of Heimdall was a world that made him feel terrifying. PD Gao. They make all kinds of strange noises. Either sneer, roar, or sneer, making people feel goosebumps all over their bodies. As soon as Heimdall entered, the souls of the dead immediately came, rushing towards him, densely packed. Heimdall quickly held the sword of victory in front of him. The sword of victory is immediate. A brilliance burst out, and as soon as the dead souls came into contact with this light, they immediately send out participation and hide far away. Only then could Heimdall move on. The Forbidden Prison is a huge underground palace. The goddess of death is locked in one of the rooms. Heimdall groped and searched all the way. Finally, he found her in a room deep in the demonic prison. In that room, there are 4 divine pillars. The 4 divine pillars are blessed with divine power and guardian totems. There is an iron rope the size of an adult's arm on each of the 4 sacred pillars. The end of the iron rope is binding a person's limbs. The man had a graceful figure and was wearing a gauze skirt. His long hair was floating in the water, and his aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. She is none other than the goddess of death, Hela. As the aura on her body becomes stronger, the divine pillar will flash with brilliance. These divine pillars are blessed with the essence and blood of Father God Odin. As long as Odin dies and the pillar does not fall, the seal will not be lifted. Of course, there is another way to break the seal, which is to use extremely powerful force to directly destroy the divine pillar. Heimdall looked at that figure and immediately, bowing and shouting, "Greetings to your majesty the goddess." As Heimdall's voice fell, the goddess of death raised her head slightly. Then, I saw 2 red lights blooming in the head of hair, changing from weak to strong, with a soul-stirring fear. It was the goddess of death who opened her eyes. Chapter 153 Mr. So, please marry my queen. Chapter 154 The goddess confessed her love at the scene, so shy. The scene of the 154th goddess confession so shy. Walter Suhan thought he heard wrongly. What did you say? Hearing this, Heimdall once again said in an extremely sincere voice, Mr. So, I propose on behalf of my queen. Please marry my queen. I have prepared the dowry. After saying that, Heimdall spread his hand and put it on the mouth of the demon wolf Fenrir. The demon wolf opened its mouth and spit out a black ball. This is 1 billion souls, a betrothal gift for you. Suhan was stunned. The people behind him were also cute. Was proposed to. Suhan was proposed to. Suhan was actually proposed to. Suhan himself was stupid, he even thought he heard wrongly. Can you say that again? Suhan pointed at Heimdall with a strange expression and said, Mr. Su, I propose on behalf of my queen. Please marry my queen. This is 1 billion souls, a betrothal gift for you. This time, Suhan heard it really clearly. Damn, he was really proposed to. Although he had already guessed who the Queen Heimdall was talking about when he saw the demon wolf, the matter was important and he needed to ask clearly. Who is your queen? Heimdall immediately. He replied with great piety, my queen is the goddess of death, Her Highness Hela. It's really her? Suhan couldn't help but laugh now. He still remembered the last time he saw Hela. Beautiful, the beautiful land captivates the country, and it is worthy of being called beauty's misfortune. Evil, there is no light from the sun and the moon in this evil place, worthy of the name of the goddess of death. Beautiful, charming, with a hint of playfulness, combining strength and charm, she is the most attractive woman Suhan has ever seen. But such a woman now has someone propose to her. This is crazy. Suhan has never been proposed to by a woman in his previous life or in this life. This feeling is a bit joyful and a bit inexplicable. Return the betrothal gift? Suhan looked at the crystal ball containing 1 billion souls. It originally belonged to the earth, but she just kidnapped it. With a hook behind him, the crystal ball in Heimdall's hand immediately. In Suhan's hands. Go back and tell her that I accept the ball, but I have to think about marriage. Heimdall was startled. Mr. Su, are you going to reject Our Majesty the Queen? Our Majesty the Queen has said that if you reject her, she will be very angry. Oh, how can she get me pregnant if she's angry? Suhan's move made Heimdall unable to speak. Roar? At this time, the demon wolf suddenly roared. Then, I saw a dazzling light coming from the sky, and then, a beautiful figure slowly fell down. It is Hela, the goddess of death. There is no doubt that this time, it is her choice. Boy, how dare you refuse my proposal? As soon as Hela appeared, immediately, Liu's eyebrows stood up and he asked Suhan, why can't I say no? Hela stiffened for a moment. I am the most beautiful woman in the world. Countless planet lords admire me and want to curry favor with me. That's them, not me. Suhan threw up the crystal ball in his hand, dropped it, threw it up, and dropped it again, looking carefree. Suhan was actually teasing her. This guy came to propose marriage out of nowhere. As the saying goes, if you show courtesy for nothing, you are either committing adultery or stealing. Suhan didn't think that the last time he teased her, she actually got emotional. If the goddess was so easy to tease, then there would be no bachelors in the world. Therefore, there must be something fishy in it. Suhan would not have anything to do with her unless she inquired clearly. Seeing this, Hela suddenly sneered twice. This actually made Suhan raise his eyes to look at her. Sure enough, you, like those ordinary people, think that the goods delivered to your door are not good ones. Hela's sudden seriousness made Suhan energetic. That's not what I mean. I think your attitude changed too quickly. The last time you and I met, there didn't seem to be any sparks. Now why are you begging for a soul? Could it be that you are attracted by my peerless beauty? Suhan is skinny again. But the result is, well, if I say that I am really attracted to you, do you think I am lying? Suhan was very annoyed by people who didn't play by the rules. Then tell me how you were attracted to me. Suhan found a place and sat down. I have plenty of time, you can talk slowly with an expression on his face. The goddess of death also seemed to be interested, and she also sat on the demon wolf Fenrir. Well, I was probably captured by the way you killed those 100,000 Shinigami instantly. Hela said. The strange thing is that Suhan didn't feel the slightest bit of joking or conspiracy from her. In other words, she was serious. Suhan suddenly felt a little awkward. Ahem, continue. Suhan coughed to hide his embarrassment. I am the supreme goddess of death. I act ruthlessly and decisively throughout my life, and I never need to look at anyone's face. Even my father Odin is afraid of his understanding of the law of death. However, no matter how powerful a woman is, she still needs a destination. Over the years, I have met all kinds of men, but none of them can catch my eye, only you. Speaking of this, Hela looked at Suhan. What was in those blood-colored eyes was not blood, but fire. The fire of tenderness, the fire of love, the fire that gnaws at the heart. Suhan was stunned. He had never seen such emotion in anyone else, even the Phoenix girl. Every man will meet two women in his life. One is the one you love. The other is the one who loves you. There is no doubt that the fire in Hela's eyes is enough to prove that she is not interested in Suhan. Funny, but true. She is the one who loves herself. At this moment, Suhan felt his heart skip a beat, and then his entire heartbeat became chaotic. As his heartbeat became erratic, a huge accident occurred on the earth at this moment. First, the Earth sea suddenly went berserk, setting off huge waves thousands of meters high despite no wind. Then came lightning and thunder. In broad daylight, the sun was directly in the sky, but the thunder fell with a rumble, as if someone was about to escape a catastrophe. Ahem. Suhan also reacted immediately. He patted his chest, trying to calm his inner turmoil. He looked at Hela and smiled slightly. So, if you really want to propose to me, use these 1 billion souls as a betrothal gift. When mentioning 1 billion souls, Hela stuck out her tongue playfully. I am still imprisoned under the 9 Realms River, and I don't have anything valuable on me for the time being. So I will use these 1 billion souls as a betrothal gift first, and I will make up for the rest later. Chapter 155 Symbiote, Hybrid. Chapter 155 Symbiote, the hybrid death goddess was sealed, and Suhan knew it. He smiled slightly and said, "Do you need me to save you?" Hela's face was stern. No need. Obviously, she was so proud, how could she let Suhan rescue her? Suhan smiled slightly and did not refute. However, Hela did not give up on the proposal. "Suhan, it seems you haven't responded to my proposal yet." Suhan smiled bitterly, he had never seen such an upright woman before. "Do you agree?" "You must agree. Only a fool would refuse." "When will you marry me?" Suhan raised his eyebrows and specially emphasized the word marry. When Hela heard Suhan's question, her brows suddenly lit up with joy, and a trace of blush appeared on her slightly pale face. "When I break the seal and unify the divine realm, I will come 333. The earth is officially here to pick you up." Oh, Suhan chuckled. "Then what if by the time you break the seal, the divine realm is gone, will you still come?" As soon as these words came out, Hela was obviously startled, and Heimdall also had a trace of surprise on his face. Then, they noticed the fleet behind Suhan. Heimdall suddenly woke up and said in surprise, "It's you? It's you who want to invade the god's domain, and it's you who kidnapped the 2 princes." That's me." Suhan admitted generously and even brought out Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki, the evil god. As soon as Hela saw this brother, her blood-red eyes immediately turned. Infinite killing intent bursts out. Suhan smiled knowingly and pushed the 2 brothers forward. "Since I accepted your betrothal gift, I should also give you a gift in return. What do you think of these 2 brothers?" After Suhan finished speaking, the faces of Thor and Evil God were filled with horror. "Suhan, don't leave us to her, she will kill us," Thor begged. Loki is even more exaggerated. "Dad, you can't do this." Suhan stretched out his index finger and shook it twice. I'm not your father. From today on, I am your brother-in-law." Thor and Loki were both stunned. Brother-in-law, the 2 of them looked at Suhan first, and then at Hela. They understood something instantly, and their faces turned ashen. One demon has turned everything upside down. If 2 demons get together, they will break the sky. It's over, we're done, and the world is over. Both of them howled together. Suhan didn't care whether they were howling or not. The 2 of them threw it to Hela, who took it easily. "Since it's a return gift, I won't be polite. With these 2, within 7 days, I will definitely be able to break the seal. Let's go." After Hela finished speaking, she handed the 2 brothers directly to Heimdall and Fenrir, and disappeared directly. Once Hela left, Archie and Ultron left. "Master, congratulations on your honor as mistress." Suhan grinned. Mistress 3 days later. Suhan and his party finally arrived outside the divine realm. Ahead is the entrance to God's realm. Archie pointed to a bridgehead ahead and said. Suhan nodded. He knew that place was originally guarded by Heimdall. But now, Heimdall has become Hela's guard, so there should be no talented people at the bridgehead. "Attack directly." Suhan gave the order, and Archie and Ultron immediately came. With 200,000 soldiers, they set up a battle array. Fire 1. Thousands of warships launched artillery fire at the same time, destroying the entire bridgehead instantly. The battle between Suhan and the Divine Realm has officially begun. Destroying the bridgehead will naturally trigger a counterattack from the Divine Realm. It was Odin who came out to fight. He was wearing a golden armor and holding a platinum scepter. He looked extremely majestic. He stood proudly in the void, with thousands of divine guards behind him, all of them in high spirits. The 2 armies faced each other, and each coach stepped forward. Suhan is small in stature, but his momentum is not weak at all. Having reached the 4th level of life, he was completely unafraid to face Odin. Moreover, within his induction, Odin is indeed only the pinnacle of the 3rd level of life. However, Suhan also sensed the existence of the symbiote from the other party's body. The weak point is that if Odin uses the symbiote to possess him, he should also have the strength of the 4th life level. The power of symbiotes is that the stronger the host, the stronger they become. Of course, this is a general situation. People like Suhan don't. After all, Suhan is based on the premise that he is strong. His fusion with Venom was just forced. Suhan didn't spend too much time on Venom, nor did he control his body. Suhan and Odin are in opposition to each other. Suhan smiled slightly. "Venom, come out." After the words fell, Venom slowly appeared on Suhan's back. As soon as the Venom appears, immediately, he shouted to Odin, "Hybrid, it's you." Venom's first words were filled with strong surprise. The hybrid Suhan was also attracted by this name. Isn't a hybrid a hybrid? Some people would call their children a hybrid. Why do you give people such names? Suhan asked. The Venom split open the big white teeth, and the sharp teeth in his mouth shone like blades. "Because he is a hybrid, made up of tissues that fell from several of my children? Although he is not my biological child, to a certain extent, he is also my child." Suhan nodded to express understanding. "But I am troubled by the complexity of their symbiote family. The fallen tissue can also be mixed together. If you are not careful, how many descendants will be produced? Fortunately, they are not from Earth, otherwise just building a house for them would be exhausting. As Venom finished speaking, a symbiote appeared behind Odin. That symbiote didn't feel any disgust or anger at Venom's words. He just shouted calmly with a trace of joy, "Father 1. Suhan frowned slightly. 1. The hybrid's call of father truly reflected his son's affection for me. 1 surprised Suhan. He seems to have a lot of affection for you. Well, he is indeed the most respectful and obedient of all the people to me and my wife. Of course, he is also the one with the best talent, the most cruel methods, and the most murderers among my many children. There was a time when he was my most capable general, but, looking back on the past, Venom also has a lot of emotions in his heart." Suhan could see that there seemed to be a certain knot between Venom and the hybrid. "Father is still here, do you blame me for not leaving the Queen Mother with you?" Suhan was secretly surprised. It turned out to be so. This is like when parents divorce and let their children choose who to marry, the children choose the woman. So as the man's Venom, I'm very sad. Venom did not speak, obviously acquiescing. Chapter 156 Billions of Zerg. Chapter 156 Billions of Zerg. Father, I understand the disagreement between my father and the Mother Queen, and I also understand my father's desire to leave the Mother Queen. I am also willing to accompany my father to any corner of the universe, but my father chose the wrong time. Back then, the Queen Mother, in order to save the symbiote family, did not hesitate to use herself as food for the symbiote family, and thus was able to preserve the roots of the symbiote family. The hybrid told the past events in just a few words. Suhan was also secretly surprised. There seems to be irreconcilable conflicts between Venom and his wife, and they are about to get divorced. God is so divorced. Suhan felt that he had become involved in the couple's daily struggle. Awkward. Do you want me to avoid it and let you solve it? Venom looked back at Suhan and shook his head slightly. There's nothing to solve. I love her, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to let her devour me. Suhan was shocked and swallowed Venom. What was going on? Venom smiled bitterly. I told you before, I am a direct bloodline of the God of Symbiote. Back then, with my help, she grew very fast and had great ambitions. She wholeheartedly wants to become the God of Symbiotes, or even a being like the 5 gods. And the only way to achieve this goal is to devour me, or my child. After Venom finished speaking, he looked at the hybrid, and she did exactly that. She devoured several of my children, and the remaining tissues of those swallowed children formed the hybrid. After hearing this, Suhan gasped, "Oh my god, this is so exciting. It is said that a tiger's venom will not eat its children, but the venomous wife is too cruel. Not only does she devour her children, but she also devours her husband. This is the rhythm of heaven. That's why you left her, right? Well, I don't want to see her continue to devour her own children, but I can't stop her. After all, she is the embodiment of the planet's will, and she is stronger. So I just want to leave and stay away from her completely. When I accidentally came to Earth, I had no intention of going back. When the rioters wanted to lure her to Earth, I tried my best to stop them. Because once she comes to Earth, the entire Earth will become her hunting ground, and I will have to face her again. Oh, listen to the whole process." Suhan also sighed slightly. It seems that Venom's life is not easy. Father, the Queen Mother already knows that she was wrong. She regrets having those crazy thoughts about you. Now she just wants to rebuild the symbiote planet, so, can you? Cannot. The Venom directly refused the air and suddenly became very quiet. Ahem. Suhan coughed awkwardly. I'm done reminiscing about old times, it's time for a fight. After Suhan finished speaking, he already held a handful of seeds in his hand. Chaos looked at Suhan, then turned over and got into Odin's body without saying anything. The divine realm is the fruit of the future symbiote. Even if you are my father, I will not give in. After Odin finished speaking, he clenched the scepter in his hand and struck it into the void. The entire space of God's domain trembled. Then, a terrifying scene occurred. I saw the earth of God's domain suddenly cracking open. Subsequently, countless soft tissues crawled out from those cracks. Thousands? No, hundreds of millions, trillions? Those endless symbionts make one's scalp numb and blood freeze at just one glance. Hold the grass, there are so many. Suhan broke into a cold sweat when he saw so many symbionts. Just imagine, there is so much disgusting mucus squirming on the ground, who can bear it? Venom, doesn't it mean that your symbiote needs a host to survive? Then these. Venom clenched his big white teeth tightly and replied, on the symbiote planet, symbiotes can exist independently. However, the symbiote planet has been destroyed, so this should not be possible. Another situation is that these symbionts are all derived from one person. Suhan, alone, widened his eyes and suddenly thought of a possibility. Josiao, she can't be your wife, right? Venom is silent. Obviously, that's it. The king of symbiotes abandoned his body and split it into so many small symbiotes. How terrifying? Father, have you seen that the Mother Queen wanted to turn the divine domain into the same planet as the symbiotes? The place, at the expense of its own body, has transformed into so many symbionts. They lurk underground day and night, improving the geology here. It won't be long before we symbionts can live here without the help of a host. This will be the symbiotes' home and paradise. Suhan was really shocked. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. What if God's realm really became another home planet of the symbiote? Then, in the near future, the entire universe centered on the divine realm will become the prey of symbiotes, including the Earth? Thinking of this, Suhan's scalp goes numb. This is the rhythm of the universe being dominated by the Zerg. He definitely won't let this happen. Venom, I'm sorry. I once promised you not to devour your wife, but now it seems that I may have to break my promise. How can your wife be an ordinary person? She is simply a crazy overlord. If such people are not eradicated early, they will really go against heaven. To Suhan's surprise, Venom answered easily, I didn't expect it to be such a result. Use your full strength and don't worry about anything. Suhan nodded. I saw him moving both hands together, grabbing a handful of seeds with each hand, and then throwing them to the parasite below. As soon as the smack seeds came into contact with the symbiote, they immediately. It pops like fried beans. Subsequently, countless vines spread among the symbiote group with the force of setting fire to the prairie fire. The speed was so fast that countless symbionts were sucked out of their vitality by the barbs of the vines, turning into a pool of disgusting mucus. Seeing this scene, Suhan breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, luckily I have the ability to parasitize, otherwise today would be terrible. However, Suhan was still happy. Just as the vines were devouring the symbiotes, more symbiotes crawled out of the cracks in the ground. They come in different colors, green, white, red, green and black. After they come out, quickly press, the colors are divided into several areas. Facing the vines, the green symbionts took the lead and faced Suhan's vines. A shocking scene appeared. As soon as those green symbionts came into contact with the vines, they immediately self-destruct. The black liquid of Big Beach sprayed on the vines, causing the branches and leaves of the vines to emit green smoke, and then quickly withered and hissed. Grass? Suhan was so shocked that he exploded. Chapter 157 The Tree Demon Appears and the Queen Appears. Chapter 157 The Dryad Appears and the Queen Appears. The self-destruction army is so disgusting. Suhan was really shocked. This self-destructing symbiote is so disgusting. But it was indeed effective, at least it perfectly stopped Suhan's offensive. As soon as those vines touch the mucus of the self-destructing symbiote, they will immediately. Green smoke comes out, withers and withers. How is it okay? Venom asked. Fine. Suhan replied, but his face looked a little ugly. Looking at the vines blocked in front of the self-destructing symbiote, Suhan gritted his teeth. Since vines cannot work, there is no other way to do it. I saw him clenching his fist, and a green light suddenly appeared on his body. In an instant, Suhan seemed to turn into a green light body. Then, under Odin's surprised gaze, Suhan transformed into a towering giant tree. As soon as the sacred tree came out, a cool breeze blew across the entire divine realm. A huge aura of life shock came over. However, the next moment, branches as thick as buckets suddenly stretched out from the big tree. Hundreds of thick branches were born, dancing in the void like tentacles. Get out of here. Suhan's voice sounded in the void. Then I saw those branches smashing towards the symbionts. One smash was a piece. Hundreds of branches fell, and the whole earth was hit with a bang-bang sound. When Odin saw this, his expression changed. I saw him clenching the scepter in his hand, and his whole body burst into brilliant golden light. Above the scepter, a golden light rose into the sky, as bright as the sun. Holy glory! The whole world was illuminated. However, everyone saw that the branches of the giant tree quietly began to disappear under the golden light, just like the first snow met the scorching sun. Not only the branches of the giant tree, but also the entire army of Kaida planet are melting. The battleship is also dissolving. Even some symbionts are dissolving. Obviously, the damage caused by this light is not a single one, but affects both the enemy and ourselves. A typical injury to the enemy is 1000, and self-loss is 800. The golden light lasted for nearly 5 minutes. By the time the golden light dissipated, the entire Kaida planet's 20-strong army was reduced by at least half. And only a few of Suhan's hundreds of branches are left. This holy glory is so terrifying. However, this could not stop Suhan's attack. The giant tree shuddered, and Suhan's voice also sounded, incarnation of life, thousand vine giant demon. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds or thousands of vines sprang out from the giant tree like crazy. The sky above the entire divine realm is filled with endless vine figures. Let's see how you can stop me. Suhan's voice was filled with boundless majesty. As soon as the voice fell, vines came out. Thousands of vines fell together. One vine was enough to break the mountains and rivers, destroy the city, and even more. Boom, 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 boom. Every time a vine fell, the earth of the god's domain would definitely crack a bottomless hole. Ravine. The entire divine realm was shrouded in the shadow of the giant tree. Even hundreds of millions of Zerg cannot stop Suhan's killing. At this moment, the shadow of the tree demon was the god of death and the doomsday. However, just when the divine realm was about to be destroyed, a flame suddenly burst out in the fairy palace of the divine realm. Then, the flame rose slowly, and in a moment it turned into a flame giant with a height of several hundred meters. The flame giant roared and suddenly held a giant flame sword in his hand. What a bold mortal! How dare you act wild in front of me, the Lord of Fire! After saying that, he waved the giant sword in his hand and slashed it in the wind. As soon as the sword came out, the tree roots and vines immediately spread. He was cut off at the waist. At the same time, Odin gritted his teeth, took off his armor, and shot into the void. After throwing it, in the midst of the brilliance, a black steel giant, also 100 meters tall, appeared. Its head was also burning with flames. As soon as it appeared, it directly aimed at the big tree that Suhan had transformed into, and directly sprayed out an extremely hot flame. Owner. Upon seeing this, Ultron arrived in front of the giant tree in an instant. I saw him crossing his hands on his chest and his body half bowed. The moment the flames reached it, a semicircular energy shield appeared, directly pushing the flames out. The battle situation suddenly became chaotic and anxious. Ordinary soldiers were not willing to lag behind. They roared and began to attack the opponent. There were loud shouts of killing. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, a cold and majestic voice sounded. Venom, we husband and wife have not seen each other for so many years. I never thought that this meeting would turn out to be such a scene. As this voice fell, a boundless pressure suddenly appeared in the entire space of God's domain. Bang bang bang, the entire Kaida planet's battleships exploded. The Kaida soldiers on the ground who were fighting with the divine guards also died suddenly. Even Suhan felt an extremely huge pressure coming at him in an instant. Ultron's body, which was blocked in front of Suhan, dented instantly, taking on an abnormally twisted shape and falling onto the giant tree that Suhan had transformed into. And Suhan's body gradually dissipated in the face of this huge pressure and returned to Suhan's appearance. As soon as Suhan appeared, he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the Immortal Palace. I saw two halos of light slowly floating above the Immortal Palace. One gold, one silver. The two halos of light fit together and were extremely close. When Suhan saw this scene, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Venom, this is your wife, right? Suhan, be careful. She is now in the form of the will of the planet. She will definitely not be as weak as the will of the earth, and may even be stronger. Moreover, she has merged with the will of the planet in the divine realm to a very deep level, and her strength must not be underestimated. Suhan nodded. He also understands this. Suhan felt it from the pressure. This coercion is not weaker than the will of the earth in the parallel world, it is even stronger. Husband and wife, my love for you has been broken, and my kindness has disappeared. From the moment I left you, we were just passers-by. If we meet again, we will be just enemies. Venom is so heartless. When the Symbiote Emperor heard this, he also let out a heavy sigh. Okay, I know it's all my fault, but can't you give me a chance to change my ways? However, this time, Venom did not speak again. In Suhan's mind, the human-shaped Venom was sitting on the island, staring blankly at the surface of the sea of spiritual consciousness. It is impossible for a husband and wife to break up their friendship for 100 days just by breaking it off. However, he also knew very well that it was impossible for him and her to be together again. He is no longer the Venom he was before. She is not the original Emperor of Symbiotes. Once everything has started, it is difficult to go back to the starting point. So, he chose silence. And Suhan also deeply felt the sadness of Venom. Alas, he also sighed. However, his eyes became extremely sharp, and his fighting spirit was as high as ever. I saw him slowly taking out the crystal ball given by Hela. There are billions of souls here. Suhan was heartbroken. He immediately made a click and crushed it into pieces. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the novel from Iconshuba. Remember to collect and save Chapter M. Chapter 158 Fusion, Great Dark Will. Chapter 159 Eight-Faced Demon Spider. Chapter 159, The Eight-Faced Demon Spider, the King of Symbionts, is not only powerful, but also has a vicious and terrifying character. In order to become stronger, he would not hesitate to devour his son and husband, which is simply crazy. If she is allowed to fuse with the will of the planet, she will definitely become a very terrifying existence when she becomes stronger. Suhan just wanted to take advantage of now to destroy her in one fell swoop. I want to run. There is no way. Suhan only heard a low roar, and then the whole sky turned dark. Void, annihilation. A super large translucent mask appeared, directly covering this area. And Suhan's body also shone a little light. The light bloomed and the void cracked inch by inch. As his strength increased, the power of Suhan's law of time and space also increased dramatically. I saw that the space of the photomask began to crack like broken glass, and then, the weakest part of the space was the first to collapse, and a terrifying black hole grew. Everything around him was swallowed up by the black hole and completely shattered. However, when the space was shattered, Suhan found no trace of the other party. Suhan frowned slightly. However, at this moment, the demon wolf Fenrir made an extremely strange cry. Suhan's expression changed. Heimdall even exclaimed, "No, your majesty." Immediately, he and the demon wolf jumped off the rainbow bridge in an instant. Suhan gritted his teeth when he saw this. "Ultron, I leave this place to you. Don't worry, master." After Suhan finished explaining, he jumped down. Under the rainbow bridge, in the Nine Realms River, in the forbidden demon prison, Hela, the goddess of death, has broken free from 3 divine pillars and 3 iron ropes, leaving only the last one. However, at this moment, 2 halos of gold and silver suddenly appeared in front of her. The halo floated in front of her, seeming to be whispering to her, and her blood-red eyes were flickering, as if she was confused. Then, she saw 2 halos of light slowly approaching her body. Stop. Suhan came from behind and arrived here first. As Suhan arrived, Hela, the goddess of death, trembled and then regained consciousness. Suhan. Hela exhaled softly, but the next moment, the two halos of light slammed into Hela, the goddess of death, trying to force their way in. Suhan frowned, and a seed quickly turned into a vine in his hand, then wrapped around Hela's body and brought her to Suhan. So you want to be a parasite on Hela? Suhan said in a deep voice. At this time, Heimdall and the demon wolf also arrived. Huh, that's a pretty thing to think about. I won't let you get involved in my future. After Suhan finished speaking, he raised his hand instantly. Suddenly, two halos of light appeared at least immediately. One color appeared, palm. The big hand came down and struck the two halos of light. However, the two halos of light were very slippery and they escaped instantly, then disappeared towards the ground below and disappeared in an instant. She is now a conscious body, and the obstacles here are of no avail to her. At this time, the Venom also appeared immediately. Said, Suhan, she has no host now and is at her weakest. If you want to subdue her, you have to take advantage of now. If she finds a host, it will be difficult to deal with. Suhan nodded and responded, I know, but it's not easy to find a host that can carry her powerful will. Yes, the stronger the will, the stronger the host is needed. If you find an ordinary person to parasitize, you will probably explode in an instant. Only a person as powerful as Hela, the goddess of death, can withstand that. Such a huge will. However, Suhan stopped him and Hela from parasitizing, which caused her great trouble. No, Suhan, this forbidden demon prison holds some ancient Zerg races. If they are parasitized by her, then... Before Hela could finish her words, she heard an extremely dull voice. After the roar, the entire demonic forbidden prison began to tremble. This demon forbidden prison that had existed for countless years actually began to collapse amidst the roars. Fuck, she parasitized the ancient Zerg race, now we're in trouble. Suhan cursed in a low voice. She glanced at the last chain on Hela's body. Without thinking, I grabbed it and tore it off abruptly. No matter, let's go out first. After saying that, Suhan took Hela and climbed straight up, breaking a hole in the demonic prison. Suhan took Hela and appeared directly from the ground to the sky in the god's domain. The two hugged each other, making them a perfect couple. You also said you didn't want me to save you, so you almost became a parasite and became someone else's puppet. Suhan glanced at Hela and said calmly. Hela pursed her lips, with an unhappy look on her face. This damn parasite. Hela pouted and then broke away from Suhan's arms. She glanced at the undead army below. I saw her wave her hand. In an instant, her body immediately. Angry and evil fire burst into the sky. The undead below also let out a roar, and then their whole bodies emitted steam with green flames. At the same time, a loud beast roar sounded. Then a big lump suddenly bulged out from the ground, and then, an extremely ferocious and ugly head appeared. It turned out to be an extremely huge spider. The head alone was as big as a battleship. Boom! The huge spider climbed up from the ground, revealing her whole face. Suhan's eyelids jumped when he saw it. What a big spider. It's really big. I estimate roughly that I'd have to have SHIELD. That flying aircraft carrier is so big. This huge spider has thick armor all over its body, and its 8 sharp claws are like 8 Chin Tianzo. Every time he poked the ground, a large pit of more than 10 meters would be poked out. One kick would crush at least dozens of people to death. It's the ancient Zerg, the 8-faced demon spider. It has high defense and strong vitality, so it's very difficult to deal with. That damn parasite really knows how to find a host, and it found such a tough, smelly spider. Hela's fierce personality was instantly revealed. She was heard shouting to the army of evil spirits below, "Tear that stinky spider apart for me." As soon as the voice fell, tens of millions of undead warriors immediately rushing towards the 8-faced demon spider. However, in front of the giant spiders, these undead warriors are like ants and elephants. The 8-faced demon spider just used its long legs like Optimus Prime to poke among them, and immediately a large number of undead warriors were stabbed to pieces. However, the power of the undead army lies in its immortality. These undead souls that have long since lost their vitality will still rush forward even if their bodies are damaged. It doesn't matter if your hand is broken, you can use the other hand. It doesn't matter if both hands are broken, you can bite them with your mouth. Fall down, get up, fall down again, get up again, over and over again, until the body is trampled and only fragments remain. Chapter 160 My name is Kunpang. Chapter 160 I called Kunpang. The fierce and fearless undead warriors were like a colony of ants, madly pounced on the 8-faced demon spider. Although the combat power is weak, so weak that it cannot even break through the opponent's defense, it is better with more people. Moreover, the undead warriors also have a major feature, which is corrosion. Forget about 1 or 2, tens of thousands, oh, no, millions of undead warriors surged up, and even the elephants had to gnaw away even the drags. However, the 8-faced demon spider is also parasitized by the king of symbiotes after all. Even though she is currently in a fused state, she cannot provide much help to the 8-meter demon spider, but what she wants is to delay time. As long as she is given time to complete the fusion, the situation of the battle will be reversed immediately. She only has less than half a day left to complete the fusion, so she only needs this half day. The roaring 8-faced demon spider roared when it was beaten by the undead warrior, and it kept spitting out strong spider silk from its mouth. The toughness and stickiness of these spider silks are no less than that of hot tar. Once it gets on your body, you won't be able to move. Many death warriors were entangled in these spider threads. Suhan frowned slightly when he saw this. This spider is really difficult to deal with. Although the undead warrior is slowly consumed, it can indeed be killed, but it takes too long. We have to find a way to destroy it as soon as possible. What is the world of spiders? Hela glanced at Suhan. Birds. Suhan chuckled and nodded. I understand, I'm going to find a natural enemy for it. After saying that, Suhan took out the universe Rubik's Cube. Once the Rubik's Cube is activated, it immediately generate wormhole. One side of the wormhole is the Earth's wetland park. Bao Bao, come quickly, there is something delicious. As soon as Suhan's voice fell, a big bird appeared immediately. It flew out of the wormhole and came to the sky above the god's domain. Ouch! A crisp bird song sounded, causing the eight-faced demon spider below to tremble. Oh, he's scared. Boss, I'm here too. Xiongda's voice followed closely. As soon as Hela saw this violent zombie bear, she immediately. His eyes lit up. Wow, what a beautiful bear, I like it. Hela's love for undead creatures is the same as a woman's love for shopping for bags. Xiongda was praised by the beauty as soon as he appeared on the stage. He immediately said proudly, Bao Bao, look, this must be my Douyin fan. Idiot. If you have a bad temper, you can just fling your wings over and send the bear flying away. But at this time, the demon wolf Fenrir roared, then leaped in front of Grumpy. He also shook his wolf fur wildly and let out wolf roars frequently. Suhan and Hela were both stunned. Let me wipe, what is your wolf going to do? Hela's expression is extremely wonderful. Haha, Fenrir has fallen in love with this bird, he is showing his love. When Xiongda heard this, he became angry. Ma Dan, that's my wife, take it. Legal. After the bear roared loudly, it instantly rushed to the demon wolf Fenrir. The situation suddenly became awkward. Suhan had a black line on his head. Hela couldn't stop giggling. Bangbao, ignore them and do your business. Well, I don't care about these two idiots. After Grumpy finished speaking, he looked at the eight-faced demon spider below. Bao Bao, this eight-faced demon spider is at the second level of life, but with the Emperor of Symbiote in him, his strength may be higher. I'm sure if I didn't eat it, you might advance to the third level of life. Suhan said. No problem, it's up to me. After saying that, Grumpy once again raised his head to the sky and roared loudly, and then, a burst of golden light erupted from her body. Originally only the size of a person, she instantly transformed into an extremely huge bird under the shroud of golden light, even bigger than the eight-faced demon spider. Hiss, you bird is so big. Well, when Suhan heard this, he immediately, I feel uncomfortable all over. Why does the phrase bird, it's very big sound familiar to me? Ahem, my bird is indeed not small. Suhan whispered in Hela's ear. Hela's body stiffened. But the next second, she actually extended her evil hand. Suhan was so frightened that he was shocked. Oh my god, this guy, Tai Suhan never expected that she would be so irritable and even extend her stupid hand at this moment. When he was done, he showed a particularly pure smile. Nima lost his temper and transformed into an extremely huge golden rock, and quickly rushed towards the eight-faced demon spider below. Huh? The neighing sound made by a bad temper seems to have a miraculous effect on the eight-faced demon spider. The eight-faced demon spider's body was trembling before, but it actually froze in place. With one mouthful of anger, the extremely hard shell shattered directly. Countless amounts of slurry were exposed, and Gumpy pulled out some of his internal organs. So irritable, the eight-faced demon spider also roared. At the same time, a black mist began to erupt from his body. The black mist looked extremely poisonous at first glance. However, birds are indeed his natural enemies. Bao Bao just flicked his wings and immediately blow away these dark fogs. Then another mouthful? What happened next seemed a bit cruel. The eight-faced demon spider is truly majestic in front of the undead warriors. But in front of natural enemies, it is just like the fish on the chopping board. Let it be eaten violently. After several back and forths, the eight-faced demon spider stopped moving. Nice. Suhan manually liked it. Xiongda also rushed over and shouted, my wife did a great job, she is indeed the most powerful bird I have ever seen. However, Bao Bao didn't appreciate it at all and shouted, go away, I am a kunpang. Not a bird. The demon wolf Fenrir is a bit more primitive. It was still the first life form and could not speak. It just came not far from Grumpy and roared like a wolf. Suhan glanced at the wolf, a bear, and a bird. He said calmly, it's better to persuade your wolf to give up. A love triangle is fruitless. Hela chuckled, I think they are a good match. Forget it, let's leave their affairs alone and let them develop on their own. Hela is obviously helping Fenrir. Suhan smiled and glanced at Xiongda. He still has confidence in Xiongda. He will be a bear husband, and he knows that Bao Bao understands this, so he doesn't care. The eight-faced demon spider has been taken care of, but the symbiote emperor is still in her body. The symbiote is afraid of noise and fire, even if she is the queen of symbiotes. After saying that, Suhan's eyes flashed, and the nascent soul in his Danshan immediately appeared. Emerging from the top of the head, Yuanying's face turned slightly red, and then he sprayed a stream of three-color flames at the eight-faced demon spider below. Chapter 161 Venom, 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 Chapter 161 Venom, Venom, Venom. The three-color flames spit directly on the eight-faced demon spider. The flame didn't seem to be very hot, but as soon as it came into contact with the 8-faced demon spider, a shrill howl sounded immediately. Rings. In the flames, 2 halos of gold and silver emerged, trembling and screaming in the flames. Obviously, the 3-color flames spit out by the nascent soul are extremely harmful to the symbiote emperor of the conscious body. Mother Queen. The hybrid jumped out from behind Odin and shouted in a hoarse voice. Mother Queen. Then, Red Thorn and all the other symbiotes also came out. These are the children of Venom and the Emperor of Symbiotes. These people looked at the miserable appearance of the symbiote emperor being burned in the flames, and all of them felt extremely sad. Father, please, let the Queen Mother go. The hybrid suddenly knelt down. Then, Red Thorn, Leather Whip, Extreme Pain, and all the symbiotes knelt down. As they knelt down, all the divine soldiers in the entire divine realm also knelt down. Even the comrades who were not dead were all lying on the ground, as if they were bowing their heads. At this moment, everyone knelt in front of Suhan. They are all pleading for the Emperor of the Symbiote. Suhan couldn't help but frown. Venom. Suhan called softly. The Emperor of the Symbiotes is his wife after all. Even if he said that they had broken off their friendship, could they really break it off? Therefore, Suhan still wanted to seek Venom's opinion. However, Suhan's call was not answered. This surprised Suhan, because this has never happened before. Suhan's heart sank and he realized immediately. Entered the brain. In his mind, Venom was sitting outside the villa on the island, quietly staring at the lake with indescribable sadness. When Suhan saw this, he felt inexplicably distressed. He walked over and sat next to Venom. Brother, if you can't bear it, I can let her go. Suhan patted Venom on the shoulder. Venom raised his eyes and looked at Suhan. Suhan was surprised to find that there were tears in his eyes. Wow, you don't have to be like this. I can let her go, really. Suhan comforted. Venom smiled bitterly, then wiped the tears from his eyes and asked, Suhan, do you regret becoming one with me? Suhan pursed his lips and smiled. What do you regret? Without you, I might have died at the hands of other symbiotes. We are brothers, aren't we? Suhan said very seriously. Venom licked his slightly chapped lips. Looking at the reflection in the lake, the corners of his lips slowly rose. Yes, we are brothers. So, you won't blame me, right? Suhan was slightly startled. I blame you for what, and what have you done to apologize to me? Suhan said with a smile, but just after he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. I saw Venom grinning at Suhan, and then snapped his fingers. In an instant, a wave suddenly rippled on the surface of the sea of spiritual consciousness. The waves hit Suhan unexpectedly, causing Suhan to stumble. When Suhan reacted, the venom was gone. Asshole. Suhan cursed lowly and instantly arrived at the entrance to his brain. Sure enough, the venom is there. He was cutting off an arm from his body, drenched with blood. As soon as the arm was torn off, it immediately turned into a piece of black slime. The venom sticks this mucus on the brain barrier. Suhan, don't worry. In this life, I will only do this one thing to regret you, so please forgive me, okay? After saying that, Venom turned around and left. That back view was indescribably desolate. Asshole, what are you going to do to bring me back? My mucus won't trap you for long. You can come out in 10 minutes at most. Please give me these 10 minutes, okay? The voice of Venom echoed in Suhan's mind. Outside world. Suhan, who was originally silent, suddenly moved. Then, a thin layer of mucus suddenly flashed across his eyes, and then Venom appeared from behind Suhan. However, at this time, he only had 1 kilo left. Father, please let the Queen Mother go. We swear that as long as you let the Queen Mother go, we will not stay here anymore. Let's go on. Wandering in the universe. The hybrid looked at Venom, begging. When Venom heard this, he just glanced at him, and then looked at the symbiote emperor in the 3-color flames. Venom. A soft call sounded from the 2-color light group. However, the voice was already very weak. Venom smiled bitterly and turned to look at Suhan, who was still in silence. Suhan's consciousness is trapped in his brain and he will not react for the time being. I'm sorry, brother, she is my wife after all, I can't help it. After saying that, Venom raised the only remaining giant whaler, and then cut it towards the connection between him and Suhan. Click. With a crisp sound, a trace of blood splashed into the air. Venom and Suhan were separated. Venom's body was shaking violently. The same goes for Suhan. Asshole, you are looking for death. At this time, Suhan's consciousness returned. Just 1 minute. As soon as Suhan woke up, he immediately, enduring the extremely severe pain, he clenched his fists tightly, but did not move immediately. Take action against Venom. I said, I can let her go. Why are you looking for death? There was actually a trace of mist in Suhan's eyes. The mist circulated and finally condensed into a drop of water. He and Venom are permanently fused. If they are separated forcibly, one of them will die, and that one is undoubtedly Venom. Suhan already knew this when he evolved to the 2nd level of life. After all, he is the main body, and Venom is just attached. When the Venom is disconnected from him, at most he will lose a piece of flesh and suffer a little pain, but what the Venom needs to pay for is his life. He knows it, and so does Venom. So, Suhan is very angry now, so angry that he wants to kill him. This is a betrayal to him? Suhan, thank you, please help me. After saying that, Venom moved the 8 poisonous claws under his body and climbed to the edge of the 8-faced demon spider little by little. He looked back at Suhan, his eyes full of guilt. Then, he rushed towards the three-color flame without hesitation. Father! Chaos exclaimed, as did the rest of the symbiotes. Under the calcining of the three-color flames, his body was instantly reduced to ashes. However, a handsome man with one arm slowly stood up in the flames. His handsome face was full of smiles. At the same time, another figure appeared in the flames. That is a stunningly beautiful woman. Venom looked at her with both fondness and blame in his eyes. However, everything finally turned into relief. Right or wrong, he didn't care. He slowly walked up to her, hugged her, and said a few words in her ear. The woman's body trembled, and then she looked at him with an incredible look. Finally, with tears in her eyes, the woman nodded in agreement. Then, an unexpected scene appeared. I saw the woman suddenly transformed into a colorful butterfly, and then it swallowed the venom. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the novel from Love Reading Bookstore and remember to save it. Chapter M. Chapter 162 The God of Symbiotes. Chapter 162 The God of Symbiotes. The huge colorful butterfly opened its fine mouth and swallowed the venom in one bite. When Suhan saw this scene, he was completely stunned. Then he roared with splitting eyes, "Asshole!" Then, the aura of destruction in Suhan's body suddenly surged to the extreme. Everyone standing around him felt the oppression of death. The surrounding space began to twist and fragment because it could not withstand Suhan's momentum. Behind Suhan, a huge black hole formed. But Suhan stood proudly at the entrance of the black hole, completely unaffected. However, Suhan himself has also changed. He originally only had short hair, but his hair began to grow wildly until his black hair hung down from his waist and danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were as dark as the Death Star, and his murderous aura was as real as substance. Venom was disconnected from him, which did make him uncomfortable, but it was just uncomfortable. However, seeing the venom being swallowed up, Suhan could no longer keep his peace of mind. This is the first casualty of relatives and friends around him? Yes, relatives and friends. Venom is his relative and cherished companion. However, he is now being devoured by others and becomes someone else's nourishment. Whether it was voluntary or forced, he could not accept it. Die! Suhan roared angrily. The sound waves surged forward in layers like real substance. However, when Yinlang arrived at the Symbiote Emperor, she only saw two sets of wings flapping lightly. The sound wave was cut open and swept towards the Rainbow Bridge ahead. In an instant, a violent explosion broke out at the Rainbow Bridge, and then the gorgeous Rainbow Bridge was blown to pieces. However, great changes have also taken place in the Emperor of the Shared Body. I saw two halos of gold and silver appearing on the body of the Symbiote Emperor who had swallowed the venom. However, the two halos were so close that it was even difficult to tell whether they were gold or silver. More importantly, after the venom disappeared, the two halos began to overlap at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally merged completely. At the moment when the two halos merged, the body of the Symbiote Emperor bloomed with colorful rays of light. Then, she rose from the ashes. In Suhan's three-color flame, her figure continued to gaze and grow. Eventually, it turned into a huge butterfly nearly 10 meters tall. However, the next moment, several cracks appeared on the body of this huge butterfly. Then, click, click, it was like the sound of cloth being torn apart. The body of the butterfly was torn open. I saw a woman with an astonishing appearance inside. Hiss, when the body of the butterfly was completely broken, the woman's figure was completely revealed. If Hela is said to be the most beautiful person in the country, then this one is the stunning beauty of the country. Yes, this woman is wearing a white gauze, with long black hair behind her, and her appearance is like that of an immortal, with an otherworldly look. When the hybrid saw this woman, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Mother Goddess! Hongthorn and others also immediately shout, Mother Goddess! Mother Goddess Suhan was also slightly shocked. Sure enough, the next moment, a pale golden halo appeared above the woman's head. Then, she quietly opened her eyes. What a pair of eyes are those? They are colorful, like diamonds, with rhombus and corners, and each rhombus corner is a different color. At first glance, you are immediately mesmerized. Even Suhan is the same. Not good. Suhan was wary. Then there was a cool feeling in my brain. Only then did he wake up from a dream. When he looked at it again, he immediately felt chills all over his body. I saw that everyone who looked at her eyes was glowing with white fireworks. Those people gradually turned into nothingness amid the white fireworks. Suhan broke out in a cold sweat. Wake up, everyone. Suhan let out a sharp roar, and the sound came out like a wave. Suddenly, Hela and others immediately regained their clarity. The moment he regained his clarity, the white fireworks around him also dissipated. Obviously, this is the ability to confuse the class. However, confusion-type abilities have always been focused on control and never have any harmful capabilities. However, this woman's ability surprised even Suhan. What a terrifying ability. Hela also shivered after waking up. She had been confused once before when she was in the demonic prison, and now she was confused again. She fell down twice in the same place in one day, which made her extremely angry. Damn parasite, I'm going to tear you alive. After Hela finished speaking, she was about to go. Suhan grabbed her. Don't be impulsive. You are no match for her. You see, she is not showy, but now even I can't see through her strength. In other words, she is at least the 5th level of life now. He has already completed transformation and advanced into the God of Symbiote. Thinking of what Venom said before, Suhan's mood continued to sink. The God of Symbiotes. He has the same origin as one of the 5 great gods. This strength is really scary. Although Suhan thinks he is not weak, compared with the 5 gods, he is still a rookie. Therefore, he also needs to wait and see how things change and see what the situation is like. Mother Goddess, congratulations on your successful advancement. The hybrid Odin came to the woman's side and said with great joy. Symbiotes such as Red Thorn, Extreme Pain, and Leather Whip also came to her. The woman glanced at them, the corners of her lips raised slightly, but her tone was extremely sad. What I have achieved now is all a gift from your father. Counting, she lightly flapped her wings behind her, and then flew high into the sky. At this time, although she was 10 meters tall, her figure was light and her pair of butterfly wings were long behind her. There was no sense of disobedience and she was extremely beautiful. Your father's greatest wish in this life is to escape the ugly appearance of the symbiote. As a wife, I naturally want to help him fulfill his last wish. After she finished speaking, the butterfly wings behind her trembled violently. A lot of powder suddenly fell from the butterfly wings. The powder fell on the symbiote below. Changes suddenly occurred. I saw the symbionts parasitizing on the host, roaring one after another, then revealing their appearance from the host, and finally breaking away from the host one by one. Then the transformation began under the shocked eyes of everyone. Under their sticky tissue, bodies began to appear. They were like creatures trapped in mucus, and they began to tear away at the mucus desperately. Hiss, hiss, sounds sounded one after another. A humanoid breaks away from the slime. A true rebirth, a true rebirth? All symbionts, at this moment, have turned into humans. There is no longer a single symbiont in the entire divine continent. There are all living humans, living lives. Suhan was completely shocked when he saw this scene. Chapter 163 Beat You to Death. Chapter 164 The ancestors summoned and the 5 great gods suddenly appeared. In the 164th summons of the ancestors, the 5 great gods Suhan suddenly appeared looking at Venom with a very fierce expression, which made Venom feel extremely guilty. Indeed, Venom knew he was wrong on this matter. However, Suhan didn't scold him explicitly, he just compressed him into a very small one and put it in the palm of his hand like a treasure. Seeing his cautious appearance, Venom was deeply moved and at the same time felt even more uncomfortable that he had betrayed Suhan, but Suhan still treated him as a brother, which made him ashamed. Put away your bad thoughts. As my brother, you can't die casually. After saying that, Suhan reached out and took out a piece of black mucus from his body. Venom was shocked when he saw it. This is... Suhan smiled. This may be destiny. If you hadn't left this bit of mucus, I might not have been able to save you. After saying that, Suhan injected the poisonous soul into this bit of mucus. This bit of mucus is exactly what the venom uses to prevent Suhan from leaving his brain. The soul merged with the mucus, and the mucus instantly began to squirm. After a while, a small symbiote only the size of a palm appeared. How about I revive you? You don't have to die now. Suhan was very proud, and indeed he deserved it. Being able to save Suhan from such a desperate situation is a miracle. After reviving Venom, Suhan turned to look at the Symbiote Emperor. After the King of Symbiote was pinned to the ground and beaten severely by Suhan, his body had changed from 10 meters to the size of a normal human being. However, the beautiful butterfly wings behind her had been smashed to pieces by Suhan. The whole person's breath is also extremely weak. Obviously, that Qinglian hurt her greatly. Suhan's lips curled up, revealing a hint of cruelty. I saw him grabbing into the void, and the body of the Emperor of the body immediately disappeared. It flew towards him and was caught in his hand. The King of Symbiotes slowly opened his eyes, and those gem-like eyes immediately opened. A burst of magical light. You're still looking for death. When Suhan saw that she was still trying to seduce him, he reached out and slapped her without hesitation. This slap directly caused her to have snot and tears streaming down her face. I thought I would spare your life for the sake of the venom, but it turned out that you were lucky enough to swallow the venom without hesitation. He asked me to do this. The King of Symbiotes sent out weak fluctuations of thought. If he asks you to eat his shit, you can eat it. Whether you eat or not is obviously because you want to become stronger, so you eat him. You can obviously choose not to eat him. Suhan's words are not false at all. The Queen of Symbiotes did have a choice not to swallow the venom, but she swallowed it anyway, because she wanted to become the God of Symbiote. She was speechless by Suhan. Suhan smiled mysteriously. Some things are yours if they are yours, but if they are not yours, it is useless no matter what you think about them. After saying that, Suhan threw her to the ground. Extract. Suhan used extraction again. But this time, Suhan extracted not the soul, but everything. Suhan wants to extract everything from the Symbiote Emperor, soul, will, and body, leaving nothing behind. The King of Symbiotes immediately let out a miserable howl. Mother Queen. The hybrid knelt down with a look of grief on his face. Great God, please spare my mother. The hybrid is indeed a man of flesh and blood and emotions. Suhan quite appreciated it. But, Suhan showed no mercy at all. Within a few minutes, the King of Symbiotes was transformed into a ball of pure energy under Suhan's extraction ability. Suhan did not absorb these abilities himself, but injected these energies into little Venom's body. When Suhan poured that energy into the Venom's body began to expand, and in a moment it turned into a symbiote about the same height as Suhan. What's even more surprising is that inside the symbiote, a human figure slowly solidified. When Suhan saw this scene, his eyes widened slightly, because he never thought it would turn out like this. He originally just wanted the venom to be stronger. After all, he was extremely weak after his rebirth. Poof, when the figures inside the symbiote were clearly visible, the people inside began to struggle to tear open the outer film. It was like the sound of tearing cloth. A hole opened, followed by a crash. The figure came out from inside, naked and covered in mucus. When Suhan saw him, his eyes flashed, because he recognized that he was exactly what Venom had transformed into his brain. Is the humanoid Venom one Venom? Suhan stepped forward, took out a piece of clothing and put it on him. Venom opened his eyes and looked at him, his eyes filled with gratitude. Suhan, thank you. After Venom finished speaking, he jumped up into the air, and then a bright black light erupted from his body. In the dark light, a huge scorpion silhouette appeared behind him. And Venom also has an extra set of armor on his body. The whole person looks like a god of war, the god of symbiotes. Suhan looked at him curiously. Yes, Venom turned into the symbiote god. Venom fell slowly, came to Suhan, and then knelt down on one knee. Venom will never forget the kindness of reinvention. From now on, the entire symbiote family will regard you as the king. When the hybrids and others saw this, they were stunned for a short time, and then they came to their senses. Meet my king. All the symbionts knelt down to Suhan. Suhan is quite cute. Things took a turn that he didn't even react to. He chuckled and pulled Venom up. We are all brothers. We don't need to be kings. Venom pursed his lips and smiled. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed in the next second. Suhan was stunned, and then he shared the same expression as Venom, and the two of them looked at the sky almost at the same time. I saw a dark cloud floating across the sky. However, the dark cloud condensed into a human face. Oh, what a lively place. An old voice sounded slowly. It sounded ordinary, but to Suhan's ears, it was like the sound of thunder filling his ears, shaking him so much that he felt dizzy. So strong, who is this? Suhan looked at the face condensed by dark clouds with great solemnity. However, the answer turned out to be Venom. He is one of the 5 gods, the one who shares the same origin as my ancestors. When Suhan heard this, his eyelids twitched. Such a terrifying existence as the 5 gods actually came here. Haha, I passed by here by chance and suddenly sensed the aura of my own people, so I came over to take a look. It turns out that there are so many of my descendants here. After the human face finished speaking, he scanned all the symbiotes and finally locked his eyes on Venom. At present, it seems that this is not false. After all, one of the 5 gods really came. I just don't know which of the 5 gods this is. Suhan was also a little panicked whether the planet devourer would eternally annihilate death or face the 5 gods infinitely. However, over the past few days, he has gradually understood the thoughts of some strong men. As a strong man, he actually does not bother to care about the affairs of those with low strength and low life levels. This is their pride and their self-esteem. Otherwise, what would it be like if their strength reached their level and they still bothered with fights between mutants? So Suhan is actually not too worried about what this great god will do to him. First, there is no hatred or resentment. The second is the disdain of being a superior. However, Suhan didn't think so the next second. In the brain, the will of the earth, which had not been seen for a long time, suddenly spoke. Suhan, you have to be more careful. You must not let him discover that I exist in your sea of consciousness. I am the earth consciousness of the main universe and the supreme existence. Every supreme being in the parallel universe has been suppressed by me, and they are extremely eager to take my place or enter the main universe through me. Even the supreme being is like this, let alone these little bastards who are not even the supreme being. The 5 great gods fell into the mouth of the will of the earth and turned into little gangsters. He's such a big boss, you can't afford to offend him? However, Suhan was also extremely shocked. Even the supreme being is suppressed by the will of the main universe and the earth, which is so terrifying. Then I thought about it, isn't my future self going to be the strongest person in the main universe? In other words, in the future, even people from the Marvel world will have to kneel down and sing conquer. Thinking of this, Suhan raised his eyebrows unconsciously. Just thinking about it makes me happy. However, he is still more cautious now. Since the will of the earth has said so, he must take it easy. The face of the dark cloud in the sky obviously did not pay attention to Suhan, but paid attention to the Venom the whole time. Meet the gods. Venom saluted the face of dark cloud very respectfully. Well, you are a divine symbiote of the symbiote family. Well, you remind me of Zay. Venom immediately. Bow. Yes, I am the god of the symbiote family, and Zay is my ancestor. Venom said respectfully. Well, I can feel it. You have Zay's purest bloodline, the same bloodline as mine. I don't know which one of the 5 great gods is. Venom didn't know which god this was. Haha, they called me Galactus. Suhan's heart trembled. Planet Devourer? He knew that the opponent was very strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong it was. Suhan is now at the 4th level of life, and Venom is now the god of symbiotes, which is considered the 5th level of life. Going up further, Suhan himself can no longer calculate his strength. He will only know when he reaches that point. While Suhan was thinking wildly, Galactus' gaze shifted to him. Then, among the dark clouds, a big hand suddenly stretched out, and the big hand directly grabbed Suhan. This sudden change made Suhan break into a cold sweat. Suhan was thinking about it, but then he found that the dagger originally hidden on his body had been found by Galactus. Haha, this dagger is actually on a little human like you. The planet devourer took the dagger and put Suhan down. This made Suhan feel relieved, but also curious for no reason. Even Galactus knows the origin of this dagger. I dare to ask the Great Master, what is the origin of this dagger? Suhan asked. Instead of thinking about it in your mind, it's better to ask directly. This short sword. Galactus was about to say something, but seemed to think of something and kept silent. He just threw the dagger casually and threw it back in front of Suhan. Suhan raised his dagger, glanced at the opponent, and put it away again. Since they didn't tell me, there's no need to continue asking. Galactus obviously doesn't want to mention this matter anymore. He turned to look at Venom. May I have your name? Come back to God. My name is Venom. Okay, Venom, take your people and come with me. I will find you a place suitable for the development of your symbiote family. Stunned with Venom, he turned to look at Suhan. Obviously, he didn't want to separate from Suhan. However, Suhan glared at him. His expression seemed to say, "Are you stupid? This is such a great opportunity. Why don't you get out of here and stop clinging to me?" Venom felt Suhan's eyes, and then nodded. As you command, great God. Immediately, Venom waved at the hybrid. The hybrid and several of his siblings came to Venom's side. Under the organization of these people, all the people transformed from the symbionts gathered in one area. When the symbionts were assembled, a bright light appeared in the void. That bright light just enveloped the entire symbiote family. In a flash of light, the entire symbiote family disappeared. The black clouds above also disappeared. Venom just left. Although this was Suhan's intention, he still felt a little touched in his heart when he actually left. Suhan looked back at the entire divine realm. Odin was freed from the influence of the hybrid, and his whole will was awake. He looked at Hela, the goddess of death, with a complicated look in her eyes. When Hela looked at him, only Chikuakuo's killing intent remained. Old guy, you have sealed me for so many years. It's time to settle this account with you. The hatred between Odin and Hela was a matter between their father and daughter, and Suhan had no involvement. He just took advantage of them to resolve the conflict and quietly planted some vines in the divine realm. No matter what, after finally coming here, you have to bring something back, right? The vines quickly spread across the divine realm and began to absorb the divine power of this place. Seeing the fruits growing one by one, Suhan was extremely happy. He also transformed into a big boy picking fruits with great joy. For him, these fruits are the best tonic to challenge the laws of life. The green lotus can grow in the sea of consciousness precisely because Suhan devoured countless planets on his way to the god realm. Without Qinglian, Suhan might not be able to suppress Venom's wife. Suhan also had some expectations for the green lotus growing out of the sea of consciousness. Legend has it that when the world first opened, everything was still chaos. But in that chaos, a green lotus grew first. I would like to recommend my own new book, which I just opened this afternoon. The name is Super Dimension Heroine Group. If you are bored while waiting for the update, you can check it out. If you like it, you can give some flowers and tickets. Thank you for reading the ununderlined version of the novel. Please download the novel and remember to save it. Chapter M. Chapter 166 First Encounter with the Will of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 166 First Sight of the Will of Heaven and Earth. The chaos gave birth to a green lotus, giving birth to the great god Pangu. Of course, Suhan's Qinglian is definitely not Chaos Qinglian, but the green lotus that can grow in the sea of consciousness is definitely not an ordinary thing. Therefore, Suhan still has a lot of expectations for it. Nowadays, collecting fruits is also to accumulate more life energy and ripen the green lotus. While Hela and Odin were resolving their conflict, Suhan quietly collected a lot of fruits. After all, this divine domain is the kingdom of gods. Divine power is everywhere. The vines bear fruit extremely quickly. In just a moment, Suhan collected hundreds of them. Suhan was not polite and ate while collecting the food. After gulping down hundreds of fruits, the huge vitality began to nourish the whole body. Suhan also paid special attention to Qinglian within the sea of spiritual consciousness. Sure enough, as the vitality increases, the vitality that Qinglian can absorb increases. After absorbing more vitality, Qinglian began to change. I saw the green lotus flower gradually turning into pink, and then, a petal bloomed quietly. Well, as the lotus flower bloomed, Suhan suddenly discovered that there was a drop of crystal dew on the lotus flower. As soon as the dewdrops appeared, the entire sea of spiritual consciousness immediately filled the air. The fragrance is fragrant. As soon as Suhan thought about it, the dewdrop immediately appeared in the hand. Psychic elixir. No wait, when Suhan spoke, the will of the earth spoke first. There was also a hint of surprise in his tone. This green lotus of yours actually gave birth to a spiritual elixir. Suhan didn't know what the so-called spiritual elixir was. What is a spiritual elixir? Spiritual elixir is a magical elixir that can be used to restore the spirit or when the will is traumatized, and to delay the escape of consciousness. There was a slight trembling in the tone of Earth's will. Suhan's eyes turned. He remembered that the will of the Earth seemed to be about to escape. Senior, is this spiritual elixir useful to you? If so, then you can take it. You have to give me the spiritual elixir. This voice of the Earth's will is really carrying strong fluctuations. Yes, Senior has helped me so much, so it is appropriate to give you this elixir. Suhan sincerely wanted to give him the elixir. Suhan, do you know how precious this elixir is? If one day you are severely injured, on the verge of life and death, and your will is about to collapse, you only need to take this drop of elixir and you can come back to life. Suhan was shocked. Is this spiritual elixir so terrifying? However, Suhan did not regret it at all. Senior, since this elixir is so wonderful, you should take it. I remember you said that your consciousness is about to collapse. If this elixir can protect you from death, that would be the best. After hearing this, Earth will fell silent. After a long while, he let out a faint sound. My consciousness will inevitably dissipate. But taking this spirit, I can indeed extend the time. However, I am also very conflicted about whether I should take it or not. For a dying person, it would be a waste to use it, but if it is not used, I do still have some unfulfilled wishes. Is there anything wrong with this? Absolutely, you should take it. Suhan's consciousness instantly returned to his mind and came outside the palace. It is that drop of spiritual elixir in my hand. There was another moment of silence. After a long while, the palace door suddenly made a dull sound. The door creaked slightly open, and countless golden lights inside escaped. Suhan bathed in the golden light and felt that his whole body felt relaxed, as if he was soaking in warm water. It feels so comfortable. Suhan let out a soft cry. However, the next moment, the will of the earth said, "Come in." Suhan was shocked. He entered but quickly followed the will of the earth and squeezed in through the crack in the door. As soon as he entered, Suhan immediately came. Opened his mouth wide. The palace is very big, but in this huge palace, there is only one thing. That is the sun. Yes, the golden sun. Extremely dazzling. Senior, is that you? Suhan looked at the sun and asked softly. One. Sure enough, there is the voice of the earth's will in the sun. Is this your true nature? Compared with the will of the earth in the parallel world, the will of the earth in this main universe is obviously countless times more advanced. Yes. Just throw the elixir over here. Only then did Suhan realize that he was here to deliver the elixir. Suhan immediately. He threw the spiritual elixir in his hand away. I saw the dewdrop immediately. It drifted towards the sun and then merged into the sun. Suhan originally thought that some strange vision would appear, but in the end, he was disappointed. Nothing at all. Only the golden light shone. Then he saw a figure slowly appear in the golden sun. He was an old grandfather, with white beard and hair, and an old look. He stood in the golden sun and looked very weak. Oh, I'm old and no longer useful. He was like the old man from the neighbor's house sitting on the doorstep and talking about the passage of time. He was very simple and made Suhan feel very friendly. Then, the golden color in the palace gradually shrank, and finally everything was hidden in the golden sun. Finally, even the golden sun disappeared, leaving only the old grandfather standing there. He looked at Suhan, his face full of kindness. Suhan looked at him, and his thoughts suddenly returned to the old man sweeping the floor he met at school. Suddenly, I felt that time and space were out of order, and it felt extremely unreal. God, who would have thought that an old man sweeping the floors would be the embodiment of the will of the earth? Therefore, you must be polite to the grandpa and grandma who sweep the floor. Maybe it's some outsider who hides in the city. How should I call you? It's okay if I haven't seen it before. Now that we have officially met, we should have a title at least. Oh, they all call me Jinya. You can also call me Jinya. Hello, Mr. Jin. After Suhan finished shouting, he realized something. Them? Haha, they are talking about some old monsters on the earth, such as the old fossil hidden in the Great Wall, Master Long, and the old ghost in Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, Master Qin. After Suhan heard this, the hairs all over his body were pounding. There is a dragon hidden in the Great Wall and there is a ghost in the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. These two pieces of information made Suhan feel his scalp numb. Haha, don't make a fuss. You were immortal before and you would never know this. But if you go back in the future, you will know that the world you know is not the real world. Suhan licked his lips. Indeed, if he had not traveled here, he might not have known until his death that there was such a magnificent and wonderful world hidden in the peaceful world. Chapter 167 The 6 major god tribes of the main universe. He watched Suhan grow up step by step, just like his own children. Jinya, why did you choose me? It can't be because I ran to save you. In that case, any decision I made was just a momentary decision, and it cannot reflect a person's quality. Suhan has always wanted to ask about this. After all, it seems unreasonable to bring such a huge opportunity to myself just because I chose to save him during the earthquake disaster. Upon hearing this, Mr. Jin smiled kindly. You are very smart. Indeed, I did not choose you just because you saved me. In fact, I chose you because of many considerations. And the reason why I appear there is precisely because I am observing you. Watch me. Suhan was surprised. Recalling his past life, he didn't realize that he was being monitored or anything like that. But when he thought about it again, Suhan found it ridiculous. I was just a mortal at that time, and even if I was observed, it would be impossible to find him. To put it this way, my previous life was truly terrifying and ignorant. Mr. Jin still smiled. But there was a trace of hesitation on his old face. There seems to be something inconvenient to say. Suhan understood this expression very well and just waited. If the other party is willing to say it, then they will naturally say it. If they are not willing to say it, then forget it. Lord Jin hesitated for a while and suddenly looked at the palace. Asked, Suhan, do you know what this palace is? Suhan was surprised and looked back at the palace. To be honest, this palace is quite old. I used to be mentally weak and didn't realize what this palace was. I just thought it was Nguyen Palace. But now with the growth of spiritual power, Suhan can already feel the extraordinariness of this palace. However, he still didn't know what this palace was. I don't know, but I know this is not the Nguyen Palace I thought. Lord Jin glanced at Suhan appreciatively. With your current strength, you can see how extraordinary it is, which shows that my vision is right. It is indeed not the Nguyen Palace. In fact, it is an innate magic weapon. Suhan, the innate magic weapon, was shocked. In his mind, Suhan began to think about those extremely powerful flying swords, flying knives, Yiruyu, and so on. They move mountains and fill seas at every turn, burn the sky and cook the sea, which is extremely terrifying. Master Jin, is this the kind of magic weapon I thought? Mr. Jin narrowed his eyes and nodded heavily. Yes, it is the kind of magic weapon you think of, but your magic weapon is more terrifying than you think. And this magic weapon also involves your origin, and with my identity, I may not be qualified to reveal it. Boom, Suhan only felt that his brain was being hit hard. He was born with a magic weapon and was the will of the earth. Even though he had no qualifications, he still had a great background. Lord Jin was in Suhan's mind, and he knew what he was thinking. I saw him nodding. Well, your identity does have a lot of background. If my guess is correct, you should be one of the 6 major divine races in the main universe. I can vaguely guess which race you are. However, I don't know the details. After all, the level of the 6 major divine races in the main universe is not something I can pry into. Suhan's whole body was about to explode. This information is too big. It was so big that Suhan couldn't digest it. The sea of consciousness outside the palace was also filled with turbulent waves due to Suhan's huge mental fluctuations. Hey, don't think so wildly. Lord Jin roared loudly. Suhan finally came to his senses and barely suppressed the shock in his heart. It's my fault. I shouldn't have revealed your origin so early and brought such a heavy burden and impact on your mind. There was a trace of annoyance on Mr. Jin's old face. Obviously, he was debating whether to talk to Suhan about this just now. Now it seems that it is indeed too early. Suhan has been greatly affected now. Master Jin, I'm fine. Can you tell me more about this? Which of the 6 major divine races I come from and what are the true appearances of those main universes? Suhan has too many questions. However, Mr. Jin chose to remain silent this time. You will know this later. Now let's talk about your affairs in this world. You have now reached the nascent soul realm. The next step is to incarnate, and then to transcend the tribulation. When you overcome the tribulation, your power will be transformed into divine power. At that time, you can barely pry into the mysteries of this palace, and you can also use a little of the power of this palace. At that time, you will truly be a strong person in this world, and even if you face the 5 gods, you may not be incapable of fighting. Hissing, Suhan was shocked again. Transforming into gods and transcending tribulations, this was the first time that Suhan knew the realm behind him. In other words, he only needs to advance twice. Knowing the future path, Suhan can walk step by step. This is very important to him. Master Jin, do you know how many levels of life there are in this world? Lord Jin thought for a moment. Suhan's eyes widened. In other words, above him, there are 5 life levels of 55, to be precise, they should be 444. Because Suhan's current combat effectiveness clearly exceeds his current level. As for those who were stronger than him, Suhan made a slight estimate. Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet, the 5 gods, the Living Tribunal, and the Heart of the Universe. The original Transcendent. Let's break down the rankings a little bit. Suhan felt that the original Transcendent should be at the top of the pyramid, which is the 9th level of life. Next is the Heart of the Universe, or the Chord of Life. One of them must be at the 8th life level, or both. Then there are the 5 great gods, they are considered the 7th level of life. Then comes Thanos. There is no doubt that Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet is definitely capable of fighting at the 6th level of life on Earth. The 6th level of life is Suhan's period of transcending tribulation. Suhan narrowed his eyes. It seems that we need to hit the 5th level of life as soon as possible, or even the 6th level of life. After the affairs of God's domain are over, we must find the remaining Infinity Stone as soon as possible. Now Suhan has the Power Gem and the Space Gem in his hand. The Mind Stone is on Vision. The Time Stone is in Doctor Strange. The Ether Stone, also known as the Reality Stone, seems to be with the Dark Elves, or perhaps with Odin. As for the last Soul Gem, it was on a distant planet, and only Gamera seemed to know where it was. Suhan thought about the Soul Gem method and couldn't help but frown. No matter what, improving your own strength is the most important thing. Suhan took a deep breath and looked at Lord Jin again. However, the next moment, Suhan and Jinya let out a soft cry at the same time. Wow, another drop of spiritual elixir. As the only remaining king, Hela is understandable in ruling the divine realm. Even those who are unconvinced will eventually succumb to Hela's undead army. Suhan, did you secretly help me? After killing Odin, Hela asked. Suhan grinned. No way, you are so strong, do you still need my help? Humph, I believed your lies, you bad old man, you are very bad. He rubbed Suhan with a slightly doting smile. The divine realm has been subdued, and Suhan's journey is finally over. But Suhan still has one unfinished business, and that is the whereabouts of the Reality Stone. Hela, you should know about ether particles. Hela's expression changed. I know that ether particles have always been in the hands of the Dark Elf King, but... Hela suddenly looked at Suhan uneasily. Suhan instinctively felt that something was not right. What's wrong? Why this expression? Hela hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Didn't you give me Thor and Loki last time?" Suhan nodded. He didn't know why Hela would mention the two of them at this time. In order to take revenge, I gave them to the Dark Elves. Suhan frowned slightly. Just give it away, what does it have to do with the ether gems? Hela smiled bitterly. Well, I just heard that Thor and Loki collaborated with the Dark Elf King. It is said that both of them have been strengthened by ether particles and have now become demons. Suhan didn't react for a while. Thor and Loki have been strengthened by ether particles, their strength has skyrocketed, and they have become demons who only know how to kill. Suhan's eyelids twitched. He instinctively thought of Rowan back then. Then where are they now in the Dark Elves? Maybe, I'm not sure either. As soon as Hela finished speaking, Suhan's expression changed. I saw him stretching out his hand, and it was immediately in the palm of his hand. A round ball appeared, which was a miniature of the Earth. But at this moment, the miniature of the Earth is turning dark red at an alarming speed. And among the dark red, a red dot was flashing continuously. Suhan's eyes flashed and he immediately zoom in on that area. Immediately, the full view of the area appeared in front of Suhan. I saw a clear sky with blood-colored clouds. Suddenly, thunder rumbled among the clouds. And among the clouds, a figure stood proudly in the void. He was seen wearing a bloody armor, a blood-red cloak on his back, short hair on his head, and a resolute and handsome face, but one eye was covered with an eye patch. It's the God of Thunder. It's just that the appearance of Thor at this time has changed drastically. The original long blonde hair disappeared and was replaced by handsome short hair, and one of his eyes was blind. There was a strong red light flashing on his body. The red light burst out from his body and seemed to be highly corrosive. Many irregular cracks appeared on his body. It looks extremely ferocious. When Suhan saw the God of Thunder like this, he not only frowned. The same goes for Hela. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. If I had known he would be like this, I might as well kill him to make things clean. Hela looked like she had done something wrong. It's okay. You don't have to blame yourself. I don't blame you either. I need to go back and deal with something now. I'll leave this to you. Well, feel free to go. Suhan did not hesitate, but directly took out the cosmic Rubik's Cube and opened the wormhole leading to the Earth. After crossing the wormhole, Suhan returned to Earth instantly. The place where he appeared was SHIELD, on the office building. As soon as he entered the Earth, Suhan felt a strong oppression. He looked up at the sky and saw that the entire sky was red. Those layers of bloody clouds give people a kind of psychological oppression. Not only that, Suhan also found that the air seemed to be filled with a power he didn't know about. Suhan grabbed the void and then compressed it. Within a moment, a trace of blood-colored energy appeared in Suhan's palm. It's the power of ether particles. Suhan frowned. Thor, is this guy planning to spread the power of ether particles to the entire planet? He actually wants to transform all the people on Earth into Doomslayers. He is really looking for death. Suhan was furious and instantly jumped into the sky. Above the clouds, the God of Thunder stands proudly on top of his clothes, full of violent energy. Suhan's appearance caused a flash of hatred in his one eye. Suhan. A roar sounded. Suhan smiled brightly. Soul, I never thought you would be willing to give up your handsome face. It turned into this horrible state. This is ridicule, but also ridicule. Taunting Thor that he would not hesitate to cooperate with the enemy in order to take revenge. This is all your fault. It was you who drove me to a dead end. It was you who destroyed God's domain. If you destroy the divine domain, I will destroy the earth. I will make this place a purgatory that even gods and demons dare not set foot in. The God of Thunder was furious and kept roaring. At the same time, more ether energy also escaped from his body. These energies are swayed in the air and permeated in the air. When ordinary people breathe, they will slowly have an impact. Suhan also had a slight pain in his balls. Thor is easy to handle, but the dissipated ether energy is a troublesome thing. Suhan glanced at him, and murderous intent broke out instantly. Freeze. Time and space all stopped at this moment. 3 seconds were enough for Suhan to twist off Soul's head. But, just 1 second later, Thor moved. This made Suhan slightly surprised. Do you think I'm still the same Thor as before? After Thor finished speaking, a dazzling red light suddenly exploded inside his body. Then, his body swelled again. He, who was originally about 10 meters tall, instantly became a 100 meters tall giant. Roar 1. The God of Thunder roars, like thunder exploding. He swung around, avoiding Suhan, and rushed directly towards the human city below. Suhan thought that this guy was planning to fight for his life, but he never expected that he would escape without a fight. When he followed, Soul had already entered a city in Mexico. Boom! The moment his feet landed on the ground, endless ether energy began to spread from the soles of his feet to the ground. The earth seemed to be on fire, turning into pits and pits of red. On the surrounding buildings, blood-red cracks were also climbing up from the bottom. As for the people in the building, once they come into contact with this bloody ether energy, they will immediately. He began to howl in agony, and his body began to mutate at the same time. Chapter 170 Using Heaven and Earth as the Furnace. Chapter 170, The mutated human beings, who used the heaven and earth as their furnace, turned into a tall, powerful, and unafraid of death-destroying warrior in a very short period of time. Human beings fell down one by one, and when they got up again, they had turned into terrifying destructors, puppets, and slaves of the Dark Elves. Suhan looked at this scene and kept frowning. And Thor laughed heartily. This is what he wants to see. He just wants to see the destruction of mankind and the destruction of the earth. Suhan, do you feel sad to see your home planet become like this? Thor asked. Suhan sighed slightly. What hurts me is not my heart, but Naoko. After saying that, Suhan's body began to burst into bright light. Then, he grabbed a handful of seeds and sprinkled them into the void. Those seeds immediately exploded in the void, sprouted, grew, and intertwined. In an instant, a cauldron intertwined with vines appeared in the sky. Suhan looked at this cauldron with a touch of heat in his eyes. Then, with a wave of his hand, the cauldron immediately flew down and covered the God of Thunder. Originally, I didn't want to kill you, but seeing you become like this, I'm afraid there will be trouble in the future if I keep you here, so. After Suhan finished speaking, Suhan's head immediately lifted. A baby appeared. The baby breathed out flames and set the cauldron on fire. When Suhan was still in the realm of nascent soul, the flames of the nascent soul could burn the Emperor of Symbiotes, but now that Suhan was in the realm of God transformation, the flames of the nascent soul were even more intense. Under the fire, the God of Thunder roared. There is still a huge gap in strength between him and Suhan. Although he was able to break free from the shackles of freeze, he still couldn't please Suhan. The fire of nascent soul continued to burn, and the Thunder God's roar turned into a miserable howl. Suhan, on the other hand, had no expression on his face and just said to himself, even a little Thunder God like you wants to come and harm the earth. You really think of me as a public garden. However, your words reminded me. The idea of turning the earth into a purgatory is great. However, it is not a purgatory for humans, but a purgatory for invaders. After Suhan finished speaking, he actually started to sit down cross-legged. His eyes were full of caution, and then he raised his hand. Extract. In the void, a huge hand appeared. A terrifying suction force appears. However, it is not Thor that is sucked, but the earth itself. In the sea below, ships that had sunk into the deep sea were being extracted one after another. From the earth, pieces of fine iron raw stones were extracted. As soon as these things appeared, the nascent soul above Suhan's head spewed flames again. Under the calcination of flames, these steel and raw stones began to melt into copper liquid and molten iron. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the void, a red stream of light was seen rushing towards Suhan. When Suhan saw this, he looked coldly. Loki, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I saw a lotus flower appearing out of thin air in Suhan, and then fiercely swiped towards the flying streamer. Snap! The red stream of light was violently whipped away and smashed into the ground. It's Loki. It's just that at this time, Loki has long lost his original handsome appearance. Like Thor, he was taller, stronger, and ugly due to the etheric energy. He was smashed into the ground by Qinglian and could not get up for the time being. As for Suhan, with a thought in his mind, the dagger flew over quickly, and then accurately pierced Loki's forehead. Loki was killed instantly. Loki, Soul, who was originally participating, suddenly stopped shouting. Instead, a terrifying roar broke out. Complete. After all, when his brother died, he naturally became violent. Humph, if it hurts you so much, then you can go too. The dagger turned its head and instantly stabbed Thor to the core. After doing this, Suhan didn't stop at all. The copper liquid and molten iron have been melted, and then under Suhan's control, the copper liquid and molten iron turned into two giant dragons. One burrows into the ground and the other flies into the sky. Roar! Two giant dragons roar at the same time. Suhan also stood up at this time. He came to the middle position between the two giant dragons, and with a move of his hand, the God of Thunder's body immediately moved, was dragged up by him. The giant dragon turned into molten copper and molten iron swallowed it in one gulp. But Suhan pressed down with his backhand, and Loki's body sank into the soil, and was swallowed by the giant dragon in the earth. After doing this, Suhan let out a breath. He said to himself, it's probably done. Then, nascent soul enters the body. Use heaven and earth as a furnace to burn all things. In an instant, Suhan's body burst into endless fire. The sky was set on fire. The earth was also set on fire. The entire void turned into a blazing heaven in an instant. Cities infected by etheric energy were reduced to ashes in the fire. Each infected human being was also liberated in the flames. If someone were looking from the outer space of the earth at this time, they would definitely be able to see that there was a faint appearance of a furnace inside the entire earth. Among them, two powerful souls became the souls of this cauldron. These two souls are clearly Thor and Loki. This fire lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the flames went out, although nearly half of the human world was destroyed. But the entire earth also underwent earth-shaking changes in this fire. Suhan appeared high in the sky above the earth. He looked at the land and ocean below and sighed slightly. Although half of humanity and cities were destroyed, the effect is still there. At least, you don't have to worry about intruders in the future. Then, Suhan spread his palms. In his palm, a miniature model of the earth appeared. However, it is no longer a simple earth model. The need for a furnace also appeared in the palm of my hand, which happened to cover the earth tightly. Phew, I'm so tired. Sure enough, doing such a big thing still consumes a lot of energy. Suhan is equivalent to refining the earth into a magic weapon. However, this magic weapon only has a defensive effect and has no offensive ability. However, Suhan was already satisfied. Hey, it would be great if the Dark Elves came to invade the earth at this time, just in time for me to test my power. After Suhan finished speaking, he saw several extremely huge space battleships appearing in the outer space of the earth. Haha, if you really say CAO will be here. Suhan's eyes flashed with cruelty. However, he did nothing but looked at each other quietly. Even if the opponent launches a space battleship into the Earth's atmosphere, or even lands in a human city. At this time, a ray of light fell from the distant void and landed in the city. When the light faded, Hela appeared carrying the demon wolves Fenrir and Heimdall. Suhan saw her and smiled knowingly. How did you come? Hela frowned when she heard this, and replied, I sensed that the Dark Elves were invading with a large army, so I came to help. However, Suhan smiled confidently after hearing this. Haha, no need, just watch. Chapter 171 Thanos. Chapter 171 Thanos. The Dark Elves have entered the Earth, but Suhan has no reaction at all. Let them come out of the spacecraft and start attacking humans. Hela frowned slightly. Aren't you going to fight back? Suhan smiled slightly. We must fight back. Then stand still here. Hela was very puzzled. Suhan chuckled. Don't worry, just watch. If you don't hurry, your home planet will be destroyed. Hela is more anxious than Suhan. However, the next second, she was no longer anxious. I saw Suhan watching the Dark Elves getting off the spaceship and planning to attack humans. Suhan's hand immediately. A miniature Earth appeared. Suhan smiled sinisterly. He snapped his fingers, and the miniature Earth in his palm instantly appeared. A firelight lit up. Then, the miniature Earth in his hand immediately disappeared. Like a lit lantern, red. As the Earth in his hand turned red, Hela saw many terrifying flames suddenly appearing in the void. Even she felt afraid of this kind of fierce flames. As soon as the flame comes out, immediately, as if they were positioned, they rushed towards the Dark Elves with precision. The flames exploded among the Dark Elves, instantly igniting a large area of Dark Elves. The sound of miserable howls continued, and in the blink of an eye, they were burned to ashes. At the same time, the entire sky suddenly turned red, and among the countless flames, an extremely tall flame god stood out. Owner. Looking at the appearance of this flame god, he looks exactly like the god of thunder. Hela couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw this scene. At the same time, boundless waves began to appear in the sea below, and then, these waves condensed into a blue giant. Judging from his appearance, he looks exactly like Loki. Owner. Loki also shouted respectfully. Hela was completely stunned. Suhan smiled slightly. From now on, your two brothers will become the guardians of the earth. At the same time, they are also the weapon spirits of this heaven and earth furnace. Hela was shocked. The melting pot of heaven and earth. Suhan turned his hand. In an instant, Hela found that the world he was in began to change. In the void, an invisible wall appeared, and the wall was bronze. If you look closely, you will see that this is not a wall, it is clearly a furnace wall, not only behind you, but also in front and all around. This is a furnace. Hela finally discovered the secret. Suhan chuckled. Yes, I used the heaven and earth of the earth as the furnace and your two brothers as the spirits to create such a melting pot of heaven and earth. It's easy for intruders to get in, but it's hard to get out. Although the quality of this cauldron is a little low now, as long as it continues to burn the intruders and absorb their energy, it will gradually become stronger. Hela's eyes lit up. It's so miraculous, why don't you refine the divine realm as well? However, Suhan shook his head. Come on, I'm exhausted from refining this one. Besides, this cauldron is made with the three-color true fire of my nascent soul. To a certain extent, this cauldron is closely connected with me. If it is affected by if I create something, I will also have an impact. Just practice one of these things and it will be fine. Hela heard what he said and roughly understood the situation. Okay, forget it then. However, the divine realm has been unified by me. Should we discuss marriage? Should you marry me or should I marry you? Suhan rolled his eyes. This all means the same thing, okay. However, Suhan glanced at Hela. Getting married is actually a process. Moreover, there was not even a scene between him and Phoenix Girl. It's not that their relationship is bad, it's just that Suhan has never thought about getting married. Take it slow first one. Suhan said. Hela's expression darkened and she said nothing more. Suhan didn't want to comfort him. After all, he has his own considerations. Before Thanos arrives, everything is false. Suhan still knows a little about Thanos' abilities. Possessing the Infinity Gauntlet, he is so terrifying that he can wipe out life on half the planet with just a snap of his fingers. Of course, it would be difficult for Thanos to get the Infinity Gauntlet now. After all, he couldn't collect these infinite gems. As long as one is missing, the power of the Infinity Gauntlet will be greatly reduced. However, Suhan's purpose is not as simple as discounting. The Infinity Gauntlet still needs to be done. But it was not done by Thanos, but done by himself. After finishing the affairs of God's domain and Earth one after another, Suhan rarely had some quiet days. During this time, Suhan also ordered Archie and Ultron to go to the Dark Elves, eradicate them in one fell swoop, and recapture the Ether Stone, the Reality Stone. At this point, Suhan has the Space Stone, the Power Stone, and the Reality Stone in his hands. The Mind Stone and Time Stone are both on Earth. There is only one Soul Gem left. Suhan was still a little concerned about how to obtain Soul Gems. It can only be obtained by sacrificing the soul of the person he cherishes, so Suhan has little interest in getting it. However, there is no need for Suhan to get it. Thanos will go there himself. It's just a pity for Gamera. Oh, and there's a Star-Lord. However, with Star-Lord's slutty character, it won't be long before he forgets about Gamera and falls in love with someone else. Endless void. Above a dead star, teams of miners were frantically digging for something. And somewhere on this star, on a throne, a tall and sturdy eternal being sat on it. And below him stood a short and thin counselor. Master, this planet's collection of rare metals is almost complete. When the eternal being heard this, a meteor-like light flashed in its huge eyes. Well, send these ores to the forger and let him create the Infinity Gauntlet at a speed as fast as he can. As you command, my master, the counselor said. However, he hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, Master, we don't have a single one Infinity Stone, so what's the use of the Infinity Glove? When Thanos heard this, he smiled mysteriously. Without the Infinity Stones, the Infinity Gauntlet is really useless, but who told you that I must use the Infinity Stones to inlay it? After saying that, Thanos slowly stood up. I saw him reaching into the void. On his hands, immediately, several colorful crystal balls appeared. Master, this is. Thanos looked at these crystal balls with pride in his eyes. This is the soul ball I exchanged from Gao Tianzan with the golden crystals I collected. These soul balls seal the souls of strong men from other parallel universes. For example, this one is one. Thanos took out one of the soul balls and said, what is sealed in this one soul ball is a soul called the Ancient Witch Spirit. Chapter 172 Lottery and Stuff, I like it the most. Chapter 172 Lottery and Stuff, I like it the most. Master, let me go with you. Kirita, Ultron said very sincerely. No need, I'll just go alone. Suhan refused. After resting for a period of time, Suhan finally decided to leave the Earth and go to the land of nothingness to take another photo of Collector Tiffin. Since Suhan had already been there last time, he had already located the place. He didn't need to take a long spaceship to get there, he could just open the wormhole. Therefore, he refused to bring a large number of people there. I saw him take out the cosmic Rubik's Cube, then open the wormhole, step into it, and the person has appeared on the outskirts of the void. Looking at the bustling planet, Suhan pursed his lips and smiled, then moved in a short moment and arrived at Collector Ti Fan's shop. I found that female clerk. The female clerk already knew Suhan and immediately take Suhan to meet Ti Fan. Oh my friend, you are finally here. I have missed you for a long time. As soon as Ti Fan saw Suhan, he immediately. I was as excited as seeing my biological father. You want me to give you a colorless crystal? Tiffin laughed and was not polite. Yes, I hope you can send me some colorless crystals every day. Do you know what I got last time with the colorless crystal you sold me? Tiffin was obviously really happy, even saying such a thing. What Suhan asked. You come with me. Ti Fan excitedly led Suhan to his treasure room. In the dazzling treasure room, there were still many treasures that attracted Suhan. However, Suhan didn't come for them this time, so he didn't look much further. This is it. Tiffin pointed to a crystal ball on the shelf. That is. Suhan had never seen such a crystal ball before, so naturally he didn't know what it was. Tiffin chuckled. This is the soul ball? The soul of the strong is sealed inside. With this soul ball, you can control the soul of the strong to fight for you? Normally, this requires a lot of golden crystals to exchange for it. Unexpectedly, I actually pulled one out of the universe lottery machine. How about you? Are you interested in buying it? As long as you have colorless crystals, not many, 5,000 will be enough. Wuqian Suhan was surprised. The previous 10 colorless crystals made Tiffin extremely happy. If such a one crystal ball costs 5,000 colorless crystals, either Tiffin is crazy, or this crystal ball is really that expensive. Obviously, the answer is the latter. Suhan looked squarely at the crystal ball for the first time. The crystal ball with the soul of the strong sealed inside it is the strong one. Suhan looked at it carefully. At this moment, he really discovered a clue. I saw a shadow in the crystal ball. Suhan squinted his eyes and took a closer look, and immediately saw clearly. It was a lavender creature. It stood on legs, but it was obviously curved. It had a carapace on its back. In the carapace, there were two thin cicada wings. Its arms were as thick as knives, and its head was as sharp as a cockroach. This creature? Suhan suddenly rummaged through his memory bank and found an impression. Nima, isn't this void predator Hazek? Suhan looked carefully again. That was it, the cliff was right. For a moment, Suhan felt extremely itchy. He really wanted to exchange this crystal ball and release the soul sealed inside. See if it's the one you know. Void Plunder. Or Kazakhs, if so, then it's fun to play. Ti Fan finally smiled when he saw Suhan was so entangled and wanted so much. Since you are an old customer, I'll give you a 20% discount on 4,000 colorless crystals. How can it be interesting? After hearing this, Suhan's eyes lit up. Tiffin himself said that this was drawn by lottery. Then, no matter how much you sell, you will make a profit. So Suhan started to lower the price. Colorless crystal, if you can do it, the deal will be done, if not, forget it. Tiffin's eyes widened. I'll go, you're driving down the price too hard. You'll cut it in half right away. The place is extremely distressing. But in the end, he sighed, okay, 2,000 is 2,000. The colorless crystal was still profitable for him, after all, he got it through a lottery. Immediately, Suhan took out 2,000 colorless crystals and directly replaced them with this crystal ball. However, after the exchange, Tiffin spoke again. Brother, the crystal ball is for one-time use. If you break it, you can only use it once, unless you can find a container that can permanently imprison the soul of the strong. If you have a container, you can take out the soul of the strong man and reseal it in the container so that it can be used permanently. Suhan nodded. For some reason, Suhan immediately thought of the Infinity Gauntlet. Forget it, don't worry about it for now. Let's do business first. Suhan came to Ti Fan this time not to exchange things, but to find him to lead the way. Suhan felt that it was necessary for him to go to Gao Tianzan in person to see the universe lottery machine. After all, he has the ability to decompose and can obtain colorless crystals. Once he can draw the lottery by himself, there are still many chances of getting treasures. So, he immediately said, Tiffin, you have so many colorless crystals now. When are you going to draw a lottery? Take me with you. When Ti Fan heard this, he chuckled. Okay, I just got 2,000 colorless crystals from you. It's just right, but I'll try my luck. I'll go tomorrow. As soon as Suhan heard that he would go tomorrow, he immediately went. I'm in a good mood. The next day, Tiffin set off as expected. Suhan followed him all the way to the planet where Gao Tianzan was. This is a small planet, very similar to the Void. However, the land of nothingness is mainly about trade. But here, it is mainly about entertainment. Any game you want to play can be found here. What about the Colosseum, the arena, the real person, etc.? Obviously, Gao Tianzan is a very playful god. But Tiffin has no interest in any of this. He has only one goal, and that is the lottery machine. Lottery entertainment is addictive. Tiffin is obviously the kind of person who is very addicted. Suhan followed him all the way to the area of the universe lottery machine. When Suhan arrived for the first time, he was still very curious. Tiffin led him to a huge room. As soon as he entered, Suhan was stunned. I saw that there were densely packed people in Noda's room. People from every planet in the universe. And inside this room, there are actually hundreds of cosmic lottery machines. Chapter 173 The first 10 draws in a row. Chapter 174 Mysterious Grand Prize. The 174th Mysterious Grand Prize shone with dazzling brilliance, and Suhan got the system prompt again. Whether the prize is disclosed. Suhan chose to go public again. Congratulations on getting a share of Father Odin's divine power. Congratulations on getting a share of Father Odin's divine power. A full tenth of Odin's divine power made Suhan drunk. Odin's divine power is naturally much better than any photo album, but Odin's divine power is of little significance to Suhan. 1. The crystal floated again. However, next, the lottery machine prompts, congratulations on winning a share of the power of the 5 gods. Suhan's eyes lit up. The power of the 5 gods is extraordinary. Wow, the power of the 5 gods. Everyone around him also exclaimed. Obviously, the power of the 5 gods is also a big stimulus to them. Suhan laughed happily and opened the gift pack of the 5 great gods' powers. Immediately, Suhan felt a powerful force pouring into him. Yes, it is indeed the power of the 5 gods. After Suhan absorbed this magical gift package, he felt extremely comfortable. Sure enough, divine power is divine power, and it is much more advanced than the life force, destructive power, etc. that Suhan currently possesses. After I overcome the tribulation, my power will also be transformed into divine power. Suhan thought secretly. Suhan has not yet transcended the tribulation, so the power in his body is still divided into life power, destructive power, etc. After infusing the divine power of the 5 gods, Suhan can choose to convert the divine power into a certain kind of power, thereby enhancing that aspect of power. What Suhan chose was the power of life. After all, Suhan has the deepest understanding of the laws of life. Therefore, when this divine power was poured in, Suhan clearly felt that his life force was much stronger, far beyond the power of destruction. Fortunately, Suhan is no longer out of balance now, otherwise Suhan would have pain in his balls again. The 100 colorless crystals were not in vain, and Suhan also realized the benefits of the lottery machine. As long as you draw a lottery, you can gain strength enhancement. No wonder everyone is so obsessed with it. This is much easier than practicing to improve your strength. Especially someone like Suhan who has the ability to decompose. As long as you run to break down the items, you can get countless colorless crystals, and then draw them again. Such a simple way to grow is easier than directly devouring others. Suhan tasted the sweetness and immediately interested. I have only drawn 300 colorless crystals, so there are still many opportunities. Immediately, Suhan started to smoke again. 1 time for 10 consecutive draws, 2 times for 10 consecutive draws, 3 times for 10 consecutive draws, 10 consecutive draws for 10 times. Suhan consumed more than 10,000 colorless crystals. When the extra lottery prizes for the 10th consecutive draw were presented, the light in the entire lottery hall dimmed instantly. Then, a red gold dagger floated in the air. Congratulations on getting a mysterious dagger. Hey, Suhan was shocked when he saw this dagger. Dagger? Another dagger? Suhan even touched his own one. It's definitely not the same one. Suhan waved his hand, and the dagger immediately appeared into his hands. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be exactly the same. Hey, why are there two? Suhan held the dagger and had no idea what was going on. However, the next moment, the dagger on Suhan's body began to tremble slightly, and then the dagger in Suhan's hand also began to tremble, as if there was a reaction between them. Suhan immediately placed the two short swords together. A wonderful scene happened. I saw that the two daggers actually emitted the same light, and then merged. Yes, two handfuls became one. However, the size and length of the dagger changed. Longer and wider. Suhan held the dagger in his hand, but the texture did not change at all. Is it just a simple fusion? Suhan's mind was filled with questions. Hey, if you still want to smoke, please move out of the way. Some people around you are unhappy. They didn't see anything different about this dagger at all, they simply thought it was a dagger. Suhan chuckled, put away the dagger, and continued to draw. Obtaining a dagger was an unexpected gain. However, the fusion of the two made Suhan very curious. Maybe more than one dagger. This was Suhan's thought. Although there is no basis for it, Suhan has this intuition. Ding, congratulations on winning the mysterious grand prize. After another round of 10 consecutive draws, a dagger appeared in front of Suhan again. Another one? Suhan started to get excited. He did not hesitate to put the dagger next to the one he just saw. Sure enough, they merged again. But this time, after the three swords were merged into one, the appearance of the dagger completely changed. The length is no longer suitable for a short sword. In other words, this is not a short sword at all. It is a long sword. This short sword is part of the long sword, and according to the shortest length of the long sword, this long sword has at least 3 more parts. There are 3 parts, that is to say, there are at least 3 short swords. Suhan's whole interest was completely aroused. He put in the colorless crystal again and started to draw. As a result, there was no dagger. Continue to draw 10 times in a row. Still nothing. Draw again. Ding, congratulations on winning the mysterious prize. I saw another appearance in front of Suhan. A short sword. Suhan was so excited that he wanted to yell twice. He took the dagger back, and sure enough, the dagger fused again. Suhan's eyes were full of enthusiasm at this time. The look in his eyes now is exactly the same as that of everyone in the lottery hall. They all have the glory of a gambler. Suhan looked at the colorless crystal on his body. Already only over 3,000. Give it another try. Suhan poured in all 3,000 colorless crystals in one breath. 3 more 30 draws. Once, no. Twice, no. The third time, ding, congratulations on winning the mysterious prize. Sure enough, a dagger appeared in front of Suhan again. People around him couldn't help but sigh. Holding the grass, brother, your luck is too bad. You drew 20,000 colorless crystals, but you only drew a few identical daggers. It's really unlucky. Suhan chuckled and responded, yeah, I'm just unlucky. I have no choice. It's really a bit unlucky. That's what I said, but my heart was already filled with joy. He put away his dagger. As expected, the dagger merged again. After the 5 daggers were fused together, this sword had begun to take shape. Although it is still not as long as an ordinary sword, the brilliance shining on it is already different. More importantly, the pattern on the sword hilt became clearer after being combined with the 5 daggers. The most surprising thing was that an ancient Chinese character appeared in the pattern. To be precise, there are 2 ancient Chinese characters, one on the front and one on the back. Chapter 175 Divine Sword, Soul-Slaying. Chapter 175, Divine Sword, Soul-Slaying Sword. The 2 ancient Chinese characters on the front and back are surprisingly, Soul-Slaying Sword. Suhan was confused. Generally speaking, when engraving on the hilt of a sword, it is either the name of the family or the name of the sword, usually more of the latter. So Suhan decided that this sword was called Soul-Slaying. Soul-killing sounds nice and very powerful. Moreover, this sword attacks strangely and causes great damage to the conscious body. It is indeed worthy of the name of soul-killing. Okay, let's call it the soul-severing sword. Suhan played with this short sword that was not a dagger. More than 20,000 colorless crystals were used to obtain a half-finished long sword. To others, it was a loss to Chuxiang, but to Suhan, it was not a loss at all. After all, for him, the colorless crystal just needs to be broken down a little more. But this dagger is not that easy to use. All the colorless crystals on Suhan's body have been spent, but Ti Fan hasn't finished them yet. This guy is already an experienced driver and is very particular about lottery draws. However, he is really powerful. He only spent 4,000 colorless crystals and got a share of the power of the 5 gods, a golden crystal gift package, and a soul crystal ball. So awesome! When he found out that Suhan spent more than 20,000 colorless crystals and only got a bunch of garbage, he stamped his feet angrily. Oh my god, you are a pig. You have so many colorless crystals. Why don't you tell me that we can exchange them for golden crystals, and then go directly to the Golden Hall to draw a lottery? The prizes there are, tisk tisk. Well, in the Golden Hall, Suhan showed a puzzled expression. Ti Fan also knew that Suhan was a novice and explained immediately. In addition to this, there is another place in the lottery hall, which is the Golden Hall. That lottery machine can only be drawn with golden crystals. Of course, it can also be redeemed directly. The stuff there is the real good stuff. For example, soul balls or some items from the main universe. Suhan was stunned. Items from the main universe can Gao Tianzan go to the main universe? As soon as Suhan asked this question, Ti Fan looked at him as if he were an idiot. Isn't this nonsense? Who is Gao Tianzan? He belongs to the Universe Elders Association. He has a pass to travel between the main universe and the parallel universe. Of course he can go to the main universe. Otherwise, you would think that these entertainment projects here are invented by himself. Actually, he copied them all from the main universe. Suhan felt that his outlook on life had been completely destroyed. The parallel universe and the main universe can travel back and forth at will. What kind of world did he live in before? The more Suhan thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Let me ask you, when you are walking on the road, the person you pass by may be the god of death from his own world, or it may be a god from another world. Suhan felt that he was really lucky to be able to live to such an old age in good health. Hey, what are you thinking about? Let's go back. Ti Fan has gained a lot, and Suhan is not bad either. Okay, let's go back then. Immediately, Suhan and Ti Fan boarded the spaceship and returned to the land of nothingness. However, when the two arrived at the land of nothingness, what they saw was smoke. Suhan's heart tightened. The place screamed even more. Fuck, my treasure house. At first, he thought it was interstellar bandits coming. However, Suhan understood that Thanos might not have come. Immediately, the two quickly returned to the land of nothingness. The land of nothingness at this time was already extremely tragic. Nearly half of the trade square was destroyed, and the ground was covered with corpses and smoke from the fires and gunfire after the war. Suhan and Ti Fan returned to Ti Fan's treasure house. Sure enough, the treasure house was turned upside down, and even the little girl guarding the store was killed in the store. Fuck, if you let me know which bastard did it, I will definitely kill him. Suhan narrowed his eyes and then said, what if it's Thanos? Tiffin froze? Thanos. That, eternal life, Thanos who dominates one side. Suhan nodded. Tiffin immediately, showing an air of being untouchable. Mudun, it's a good thing I'm not here, otherwise I would have died this time. It seems that I have to find another place to live. Tiffin immediately. He ran to see how much of his treasure was left and how much damage he had caused. But Suhan was no longer in the mood to stay here. If Thanos came to find Tiffin, then the next place to go should be God's domain. Tiffin, remember to inform me if you have a new address. I'll leave beforehand. Okay. After bidding farewell to Ti Fan, Suhan immediately. Arriving in the void outside the land of nothingness, he directly opened the cosmic cube, and then located the God's domain. The wormhole was formed, and Suhan stepped into it in one step. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped into the divine realm, the horn of war kept ringing in his ears. On the land of God's domain, countless undead legions were seen rushing towards several spaceships without fear of death. On the spaceship, many alien life forms are fighting against these undead legions. Among these alien beings, a thin and short guy wearing a suit is directing everything. As soon as Suhan saw him, he narrowed his eyes. He recognized him, at least Suhan had seen him in the movie. This guy is Thanos' lackey. He came to seize the Infinity Stones for Thanos, and it was he who led the aliens to invade the Earth. Suhan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Freeze! In an instant, the void condensed. With a thought in Suhan's mind, the dagger on his body immediately struck. It turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the battlefield. Puff puff, crisp and sweet sounds sounded, and then one saw alien life falling down one after another. The dagger was like a life harvester, harvesting those lives mercilessly. 3 seconds passed, and those who fell were nearly 1,000 alien beings. The moment the freezing effect disappeared, the dagger had returned. Miraculously, Suhan saw countless stars starting to float towards him in the void. Preparing to say so, it flew towards the dagger on his body. Suhan took out the dagger and immediately see, those little bits and pieces began to get into the dagger. Well, Soul Eater Suhan was surprised. Yes, these little bits of energy are exactly the power of the souls of the people who were wiped out by the dagger. Although it's very little, just a little bit. But this dagger actually had the ability to eat souls, which shocked Suhan. Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. Thor's Hammer. There are low-level and high-level weapons such as Captain America's shield, but they don't have this function. From this alone, it can be seen that this dagger is definitely not an ordinary thing. To read the novel without underline, please download the novel from Love Reading Bar and remember to collect and save Chapter M. Chapter 176 Infinite World. Chapter 176 The soul-eating ability of the Infinite World dagger surprised Suhan a little. However, he also discovered that because this dagger was incomplete, its soul-eating ability was also weakened. Under normal circumstances, when the dagger kills someone else, it will directly swallow the other person's soul. Well, it would be great if we could also find the remaining parts of this dagger. I really want to see what the complete dagger looks like. However, he then looked at the alien life forms. These are all minions of Thanos. If you kill one more, you will have less trouble in the future. So go. Suhan made a move with his big hand, and the dagger flew out again. The dagger quickly shuttled through the crowd, killing the aliens crazily. Thousands of people fell down, and the dagger used by Suhan became more and more smooth. Suhan. Hela has also discovered Suhan and came to his side. Are you okay? Suhan looked at Hela with a not very good expression. It was a sneak attack and the damage was quite serious. That guy released a very terrible soul. It took me a lot of effort to deal with it. Suhan heard this and immediately said, looking at Hela, I found that Hela had injuries on her body. Terrible soul. Suhan took back his dagger and came to Hela's side. Sure enough, Hela was injured. Immediately, Suhan raised his hand, and a powerful destructive force appeared, and then penetrated into Hela's body. In an instant, Hela's aura became much more stable. Well, it's scary to have a soul body. As Hela was talking, she saw a terrifying aura suddenly erupting from the enemy's spaceship, and then she saw an extremely huge figure appearing in the void. Here we go again, that kind of thing. Hela pointed at the shadow in the sky and said. Suhan looked towards the phantom, his pupils shrank instantly, and he took a breath of cold air. The void fear, Cho'Gath. There was no doubt that Suhan recognized the origin of that figure. It is surprisingly a hero from a game in the main universe, Big Bug. Suhan couldn't help but take out the crystal ball on his body. It seems that the souls of these crystal balls are indeed characters in it, but Suhan was still a little hard to understand. How could he become a powerful soul when he was obviously just a character in the game? But at this moment, a funny idea came to Suhan's mind. This is the Marvel world? So is it in a parallel space? There is still a League of Legends world. After all, the Marvel world is just a movie world in the main universe. Since the movie world is a parallel world, it is its own universe. So does this game world also have a parallel world that belongs to them? There, all the heroic characters have their own legends. As soon as this idea came out, it was like Suhan's vines, growing crazily and unable to stop at all. And Suhan felt that this idea was extremely possible. Marvel world? Naruto world? Pirate world? The so-called parallel world is just another way of existence for the main universe Earth. Maybe it's a game, or a movie, or an anime. At this moment, Suhan's worldview suddenly became clear. For the first time, he felt that the world in the main universe was very likely to be like this. With a sudden rumble, Suhan's brain seemed to have a door opened wide. A mighty force suddenly fell from the sky. A ray of light bathed Suhan's body. This feeling is a breakthrough feeling. Haha, Suhan, congratulations. The will of the earth in my mind suddenly spoke. Suhan was stunned. Congratulations on what I did. Suhan himself was still confused. Congratulations on your enlightenment, come in and see for yourself. When Suhan heard this, he immediately realized. Entering the brain? Once inside, he was completely stunned. What's going on? Why does my brain become like this? At this moment, Suhan's brain has completely mutated. In the past, there was only a sea of consciousness and a few isolated islands in the brain. But now, Suhan's mind seems to have become a broader place. The sea of consciousness is still the sea of consciousness, but it is no longer just a sea. There is a huge piece of land on the edge of the sea. On the land, a baby was running fast and having a great time. Master Jin, what on earth is going on? Lord Jin came to Suhan's side and patted Suhan's side. Congratulations on understanding the nature of the world. You have made a breakthrough in the spiritual world. You are only one step away from overcoming the catastrophe. When you overcome the tribulation, your power will become divine power, your consciousness will become divine consciousness, and you will also step into the ranks of the strong. Having understood the nature of the world, does it mean that what I just thought is true? Mr. Jin chuckled. Of course it's true. The Marvel world is a world, the League of Legends world is also a world, and all virtual worlds constructed by residents of the main universe are a parallel world. That's why I say that the overall world view of the parallel world is the same as that of the main universe, but the power system is only 1%, 1,000%, or even 1/10,000% of that of the main universe. Because the people who create these parallel worlds are just mortals. No matter how powerful the parallel worlds are, they are ultimately fictitious. Suhan licked his lips. After listening to Jin Ye's words, he understood more or less. To put it bluntly, he is now adventuring in a movie world. His purpose is to end his adventure in the movie world and then return to the main universe. This was very similar to a novel he had read. Well, it's called Infinite Flow. Yes, Infinite Flow? The protagonist wants to travel to different worlds for adventure? Maybe what he is experiencing now is like that. After understanding this, Suhan felt a little more awake. Come on, kid, you are one step closer to leaving this world. Suhan nodded. After coming out of the brain realm, Suhan's fearful eyes looking towards the void were no longer so horrified. Since it is the fear of the void, Suhan knows how to deal with it. Suhan looked at the crystal ball in his hand. What is sealed in this ball is also a void creature, Hazek. Using it to deal with the fear of the void is not a problem at all. Immediately, Suhan threw the crystal ball into the void. The crystal ball exploded, and then a creature with armor and double swords appeared. Hiss, roar, void plunderer, Hazek. Suhan gave an order, go and kill that big bug for me. Heaven and earth are at once. Huge turmoil. Hela looked at such powerful creatures colliding together, her eyes full of horror. Too strong. When Suhan heard this, he smiled knowingly. Such a powerful creature is nothing more than a game character in the main universe. Suhan suddenly looked at Hela. Such beautiful Hela is not just a movie character. At this moment, Suhan suddenly lost a lot of worries. He reached out and hugged Hela into his arms, then lowered his head and kissed her. This sudden move made Hela startled. But soon, she became intoxicated by Suhan's enthusiasm. First kill these troublesome guys, and then we will. The meaning of Hela is already very obvious. And Suhan was also very interested. Okay, let me go. Suhan kissed Hela's forehead. Then he looked at the intruders. Void Terrors and Void Reavers fight together. The undead army is fighting with those alien life forms. Suhan's lips curled up, his body trembled, and he was already on the battlefield. Parasitism? As soon as the seeds come out, they will spread immediately. Turned into vines, entangled these alien beings, and in an instant, their flesh and blood was sucked and turned into nutrients for the vines. Then they turned into withered corpses. However, after all these vines absorbed these alien life forms, they did not produce any fruit. Oh, what a pity. After Suhan finished speaking, he looked at the spaceships. Now, he finally knows the use of colorless crystals. It would be nice to get some colorless crystals. I saw him coming to the edge of the spaceship. Breakdown. Immediately, a large spaceship was disintegrated by Suhan. And he also obtained a lot of colorless crystals. Well, but the next moment, Suhan looked at the largest spaceship. He took out the short sword on his body. I saw the dagger trembling slightly. Suhan's eyes lit up. This is Suhan immediately. He rushed into the spaceship and started immediately running around. Finally, he arrived at the cargo hold of the spaceship. There were several shelves in Yoda's warehouse, but Suhan only focused on one of them. He quickly walked over and searched them one by one. Finally, he found a fine seed. When Suhan got the box, the dagger trembled most violently. Once the box is opened, inside the box, 4 identical daggers were lying side by side. 4 fours. The dagger in Suhan's hand is already a fusion of 5 daggers. Counting these 4 fours, it is 9. Suhan's hands shook. He quickly picked up 4 daggers and put them together with the one in his hand. Ding those 4 small daggers immediately. It trembled slightly, and then merged into it. When the 4 small daggers were completely integrated into it, the whole sword was different. The whole world was buzzing with the trembling sound of gold and iron clashing. Strange phenomena began to occur in the world. In the void, a strange scene appeared out of thin air. It was a colorful void. In the void, a tall man stood proudly on top of a huge green dragon beast. And beside him, there are 3 extremely huge beasts. This man was dressed in battle clothes, holding a sword in his hand, and was full of fighting spirit. This is when Suhan looked at the sword, the man, and the 4 giant beasts, and his heart was extremely shocked. Although he only saw a shadow, Suhan already had a lot of guesses in his mind. At this time, the short sword had completely turned into a long sword, which was exactly the one held by the man in the illusion. This makes Suhan's conjecture even more real. A long time ago, a person from the main universe came here with this sword and the 4 divine beasts. He challenged countless gods, but was eventually killed by the universe-level boss. This sword was scattered in this world, and the corpses of the 4 holy beasts were also floating in the endless void. Suhan couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He glanced at the long sword and picked it up. Start with the hilt of the sword, and the whole long sword immediately. Suhan began to tremble, and then the clothes on Suhan's body began to make a squeaking sound. After so many years, someone finally found my sword. A voice suddenly sounded in Suhan's mind. Then, a terrifying coercion fell from the sky, and at the same time, a mighty figure appeared in front of Suhan. He was a handsome young man, about 30 years old, wearing white clothes. But the style of the clothes is ancient costume. At the same time, he also has long black hair, and his whole person is handsome and smart. Suhan looked at him, and he looked at Suhan. You are the master of this sword and you are not dead. Suhan was shocked to find that the other party was not a remnant soul, but a phantom, projected from somewhere else. Haha, who said that I died? Suhan smiled helplessly. In fact, he just heard someone say this in the lottery hall. There is really no credibility. Sorry, I was abrupt. My name is Suhan, I don't know who the senior is. My name is Huayanyu, and I am one of the 6 gods of the main universe and a member of the Moon God clan. After speaking, he looked at the sword in Suhan's hand. The sword in your hand was left by me in this parallel world many years ago. Suhan also looked at the long sword in his hand. Since this sword has an owner, he really shouldn't hold it anymore. Immediately, Suhan handed over the long sword in his hand. Since it's yours, I'll give it back to you. After hearing this, Huayanyu's eyes flashed. You just gave it to me so casually without asking for anything. Suhan was slightly startled. Shouldn't it be required to return something that was found to the owner? In the main universe, if you find a huge sum of money and don't return it, you will go to jail. This sword is so awesome and worth more than a huge sum of money, so of course it cannot be kept privately. After hearing this, Huayanyu burst into laughter. He took the sword from Suhan's hand, looked at it carefully, and then waved his hand, and the sword disappeared. Since you helped me get this sword back, then you have done me a big favor. I, Huayanyu, don't like to owe anyone favors. Then, he started to look Suhan up and down. Oh, you are also a person who came from the main universe, and you are still a person who has not even reached the tribulation. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and grinned at Suhan. He said, how about I help you improve your cultivation so that you can reach the realm of transcending tribulation? Suhan froze. To read the uncensored version of the novel Duduji, please download the novel from Igon Shuba and remember to collect and save the M chapter. Chapter 178 The Power of the 4 Beasts. Chapter 179 Overcoming the Tribulation is Easier Than Eating. Chapter 179 Overcoming the Tribulation is Easier Than Eating. Facing Hua Yinyu's nagging, Suhan just smiled. He guessed at will. He didn't even know his own situation. How could he still guess it? However, just as Hua Yan and Moon God were chattering, strange phenomena appeared in the void. I saw large swathes of purple nebulae appearing in the void. Is this a calamity cloud? Isn't it like in the novel, where the power of thunder needs to be lowered? Some 49 calamities, 69 calamities. Suhan thought. By the way, is it difficult to overcome the tribulation? Suhan asked. Hua Yinyu frowned. It's difficult. It must be difficult. 1 out of 10 can't be saved. You are not trying to scare me, are you trying to scare me? Suhan was really shocked. If 1 out of 10 doesn't survive, what a high death rate it will be. Why are you lying to me? It's very difficult to overcome the tribulation. Do you think it's that easy to become a god? Suhan's expression changed slightly. Hua Yinyu saw Suhan's scared look and immediately, grinning. Don't be afraid. Although it is dangerous to overcome the tribulation, it is much simpler to overcome the tribulation in the parallel world. You will know later. Although Hua Yinyu said this, Suhan still did not relax. I saw countless calamity clouds gathering together, and then there was real thunder, and a huge vortex had formed. It's coming, just grit your teeth and resist, and it will be over soon. Hua Yinyu's words fell, and the vortex in the calamity cloud immediately began. A thunder fell. Crack! The huge thunder frightened Suhan and made him extremely nervous. However, when the thunderbolt fell on Suhan, there was no big reaction. Suhan was confused. Is this really a calamity thunder? Why can't I feel the slightest discomfort? Hua Yinyu also looked at Suhan in surprise. Why do you look like this? Hua Yinyu didn't understand why Suhan showed a comfortable expression when the thunderbolt hit him. What expression do I have? Suhan pretended to be stupid. And he also felt that as the thunder struck him, the power in his body began to transform into divine power. Crack! Another thunder struck. However, Suhan still felt nothing. It's just that the power in the body is transformed faster. Click, click, click. 6 thunderbolts fell in succession, hitting Suhan's body. Although the calamity thunder was getting bigger and bigger, Suhan's feeling didn't change much. Oh no, boy, you are very evil. Hua Yinyu has already discovered what happened to Suhan. Hua Yinyu came to Hua Yinyu without belief. Let me see if your calamity is really that easy. Kaka! A tribulation thunder fell, hitting Suhan's body hard, and at the same time, part of it escaped to Hua Yinyu's body. The result was ouch, you killed me. Hua Yinyu jumped up and her long black hair was curled up. Fuck, it hurts so much. Hua Yinyu quickly stayed away from Suhan. You kid, you are such a pervert and monster. Why did you not react at all when this thunderbolt fell on you? What is going on? Hua Yinyu was extremely surprised. Suhan himself was also extremely surprised. There was really no reaction when the calamity thunder hit him. Could it be that you are really a member of the Titan God clan? Only people from the Titan God clan have such a terrifying physique, and they are so indifferent even in the face of thunder. Hua Yinyu's eyes were full of curiosity. And Suhan finally knew about the second of the 6 major Protoss, the Titan Protoss. Moon God clan, Titan God clan? There are 4 more 44. But Suhan didn't ask. Because Suhan didn't bother to make the other party suspicious. Oh, forget it, I don't care whose family you are from. Anyway, I have repaid my kindness. There are still 2 more, so resist. Falling with the voice of Hua Yinyu, an extremely terrifying thunderstorm fell and hit Suhan's body. In Suhan's body, nascent soul began to undergo distance transformation. The same is true for the Sea of Consciousness. All power is transforming towards divine power. All consciousness is transforming into divine consciousness. The last thunderbolt thundered down violently with the light of destruction. Half of the divine realm was illuminated by the lightning. That kind of world-destroying power would make anyone's scalp numb just by looking at it. However, even if such a terrifying thunder disaster fell on Suhan, Suhan could not make any waves. Instead, he showed an expression that said, well, this bath is really comfortable. After this thunderstorm completely baptized Suhan. Suhan's nascent soul has turned into a golden doll. The consciousness in the brain also transforms into divine consciousness. Suhan can now see things far away even without using his eyes. Well, Suhan suddenly sensed that he was on a distant planet. A tall man wearing a glove, and all the life forms on this planet were kneeling in front of him. But he had no expression on his face and just clicked his fingers. Bang! He saw that the life forms kneeling in front of him were disappearing at an alarming speed. But some people stayed. Half killed, half alive? It's Thanos? Suhan's pupils shrank suddenly. Especially when he saw the infinity gauntlet on Thanos' hand and the extremely beautiful and gorgeous gems on the glove. That's because Suhan's eyesight is extraordinary now, and he can tell at a glance that those gems are not really gems. But it is transformed by a powerful soul. It's a crystal ball. I just don't know which characters the other party has chosen. Suhan pursed his lips. If discussing one. How can Thanos compare with him? Suhan clenched his fist. What a Thanos, even if I took the lead and prevented you from getting the Infinity Stones, you still had a way to make the Infinity Gauntlet so powerful. Suhan murmured to himself. Overcoming the tribulation is completed. Suhan has successfully advanced to become a master overcoming the tribulation. Suhan indeed felt his own strength. I'll go, you've just finished your tribulation. Mom, if people in the main universe know that it's easier for you to survive your tribulation than to eat, I'm afraid they'll be angry to death. How many people have spent their whole lives, and finally reached the level of cultivation? He was at the stage of overcoming the tribulation, but so many lives were lost because of that ruthless thunder tribulation. But it's good for you, just like a normal person, you can handle it easily. I think back on when I was going through a tribulation, and it was a narrow escape from death. Well, it's really annoying to compare people to each other. Hua Yinyu was helpless, with a look of helplessness on her face. There was even envy and jealousy in his eyes. Suhan smiled and said nothing. Seeing that Suhan had completed his tribulation, Hua Yinyu stopped staying. Okay, you gave me the sword, and I let you overcome the tribulation. We are even. In the future, if you have the ability to go to the main universe and come into contact with the 6 major gods, remember to come and play with me. I am farewell Hua Yinyu of the Moon God Clan. Chapter 180 Facing Thanos. Chapter 180, Facing Thanos. Hua Yinyu left, and Suhan also successfully advanced to the tribulation stage. The divine power in the body is surging, and the sensing range of the divine consciousness is extremely wide. The entire universe has undergone considerable changes in Suhan's eyes. Things that were once invisible are now clearly visible before our eyes. The sea of stars, which was originally absolutely vast, now does not feel so majestic and broad. Those mysterious planets have now just become ordinary. This is the change that a reminder of a realm brings to oneself. Suhan, congratulations. Lord Jin's voice sounded. Suhan smiled slightly and then entered his mind. Once inside, he was shocked again by the situation inside. The area of the sea of spiritual consciousness has doubled in size. Moreover, the waves in the entire sea area are glowing with gold. In the sea area, besides lotus flowers, there are actually some weak creatures. The land area has also become wider. It used to be just a bare piece of land, but now it has been divided into general areas. Mountains, rivers, forests, deserts, snowfields, you can vaguely see some clues. Suhan believed that as long as he advanced again to the 7th or 8th life level, the world in his mind would be transformed. However, the biggest change is not the sea and land, but the palace suspended in the air. The palace before was, after all, a palace. But now, this palace has an extra layer. Yes, there is just one more layer. Therefore, it has become less like a palace and more like a tower. It's just that a tower with only 2 floors looks particularly awkward. Lord Jin was suspended in the void, and he was also looking at the tower, his eyes full of surprise. Seeing it look like this, I can probably determine your origin, Lord Jin said. Suhan was slightly startled, but he didn't ask any more questions. After what happened last time, Suhan already understood. Regarding the matter of the main universe, if Mr. Jin is willing to talk about it, he will naturally talk about it. If he is not willing to talk about it, it is useless to ask. Sure enough, Lord Jin chuckled and then said, the great god of the Moon God clan also noticed something strange about your body. In fact, his guess was correct. You do have the blood of the Titans in your body. It's just that you are of mixed blood. You are not a pure Titan God clan. The other half of your bloodline should come from the ancient Chinese God clan, also known as the War God clan. The 6 major divine tribes in the main universe are Titan God tribe, War God tribe, Moon God tribe, Demon God tribe, and Dragon God tribe. The Titans are famous for their physical strength. They are born as gods, with infinite power and invincibility. However, they also have disadvantages, that is, they cannot cultivate the powerful laws of nature. The God of War clan is famous for its artifacts and magic weapons, among which the 9-story tower of the God of War royal family is the most powerful. Hearing this, Suhan's eyes lit up, and the tower was a little excited. And Lord Jin also smiled slightly. If my guess is correct, you should be a hybrid of the God clan and the War God clan. As for why these 2 races that never intermarry have you, that's not something I can pry into. Suhan nodded. He didn't ask further questions. After living for more than half of my life, I finally realized that I was from the God clan, and that I was one of 2 such powerful God clan. If there is a chance in the future, he will definitely be able to find out clearly by himself. Suhan, you have transcended the tribulation now. I have said before that as long as you reach the tribulation and the power in your body is converted into divine power, you can borrow part of the power of this tower. Quantity. Suhan nodded. Later, under Jin Ye's guidance, he also knew how to borrow power. Thanos' minions were killed, and he accidentally fused the soul-slaying sword, which was rewarded by Hua Yinyu, which really made Suhan a huge profit. But then Suhan also frowned. Just now, he had sensed that Thanos was causing trouble on other planets and would soon come to God's domain. So he immediately came to Hela's side. Hela, Thanos is coming, and I have to go back to Earth. Otherwise, you can go back with me. Originally, Suhan and Hela planned to develop a deeper relationship, but after being messed with like this, Suhan was still interested. However, Hela smiled mysteriously when she heard this. I won't go, Thanos doesn't dare do anything to me. Well, Suhan was surprised. Why? Hela chuckled, because he likes my teacher. Your teacher. Suhan's eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of someone. You said that the goddess of death, one of the 5 great gods, is your teacher. Hela nodded. Yes, she is my teacher, and my name was passed down from her. As long as Thanos is not heartless, he will not dare to come to me. Suhan was surprised. He really didn't expect that Hela would be a disciple of the five gods. He used to only know that Thanos was trained by the death goddess of the five gods. But she didn't know that Hela was also her disciple. Your teacher is really good at causing trouble. Hela pursed her lips. Well, the teacher and I both understand the law of death, and death will bring us great power. So I can understand the teacher's approach. Suhan did not refute. However, Suhan also thought of a problem. That is, if he fights with the five gods in the future, what will Hela do? Are you thinking, if one day you and my teacher fight, who will I help? Suhan's mind was guessed and he immediately laughed. Don't worry, I won't help anyone. That's good. This answer is the best. Suhan doesn't expect her to help him, let alone help his opponent, so it's best if the two don't help each other. Okay, I'll go back then. Suhan immediately used the cosmic Rubik's Cube and returned to Earth. As soon as he returned to Earth, Suhan opened up. If Thanos is coming, we have to deal with it. Although he does not have Infinity Stones, judging from what he has seen before, this guy does not have Infinity Stones, but the power of the Infinity Gauntlet has not been reduced at all. He can still kill half the planet with just a snap of his fingers. Suhan clearly remembers the plot of Thanos coming to Earth. With a snap of the fingers, half of the people on Earth were missing, half of the Avengers were dead, and the little spider was also dead. How cruel. Suhan must not let this happen. So, he found everyone. Listen to me, no matter what happens, don't leave the Earth. This is a death order issued by Suhan, and it is extremely serious. Although everyone didn't know what happened, they still nodded obediently. After giving these instructions, Suhan soared into the sky and appeared in the outer space of the Earth. He was like a god of war, quietly waiting for the arrival of Thanos. Chapter 181 Peak Showdown. Chapter 181, Peak Showdown. In the endless void, a figure comes towards the Earth with a billowing momentum. He was sitting on the throne, surrounded by stars, and wearing colorful gloves on his palms. He has the body of a giant, eyes like stars, and every move he makes carries the power of a king. It was Thanos? He was staring at the dark blue planet in front of him. In his induction, 5 of the 6 cosmic rough stones were there. Thanos. Suddenly, a young voice sounded in his mind. He followed the sound and saw a thin figure floating there in the outer space of the Earth. There is no amazing momentum. There is no burly body. There are no powerful weapons. But the feeling he gave Thanos was very powerful. Thanos, if I were you, I would not come to mess with this planet, because this is not a place you can mess with. Suhan floated in the void and said calmly to Thanos. Thanos looked at him, with strong doubts in his eyes. Human, you are very strong, but it is unrealistic to want me to leave just based on your words. Oh, really? So, you must come to mess with my planet. Suhan narrowed his eyes. Not really. If you are willing to hand over the 5 rough stones on the Earth, I may be able to save you from death. Thanos is sitting on the throne with a proud look on his face. Suhan curled his lips and smiled. Save me from death. Haha, I am so grateful. Since you don't want to listen, then forget it. After Suhan finished speaking, his eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit. He has no weapons. He doesn't need weapons. His body is the best weapon. Time and space, annihilation. Suhan's eyes flashed, and a little light suddenly bloomed from his body. Then, Thanos was trapped in a translucent cover. The space in the hood immediately. It began to fragment until a black hole was formed, which split and spread towards Thanos. However, Thanos did not panic at all. Bah! I saw him snap his fingers. An azure goddess nearly a kilometer tall appeared in front of him. She was wearing a dark blue witch costume, and a trace of cold air escaped from her body. As soon as she appeared, the space in the sky seemed to condense. Freeze. A terrifying chill really broke out on her body. In an instant, the black hole spreading towards Thanos was frozen. Suhan narrowed his eyes. He naturally recognized who was summoned. It is the Frost Witch, Lysandra. Facing the frozen black hole, Suhan also used powerful abilities. It was also frozen, but Suhan froze the entire room. Before crossing the tribulation, Suhan not for 3 seconds. After overcoming the tribulation, all power was transformed into divine power. The freezing time is directly doubled. With 6 seconds of freezing time, Suhan has enough power to obliterate everything. Swallow. With a move of Suhan's hand, the 1,000-meter-high Frost Witch instantly shattered into pieces and turned into a ball of pure soul energy, which was sucked away by Suhan. At the same time, Suhan's backhand was 2 seeds. Parasite. The seeds fly towards Thanos. Still, halfway through, it has turned into vines, golden vines. The vines instantly wrapped around Thanos' body, and the barbs dug into Thanos' body and began to absorb Thanos. However, Thanos woke up from the freeze in an instant, snapped his fingers again. Only a flash of flame appeared, and, finally, the entire void was filled with terrifying flames. Crack, crackle, the sparks kept making crisp sounds, and a tall flame giant appeared. I saw that he was naked from the waist up, and his whole body was burning with terrifying flames, especially his eyes and hands. He stood proudly in the void, facing Suhan head-on. He flicked his hands, and a terrifying ring of fire appeared directly at Suhan's feet. Then, a flame ball cage enveloped Suhan. Endless fire began to burn Suhan. However, Suhan didn't resist at all. Fire? It has no effect on him. Really, when he opened his mouth and inhaled, all the flames turned into a whirlpool and was sucked into Suhan's mouth. Then, there was a rush in his stomach. Flames spurted out of his mouth again. He spat directly on the flame giant and blew his body to pieces. Suhan destroyed Thanos' 2 souls in succession, which finally made Thanos look squarely at Suhan. I never imagined that there could be someone as powerful as you among humans. After Thanos finished speaking, he shook his hand wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. Suddenly, several rays of light flashed. The Frost Witch and the vengeful Flame Soul Brad, who had just appeared and were destroyed by Suhan, appeared again. At the same time, Ice Queen Ash and Biomaniac Zack also appeared. The 6 souls came out with 444. Obviously, Thanos also knows about Suhan's terror. However, Suhan was not afraid of these 4 soul bodies. I saw a green lotus slowly appearing on his hand. As soon as Qinglian came out, a river appeared next to Suhan. In the river, countless lotus flowers swayed, and the golden river lingered around Suhan. If you only plan to fight with these few souls, then you can get out of here. After Suhan finished speaking, he raised the green lotus in his hand and drew it. Crystal arrow. She was the first to react. A ruthless crystal arrow penetrated the void and shot towards Suhan. However, Suhan's Qinglian just swept it casually, and the crystal arrow immediately struck. It exploded and turned into broken ice all over the sky. Before the others could react, Suhan's Qinglian had arrived. With just one sweep, the 4 soul bodies were directly hit, and their bodies exploded. Not only did their bodies explode, but even the gems on the Infinity Gauntlet exploded. The 4 gems exploded at the same time, sending Thanos flying away. Thanos' face instantly turned ugly. He never thought that there would be such a terrifying and powerful person on such an inconspicuous planet. I told you to get out, but you didn't listen. Suhan stepped into the void and came to Thanos. Suhan's strength alone allows him to fight at a higher level. Now he has advanced to the 6th level of life, which is higher than Thanos' level. Even if the opponent has the Infinity Gauntlet, he can stand on the same starting line as Suhan. However, Suhan is Suhan after all, not an ordinary strong person. Especially after he advanced, his power has turned into divine power. The blessing of divine power on the major laws is also greater. The combat effectiveness has more than doubled. Suhan has absolute confidence to crush Thanos. A flash of anger flashed in Thanos' eyes. He clenched his fist fiercely, and the only 2 gems on his gloves glowed at the same time. Then, 2 figures appeared. One is a goddess bathed in golden light. One is the god of war wearing golden chainmail and holding a golden stick. Chapter 182 The Golden Cudgel is very strong and easy to hold. Chapter 182 The Golden Cudgel is very strong and very powerful. The goddess is bathed in golden light. She holds a shield in one hand and a long sword in the other. The armor on her body emits dazzling golden light, just like a round of glory. The other person is the god of war figure that Suhan is most familiar with. Sun Wukong? Looking at him, Suhan had an unspeakable emotion. That was my childhood idol and belief. Although there are many versions, as long as his name is Sun Wukong, he represents a legend. Suhan clenched his hands into fists, with incomparable heat in his eyes. It's not good who you choose, you have to choose his soul. The green lotus in Suhan's hand trembled slightly, and the void began to ripple. The killing intent rises and falls like a tidal wave. A golden ocean began to appear around Suhan. In the ocean, lotuses bloom and green lotuses curl. I saw the largest lotus flower in the ocean. There are 9 lotus flowers, each one is golden. And among the lotus flowers, there is a lotus pod. On top of the lotus pod, there is a golden doll sitting. Chiang? The doll suddenly opened its eyes, and in its eyes, there was disillusionment of the stars. I saw him instantly reaching the top of Suhan's head, and then looking at Thanos with the same eyes as Suhan. You are asking for your own death. Suhan and Nascent Soul spoke at the same time, and their voices overlapped, which was very magical. Then, a monstrous force erupted, directly pressing on Thanos. Thanos' face changed drastically and he looked at Suhan in horror. Freeze. Suhan used freeze again. In an instant, the entire void was completely still. Suhan punched him. Thanos was completely blown away, and then with a pop, blood spurted out. So strong. Thanos looked at Suhan in horror. He flew thousands of miles before he stabilized his figure, and then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of solemnity. I saw him clenching his fist. Suddenly, the 2 soul bodies moved at the same time. Leona was seen raising the shield in her hand. As her shield was raised, the entire void lit up with a dazzling golden color. At this moment, the shield in her hand was like a sun. The golden light exploded, and with Leona as the center, the entire void shook. Fortunately, there are no stars around the earth, otherwise it would definitely explode at this moment. Suhan, who was unable to open his eyes under the golden light, suddenly felt his eyebrows jump. When he regained his vision, a golden stick fell from the void with unparalleled momentum. This stick has the power to destroy mountains and rivers, and has the power to destroy heaven and earth. Seeing how powerful Sun Wukong's stick was, Suhan didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, he was very happy. Even if you are controlled by others, you are still strong. Suhan didn't even use the slightest resistance, and just let it happen. Suhan took the blow forcefully. The huge force instantly penetrated and shattered the bones and blood. Poof! Suhan let out a breath. But he smiled. Ah, it hurts, but it feels so good. When I go back, I can brag with my classmates for half my life. I have fought with Sun Wukong, and I have withstood the power of the Golden Cudgel. There was blood between Suhan's lips and teeth, but there was a smile on his face. It's not that he is sick or that he has masochistic tendencies. This is exactly what he wants to experience, how strong the God of War is in the teachings, and how powerful the legendary Golden Cudgel is in his mouth. After holding it for a while, Suhan felt it. It is very strong, and it is very powerful. It can beat his body collapse is enough to explain everything. However, the next moment, a huge vitality burst out between Suhan's lungs, bones and blood. Broken bones and blood are healed instantly. Broken internal organs are healed instantly. Except for the blood on the corner of his mouth, Suhan has returned to his peak state. He is so strong and invincible now. Thanos was still happy when he saw Suhan being severely injured just now, but when he saw Suhan's injury healed instantly, his face turned ugly again. No wonder he dared to meet the monkey's stick. He turned out to be someone who understood the laws of life. Thanos had confidence in his heart and had a certain understanding of Suhan's strength. If he is stronger than his body, he is not bad. However, his body is still at its peak condition. However, his fighting spirit suddenly burst out. Haha, it's rare to meet a person with such tenacious vitality. You have successfully aroused my fighting spirit, Thanos said. The muscles all over his body began to tremble. Originally only 2 or 3 meters tall, he suddenly started to grow taller quickly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a super tough guy with a height of less than 12 meters. I saw him stepping on the void and rushing towards Suhan. The huge fist was raised and struck hard at Suhan. When Suhan saw this, he was not afraid of being rejoiced. He also raised his fist and hit Thanos. Buzz, 2 completely disproportionate fists collided together, causing an explosion. The surrounding space rippled layer after layer. Suhan took 1 step back, while Thanos took several steps back. It is obvious that in terms of physical strength, Suhan is even better. How is it possible that you are not human? Thanos was shocked. After all, as an eternal being, his physical strength is well known. However, the Suhan in front of him was even stronger than his body. Is there anything impossible? You think you are the best in this world? Maybe, in the eyes of others, you are just a rookie, Suhan retorted. At the same time, his fist began to accumulate strength. He already plans to do it again. Come on, try this punch again, Suhan roared. Then, I saw strands of divine power lingering above his fist, like a cannon barrel gathering energy. Whoa, Suhan rushed towards Thanos. Thanos' expression changed, and he took action in a hurry. A punch was thrown out. The 2 fists, one big and one small, collided together again. However, the result this time was completely different from the last time. I saw Thanos taking action in a hurry, the moment he met Suhan's fist. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his whole body was thrown away like a kite with its string broken. Thanos instantly turned pale. The whole person's breath was extremely low. However, after Suhan's attack, his figure flashed in the void and rushed towards him again. The same punch erupted again. Poof! The defenseless Thanos was punched alive by Suhan until pieces of his internal organs were sprayed out, and his whole life was suddenly cut off. Thanos? Death? Suhan stands proudly in the void. Behind him are the 2,000-meter-high soul bodies of Leona and Sun Wukong, like 2 god kings. Thanos' life was extinguished, and the eyes of the 2 powerful souls flashed, and then they looked at everything around them as if they were waking up from a dream. Where am I? Chapter 183 Infinite Rebirth. Chapter 184 Titan Clan. The 184th Titan Protoss. I can kill him once, but I can kill him countless times? He can be resurrected infinitely, and I can kill him infinitely? Kill him until I can't lift the knife. So, Suhan's eyes flashed, the figure moved. I saw him turn into a stream of light and punch him. Bang! The big fist and the small fist collided again, but there was no scene like the last time he killed Thanos. Haha, do you think that if I die in your hands once, there will be a second time? Every time I am resurrected, my power will increase by 10%. Do you think you can still do it? Have you heard this? Suhan didn't wait for Thanos to finish speaking, and kicked him with his backhand, causing Thanos' wrinkled chin to crooked and his neck bones to break. Thanos, pawn, defeat 10 societies with 1 force. Today's Suhan is much stronger than Thanos, and it is still easy to kill him. However, Thanos also said that as long as he is resurrected once, his power will increase by 10%. This is very terrifying. However, Suhan didn't think of a countermeasure for the time being, so he killed him first. Take advantage of the time when Thanos is resurrected and slowly think of a solution. Thanos died for the second time, and it turned out to be exactly what he said. He dies and will be resurrected soon. When the red light lit up again, Thanos was indeed resurrected. However, when he was resurrected again, he looked at Suhan with the eyes of someone who killed his father. No one has ever been able to kill me once and kill me a second time. You are the first. I will definitely take this revenge. Get out of here. Suhan didn't wait any longer. Thanos cursed him after he finished speaking, and then Suhan roared, freeze. In an instant, time and space freeze. Time and space, annihilation. A flash of light suddenly appeared, and the time and space around Thanos was shattered by the black hole. The huge black hole killed Thanos, but could not break his body. Thanos the third time. Death? This time, Suhan did not wait quietly for him to be resurrected. He came to Thanos and took off his Infinity Gauntlet. Steal the Soul Gem. However, without the Soul Stone, Thanos was still resurrected in a red light. However, when he was resurrected, he immediately saw the Infinity Gauntlet on Suhan's hand. My gloves. It's not yours, it's mine now. Suhan raised his gloves. The workmanship of these gloves is truly extraordinary. It can be big or small. It was extremely huge when Thanos was wearing the gauntlet. But after it was in Suhan's hand, it became the size of Suhan's hand. Suhan took out the universe Rubik's Cube. Crush it directly. Then, a small square rough stone appeared in front of you. Suhan smiled slightly and put the space gem into one of the card slots. Buzz on the gloves, immediately. Explode powerful force. The space gem was successfully inlaid, and greed flashed in Thanos' eyes. However, Suhan smiled slightly. He took out the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Kaka? The Cosmic Spirit Ball was opened, and Suhan directly held the power gem that emitted a strong purple light. The Power Stone also enters the Infinity Gauntlet. The power gem was set successfully. But it's not over yet. Suhan took out a bloody gem again. Aether Gems, also known as Reality Gems. Ding realistic gem inlay successfully. Finally, Suhan took out the Soul Gem. I saw the Soul Gem slowly floating towards one of the card slots. The Soul Gem was inlaid successfully. At this point, 444 gems were inlaid on it. And Suhan also felt unprecedented power. He clenched his fists. No wonder you can destroy half the people in the universe with just a snap of your fucking fingers. The gloves inlaid with infinite gems are really powerful in every aspect. After Suhan finished speaking, he showed a cruel smile. Bah! A mysterious power descended on the rest of the place. Then, Thanos, who had just been resurrected, fell down instantly. Strangely enough, Suhan was able to kill Thanos, but was unable to destroy him. His body was like an indestructible body that could not be damaged no matter what, which surprised Suhan extremely. Wait, Suhan suddenly thought of something. He bit his lip, a flash of doubt in his eyes. Then, he was seen standing there, quietly waiting for Thanos to be resurrected. When Thanos was resurrected for the fourth time, the way he looked at Suhan had changed from resentment to pain in the face. Yes, pain in the balls. Suhan could kill him, because Suhan was one level stronger than him. Not to mention, he also has the Infinity Gauntlet. This is crushing to death. Even if you can kill me thousands of times, so what? As long as you can't destroy my body, you can't really kill me, and you can't destroy my body, Thanos said with great confidence. However, this time Suhan was not in a hurry to take action. He just looked at Thanos coldly. Then he asked, Thanos, tell me truthfully, which clan you are from? Suhan only knew that he was an eternal being, but did not know the true origin of Thanos. Thanos was also stunned. Why are you asking this? Suhan's eyes turned cold. Either you tell me, or I will kill you, strip you naked, and give it to the faggots. Thanos shook his body, clamped his legs, and felt his anus. It tightened, immediately. He replied, I am a warrior of the Titans. Grass. Hearing Thanos tell Suhan's conjecture, Suhan couldn't help but curse. You are from the Titan clan too. Suhan sighed helplessly. Titans. From this point of view, Suhan and he are still of the same race. At least half of the bloodline is of the same race. Thanos heard it. First, stay for a while. Then I thought of something. Then his eyes widened. Oh my god, you are also a fellow member of the Titan clan. Suhan glanced at him. My dear fellow, if I looked like you, I would die. To be honest, Thanos is really ugly. His skin is purple, and his chin is like a steamed cake. He is strong, but he is useless. At least Suhan can torture him. Although Thanos can't defeat Suhan now, he still feels uncomfortable after being scolded. You humiliate me. Thanos was extremely uncomfortable. I'll humiliate you. Suhan was also furious. The bodies of the Titans are indeed abnormal. Seeing Thanos resurrected again and again in front of him made him feel pained. Just like when you see a cockroach, you step on it and oh, it dies. Okay, after a while, his mother will be alive and kicking in front of you again. It wouldn't be a bad thing to change anyone. However, after Thanos knew that Suhan was a Titan, his attitude towards Suhan was different. I don't have as strong a murderous intention as before. He even became very curious about Suhan's appearance. I saw him looking up and down, Suhan, licking his lips while looking, and nodded with a hum. Suhan was shocked when he saw Thanos staring at him like this. This expression, this demeanor, is like a gay staring at the young lady. Look at your dad and I'll blind you, you damn faggot. However, when Thanos heard Suhan's words, he knew that his expression just now was indeed a bit vulgar, and immediately explained, you are trying to hold back and insult me. I am a pure man. I don't do anything like that. I just think you are quite handsome, just like let me ask you, brother, where did you get it done? Sorry, I'm having a bit of a mental attack today, so I just wanted to make this chapter a little more joyful. Let's all just watch it, and by the way, I would like to wish a certain little gay in the group a good trip home, and bring a boyfriend back after the new year. Luo love reading reminds you, 3 things to do in reading to collect and recommend. Remember to collect and save Chapter M. Chapter 185 Shocking Secret. Chapter 185 The Shocking Secret, Suhan almost vomited blood. Has the trend of plastic surgery in the main universe spread to the Marvel universe? Suhan glanced at Thanos and said coldly, plastic surgery can't save you. Immediately, Suhan snapped his fingers. Thanos, die? After that, Suhan spent his time in the cycle of killing Thanos and then resurrecting Thanos. After Suhan killed Thanos more than a dozen times, Suhan finally stopped. If he continues to kill like this, Thanos will become as powerful as the sky. This was helping him, so Suhan stopped. After Thanos learned that Suhan had Titan blood, his attitude towards Suhan changed drastically. Suhan, you and I are of the same race. Since you protect the Earth so much, then I just won't go to the Earth, but you have to return the Infinity Gauntlet to me, Thanos said. However, Suhan just glanced at him and ignored him at all. How is it possible to return the Infinity Gauntlet to him? All 4 Infinity Stones have been set in it. If you give it back to him, wouldn't that make him defy the odds? After killing him more than a dozen times, his strength has increased 2 or 3 times. Even if Suhan faces him now, he won't be able to kill him as easily as before. However, Thanos did not have any murderous intention towards Suhan, and even had the intention of seeking good things. Obviously, he has deep feelings for his fellow tribesmen. In other words, he has special feelings for Suhan. Well, it seems a little bit like that, but that's the fact. When Thanos heard that Suhan rejected his request, his face immediately sank slightly. He took a deep breath and then looked towards the distant sky. Suhan, if my guess is correct, you are from the main universe, right? Suhan froze. There was no answer. But silence equals acquiescence. Thanos said, I knew it was like this. Expression. If my guess is correct, you should only have ordinary Titan blood, and the other ordinary blood is from humans, or in other words, from a certain race of gods among humans. At this moment, Suhan suddenly realized something. His eyes flashed. Thanos, do you know my origin? Thanos could guess so much, so he obviously knew something. Thanos chuckled. Give me the Infinity Gauntlet and I will tell you. Suhan gritted his teeth and looked at the gloves. Then don't say it. I don't want to know that Suhan will never give him the gloves. After all, Thanos is powerful enough now. With the Infinity Gauntlet, he will really defy the odds. Suhan, I know what you are worried about. Don't worry, as long as you give me gloves, I will tell you what you want to know. And, I swear, I will not pose any threat. Thanos said seriously. After hearing this, Suhan hesitated slightly. He was tempted. The Infinity Gauntlet is indeed precious. The Infinity Stones are certainly powerful. However, he wanted to know more about how he got here. The mixture of 2 major divine races has a certain secret in it. And why did Suhan spend so many years in the mortal world? Suhan had been thinking about this since the last time. Now it's not easy for someone to know the clues, and he really wants to know the cause and effect. Thanos was moved when he saw Suhan, and immediately said, Suhan, you and I are the same race. Even if we are half the same race, I will treat you as one of my own. To tell you the truth, you keeping these gloves may not be a good thing. Even if you don't give them to me now, you will still have to give it to me soon, and by then, it won't be me who comes to you asking for the gloves, but Her Majesty the Goddess. Suhan was shocked. The Goddess of Death will come and ask for the gloves. The Infinity Gauntlet is so precious. Oh, you are thinking that these gloves are very precious, right? Let me tell you frankly, this Infinity Gauntlet is not precious at all. It's just that without it, it would be difficult for me to complete my mission. In fact, it's not the gloves that matter, it's half the souls in this universe. Buzz? Suhan felt his brain explode, and an inexplicable feeling came to his mind. He didn't know why, but he vaguely noticed something. He echoed what Sun Wukong said. A super strong man from this world went to the super god world and asked them to invade the main universe together. But now, Thanos wants to destroy half of the people in the entire universe in order to obtain the souls of these half of the people. Suhan connected these 2 things together, and that was a shocking secret. Suhan's whole body trembled. Master Jin, tell me quickly, if I guessed wrong. However, this time, Lord Jin did not respond to Suhan. Suhan pursed his lips and looked a little ugly. Thanos, who instructed you to do this? Is it the Goddess of Death? Then who instructed the Goddess of Death to do this? Is it the Tribunal of Life, the heart of the universe, or the original Transcendent? Suhan suddenly asked this very serious and important question. When Thanos heard this, his whole face changed instantly. He suddenly arrived in front of Suhan. Shut up, do you want to die? Thanos shouted in a low voice. When Suhan saw this, he smiled. Thanos' reaction was enough to prove that his guess just now was correct. Someone really ordered Thanos and the Goddess of Death to collect the souls of half the universe. As for who it is, it no longer matters. What's important is that a cosmic boss in the Marvel universe is trying to invade the main universe and has been plotting for a long time. It's enough to know this. Alas, Suhan sighed slightly. He looked at the Infinity Gauntlet on his hand. But there was an inexplicable feeling of powerlessness in my heart. Even though he knew about this, he found that he couldn't do anything at all. The universe-level boss who could stop this world could go to the main universe and send a message. Who would care about what he said? So, Suhan felt powerless. He slowly took off the Infinity Gauntlet and then tossed it gently. The Infinity Gauntlet is in Thanos' hands. Say it. Thanos took the glove, a smile appeared on his face, and then nodded. In fact, I can't prove that you are that person, but judging from your current achievements and everything about you, at least 90%, you are that person. First of all, let me tell you about my origin. I am a Titan warrior, and my real name is Thanos. My family is a distant branch of the Titans of the main universe. The Titans of the main universe may not even know about our existence, or they may not recognize us at all. However, we are indeed a member of the Titan clan, and we are also your tribe. At least we are related by blood. Chapter 186 Accepting the Inheritance. Chapter 186 Accepting the Inheritance. Years ago, a rumor suddenly appeared in the Titan clan. It was said that His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Titan clan, brought back a human child from outside and claimed that it was his child. This incident shocked the entire Titan clan. After all, the Titan clan has never had a mixed-race child. It is said that the child is very small, no bigger than a finger of the Titan tribe, and his strength is so weak that he cannot survive on Titan. In the end, they exiled the child to a distant star in the main universe. After Thanos finished speaking, he looked at Suhan. Suhan blinked his eyes and asked in shock, "No more?" "Well, no, that's all I know. After all, the Titan clan here is a branch, not the Titan clan in the main universe. What we heard are just rumors." "Fuck, just this information, you still want to exchange it for the Infinity Gauntlet and give it back to me?" Suhan was angry. Thanos put his gloves behind his back. "Hey, can you still have fun? You are cheating." Thanos quickly put on his gloves. In an instant, a powerful momentum burst out from him. "Hey, I have gloves. Now you can't kill me as easily as before." Thanos was a little proud. Suhan narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you sure?" Thanos' heart tightened, and then he quickly distanced himself from Suhan. "We are clansmen and brothers, so don't fight among us." Thanos showed his favor. Suhan smiled. He didn't really want to grab the Infinity Gauntlet, he actually just wanted to test whether Thanos had something to hide. Now it seems that he really only knows this. Although the information is a bit sparse, it is better than knowing nothing at all. "I didn't expect that I could actually become a member of the Titan royal family. How awesome." Suhan was a little happy. His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Titan clan, is his father. Suhan raised the corners of his lips and began to imagine what he looked like in his mind. Is he the same as Thanos? He has purple skin, a chin like a steamed cake, a strong body, and wears the same pants. This is the first time Suhan has a strange association with a creature like his father. "I have been an orphan for so long that I no longer know what it feels like to have parents." At the same time, he began to think in his heart. "Fortunately, I followed my mother, otherwise, I would be as ugly as Thanos." Suhan is quite satisfied with his appearance. At least, he's pretty handsome. "Thanos, remember your oath and come to Earth to cause trouble, otherwise, I will kill you," Suhan warned. However, after hearing Suhan's words, Thanos straightened up, and then said, "Han, since you and I are of the same race, I might as well tell you that no matter how secretly you know in this world, remember not to try to interfere with anything, or be like the Lord. What is the universe reporting? Doing this will only make you fall into a situation of eternal disaster, do you know?" Suhan frowned. He looked at Thanos seriously. "If you say, I must take care of it." Thanos' expression turned cold. "Then you are asking for death." After Thanos finished speaking, he looked around, as if he was checking something. Then, he suddenly whispered, "Suhan, you really don't get involved. The leader of this matter is not something you can shake, let alone you, even if he is even the 6 major divine races in the main universe may not be able to shake it." After Thanos finished speaking, Suhan was shocked in his heart. Even the 6 major divine clans may not be able to shake it. Then, the target has been narrowed again. Or the original transcendent. There are only 2 of them. After all, they are the strongest people in this universe. But didn't Lord Jin say that the power of the parallel world is only 1/10, 10%, or 100th, 1,000th, or even 1/10,000th of that of the main universe, which is the original transcendence? Suhan couldn't figure out how he could be more powerful than the gods of the main universe. But at this moment, Master Jin suddenly spoke. "Because the dimensional wall, if the dimensional wall is broken, the power of the 2 universes will be balanced, just like 2 adjacent lakes. Once there is a connection, the water in the 2 lakes will become the same horizontal line." Well, Suhan was shocked. His consciousness came to his brain in an instant. As soon as he came to the brain realm, Suhan discovered that Lord Jin, who had turned into an old grandfather, once again turned into a golden sun. "Master Jin, you." Suhan was not stupid. When he saw Lord Jin transform into the sun again, he knew what happened. "Master Jin, I still have 8 drops of spiritual elixir here, take it soon." Suhan took out the bottle containing the spiritual elixir and handed it over. However, all I heard was Jinya sighing. "It's useless. You can only take 1 drop of the spiritual elixir within a certain period of time. I just took 1 drop not long ago. Even if I use all the spiritual elixir now, it will be useless. Everything has a cause and effect. After hundreds of millions of years of chasing fame and fortune, it's time to let go." Jinya's voice was filled with endless vicissitudes of life. For some reason, Suhan Myoran felt his eyes were sore. The will of the earth has existed for billions of years. Now, it cannot withstand its fate, and it is time to dissipate. "Suhan, you are the person I chose. I believe you have the ability to face the most powerful storm in the main universe. I also believe you have the ability to protect the Earth during this storm." As Mr. Jin spoke, countless golden lights began to scatter in small pieces, drifting into the land and within the sea of consciousness. "My child, if I die, are you ready to accept my inheritance?" Suhan raised his head to prevent the sourness in his eyes from turning into tears. From the sour throat, a low "yeah" came out. Good. After Lord Jin finished speaking, the entire golden sun suddenly exploded. Then, a red gold thunder suddenly appeared from the golden light, and the thunder turned into a demon-subduing pestle that was neither long nor short, neither thick nor thin. The demon-conquering pestle flew to Suhan's head, and then made a whining sound. A streak of red gold lightning connected Suhan and the demon-subduing pestle. Everything about me is in this demon-conquering pestle. If you accept it, you will take my place and become the will of the earth. However, once you become the new will of the earth, your existence will be known to both the main universe and here. Because you will be the only will in all the universe. People in the parallel world will desperately want to get you and use you to break the dimensional wall. So, once you become the will of the earth, you must return to the main universe as soon as possible. Otherwise, once you encounter something unexpected, the main universe will also fall into a place of no return. Lord Jin's voice echoed throughout his mind, explaining to Suhan. As his words dissipated, all the golden light beams disintegrated in an instant and turned into gold particles all over the sky, scattering and flying throughout the entire brain. But Suhan, who was accepting the inheritance, finally shed those tears. Suhan and the demonic pestle were connected by a lightning bolt, while Suhan stood silently below, letting the demonic pestle pour its powerful will into his body bit by bit. At this time, Suhan was in an extremely mysterious situation. At this moment, he seemed to be no longer himself. Rather, it is a speck of dust that, with a sudden force, floats around and is blown to all parts of the universe. He saw the light blue earth and the countless stars surrounding the earth. He saw the sun, saw the supreme flames above the sun, and even saw a giant egg standing there in the mud layer under the sun's flames, emitting this extremely powerful aura. He saw the Nova Empire outside the solar system and the Kaida star that was being rebuilt. I saw the land of nothingness that was destroyed by Thanos. I saw an extremely gorgeous city of 1,000 stars. I saw Tiffin reopening his shop in the city of 1,000 stars. He also saw Thanos. With a snap of his fingers, half of the soul of a planet was taken away by him and stored in the soul gem. With a snap of his fingers, a planet was destroyed, and all the resources on the planet were absorbed into the Infinity Gauntlet. He saw a woman wearing a cloak with a skeleton appearing next to him. That is one of the 5 great gods, the Goddess of Death. He saw the Goddess of Death chatting with Thanos, and even saw the Goddess of Death being intimate with Thanos while transforming into a voluptuous woman, coming to Earth, and frequently interacting with Deadpool, who wore a funny mask and carried 2 swords on his back. He is floating dust. He is majesty. He is everything. In his mind, Suhan's body is disintegrating bit by bit. And as the body disintegrated, what was left was a little bit of extremely dazzling golden light. When Suhan's body completely disintegrated, the golden light remaining in his body slowly condensed. Then, it turned into an extremely dazzling golden sun. In an instant, the sea of consciousness surged and the green lotus trembled. The entire brain also underwent earth-shaking changes at this moment. The sea of consciousness expands infinitely, and the land expands infinitely. Sea creatures began to appear in the sea of consciousness. Birds, beasts, and insect men began to appear on the land. In a moment, Suhan's mind seemed to be an independent world. With the changes in Suhan's brain, the outside world, the earth, which was originally silent at a certain fulcrum in the universe, is shaking violently. Disasters such as tsunamis, earthquakes, and strong winds of varying degrees are occurring all over the world. But countless spiritual energy also broke out at this time. It was like a real spiritual energy that exploded, causing the creatures on Earth that absorbed the spiritual energy to undergo huge mutations. The entire Earth also underwent earth-shaking changes at the moment Suhan transformed his will. I, Suhan Yu, opened my eyes, and what came into my eyes was boundless gold. It was like he had a dream. When I woke up from the dream, the world had changed. He can feel his own strength. One consciousness is enough to radiate half of the universe. He even has a strong sense of somewhere outside this universe. My body, Suhan thought with a thought. The golden sun slowly moved, and after a moment, Suhan's body reappeared. It's just that at this time, he has turned into a stunning young man. Her lips are red, her teeth are white, and her face is like jade. His body is slender yet powerful, making him look like the reincarnation of Panan. And above his head, the demonic pestle floats silently. Thunderlight lingers and runes are entangled. Suhan's eyes flashed, and the magic pestle fell immediately, trembling slightly. In an instant, an extremely bright golden light suddenly penetrated the sky, passed through the solar system, and penetrated into the vast universe. And as this golden light rushed into the universe, Suhan also immediately. He sensed that several extremely powerful auras noticed him. Suhan understood that this was what Lord Jin said before. As long as he succeeds Lord Jin and becomes the will of the earth, people in the entire universe will know of his existence and will try their best to capture him and use himself to break the dimensional wall and achieve a balance of power between the 2 universes. Lord Jin asked me to return to the main universe as soon as possible. However, Suhan was confused for a moment about how to go back. After all, he was the true will of the earth at first, and he didn't fully grasp the power of the demon pestle. Haha, the will of the main universe is actually in our universe, haha, God is really helping us. A cheerful voice appeared in Suhan's mind. Then he saw an extremely huge shadow appearing in the outer space of the earth. Suhan's eyes flashed, and the hidden figure immediately became real in his eyes. It turned out to be a giant 10,000 meters tall, wearing a strange set of steel armor. When Suhan saw him, his pupils shrank slightly. The memories of the 5 great gods also slowly emerged in my mind. Galactus wears an entire suit of armor made from unknown cosmic metals, allowing him to manage and control his energy. If he removes his armor, the huge cosmic energy in his body will spread wildly, turning him into a miniature sun. Yes, this giant in armor is Galactus. Following his appearance, 2, 3, 4 or 5 more people appeared. 5 huge phantoms surrounded the Earth in a circle. Haha, the will of the main universe has come to our world, isn't it just right for us to break through the dimensional wall? Such a lucky thing will happen to us, we need to inform you. No need to notify, he's coming. Then, a throne slowly appeared in the void, and sitting on the throne was this humanoid creature. However, this humanoid creature has 3 faces. Just listen to one of his faces say, well, it is really the will of the main universe. Haha, it seems that we have the most lacking thing. When Suhan saw him, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. The living tribunal? The arbiter of the Marvel Universe? Even he appeared. However, Suhan also saw clearly that it was not the true body of the Life Tribunal, but a phantom. Obviously, his body is occupied elsewhere. How are things going on over there? Galactus asked. Well, it didn't go well. Although I kidnapped Celia and successfully made some dungeon warriors surrender, none of those powerful apostles were willing to follow us to invade the main universe. Where's that? Galactus asks again. He is still in the Super God world. Those guys in the Super God world are not willing to invade the main universe with us. However, Dida has defeated many strong men and taken away part of their souls. With their souls, the effect is the same. Now he is challenging the God of Time from the Super Seminary, Kiran. Chapter 188 I call you, do you dare to answer? Chapter 189 God-slaying sharp weapon. Chapter 189 God-slaying sharp weapon. Ah, you can destroy my body, but you can't kill me either. The goddess of death roared. The voice is sometimes deep, sometimes tactful, very changeable. Haha, when did I say I would kill you? Well, I just want to slowly trap you here and slowly refine you until you become a part of this place. Oh, you may not know that this is the first magic weapon I have refined, and it is excellent to have a dimensional divine power like yours as a material. After Suhan finished speaking, he actually laughed. Upon hearing this, the goddess of death's voice changed again. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to skin you and break your bones, I'm going to fry your soul. Oh, you think too much. Now, it's me who wants to skin you and break your bones, and it's me who wants to refine your soul. Don't make a mistake about your situation. Okay, you can slowly enjoy the fire in the core of the main universe here, and I will trick a few other fools into joining you. Extraterrestrial. After the 4 gods watched the goddess of
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.